We are live from Portland International Raceway. This is the 2023 Super Tour. Rounds 15 and 16, I believe. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is here with us, I think. Getting ready for our first round of qualifying sessions this morning. And this is our first group this morning. I just lost my computer screen, folks. I apologize. Our first group this morning, Formula V, Formula F, and Formula 6. I see a nice field of Formula Vs this morning, a couple of Formula Fs on the rundown. We'll be able to get our first flying lap of action in here in just a second here, now that they've completed their out lap. And we will be able to get you some times here in just a few minutes. Starting this morning with 6 20-minute qualifying sessions. And then from there, we will have our 6 races this afternoon. And those races will be 25-minute races today. We'll do the whole same thing tomorrow, qualifying in the morning and qualifying races and then racing in the afternoon, just like we did. Just like we do it pretty much every Super Tour.
Good morning, Brian. How are you today?
I'm fantastic, Greg.
There we go. We're working again. We're live from Portland, and yeah, exactly. Very much. We've got a 2-day event as opposed to a 3-day event,
Right.
like we've had on a number of the series. And so let's go. We'll quickly run down what the schedule is for today, because I know a couple people online are asking, and it appears that we're having some issues with I think the comments were turned off on YouTube. So
yeah, we just did that, but we could do it again. 20-minute sessions this morning.
Okay.
Followed by 25-minute races this afternoon. Hoping that my audio is heading out to the stream. And beautiful green, lush environment there at Portland, a lot like California. We've had a lot of rain so far.
Well, Portland very much known for the damp weather that it has here, Brian.
Sure.
But it is absolutely glorious right now. About 65 degrees. Very few clouds in the sky. There is a nice little breeze blowing as well to keep all of our corner workers and everybody dry here. Real quick, Brian, as we're getting underway here with our first qualifying session of the day, and as you mentioned, it is our first of 2 open wheel groups. It's Formula V, Formula F, and Formula 600. I've got a quick announcement to make to get one of our drivers to see our stewards. Just one moment. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Colin Jackson, driver, GT3 driver Colin Jackson. If you could please report to the chief steward, currently located in impound. Colin Jackson, driver of GT3 car, please report to the chief steward. He is currently located in impound.
All right, we're getting our first race laps in. Here are our first qualifying laps. And Quinn Posner, who was fast as can be last weekend in Thunder Hill, is early on top of our leaderboard here. And here's something that doesn't happen very often, Greg. We have multi-class racing here. This should be Formula F, Formula 6, and Formula V.
And it's all Formula V.
It's all Formula V. We've got a full field of Formula Vs today. Great. 8 folks up here today. And some of the names that we saw last weekend at Thunder Hill. And Quinn Posner was at the pointy end of the stick all weekend long at Thunder Hill. Marjorie Lundberg just jumped into our top slot in a Formula V Caracol. She's from Beaverton, Oregon. I have a feeling she has a good handle on this track at Portland, being a local driver there. So that's the 24 car right to the top of the leaderboard here, going purple with the best time of 1:34.6. Early on, all the cars in green, which means they're trading the fast laps, which means the tires are getting up to speed, or getting up to temperature anyway here early 68 degrees is the temperature right now in Portland. The good thing, I think your peak here, we're going to have to stop blaming it on you. It appears that we're going to be dry all weekend, but we can blame the heat on you.
Yeah, well, we can certainly blame the heat on me, but I already consider the streak broken, Brian. I was at Virginia International Raceway last week, where it was sunny and glorious weather all weekend long until the checkered flag flew for the very last time, and we had about 5 minutes of rain. And then 2 weeks before that, I was at Summit Point Raceway for the very first Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series event, and it was dry as well.
All right.
So it obviously is not me. I think we now need to blame Brendan.
Oh, well, there you go. There you go. So
that's Brendan Kesmerick from DriversEye Live, our producer for our broadcasts, who is one of the only commonalities. Although I've heard there is a certain person in timing and scoring not here this weekend, Brian.
Right.
And he has been the common factor that he was not at Hallett when it was nice and dry either.
Could be. All right, so we are coming up on 13 minutes to go in this session. Quinn Posner jumped back up to the top spot, going purple with a 133.4. And when I say going purple, you'll see it here in a little bit once we get our timing and scoring on up. The names will go purple on your pylon, and if you're watching the scoring from home, you will see purple all over that as well. So, a la Formula One, that's how we do it here as well, and it is all good here. I had a great conversation with Austin Bradshaw on Wednesday, Greg, talking about this racetrack, and when he told me it was flat, I'm looking here at the cameras, and I believe that he was telling me the truth.
The truth about what? Oh,
the fact that this is really a flat racetrack.
It is. I think he sold it a little bit short. There is maybe about a 5 or 6 foot rise over in the carousel, coming out of turn 4, heading up to turn 5. But other than that, yeah, it is flat as a pancake here. I equate it, Brian, to the tiny little rise that there is coming out of the Sunset Turn at Sebring, where there is I'd say like about a 6 foot long rise that goes up about 2 feet and then drops right back down. And there, you only can take one line through Sunset to hit it, but no, there is a little bit of a rise here. So we've got, you'd see there, great view, and again here it's qualifying as our drivers came down that back straight at Portland International Raceway out of turn 7 and down towards the, I wouldn't call it a hairpin. It is a multi-apex final series of corners here to lead you back out onto the front straight. And I know that we're working to get everything back together here, and we've got a number of drivers that are lined up on the grid for our next group. But Brian, real quick, let me make another call to the grid for our second group for qualifying. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group number 2. That's small bore, B-Spec, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, as well as Spec Miata and Spec MX-5 Challenge. If you could please start heading to the grid. Race group number 2, B-Spec, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, Spec Miata, and Spec MX-5 Challenge. Please start heading to the grid.
All right, let's also take this opportunity to stop for our first break of the day. And we will get that in, and then we will come back with all of the action right up until the checkered flag. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Portland International Raceway. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Welcome to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, where we bring together top SCCA road racers from around the country to compete in the premier amateur road racing series. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest racetracks in North America, showcasing our 27 car classes and packing a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. And you can now enjoy live streaming of the coverage of the Hoosier Super Tour events here on site or from the comfort of your own home. Find those details and more at scca.com/live. And we're back here at Portland International Raceway for the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski, and we are currently in the midst of our first qualifying session of the day. 6 groups, 6 qualifying sessions, and then we will be going racing after lunch this afternoon. And Brian, as we have been away, let's take a look at the current order here on track, as it is still Marjorie Lundberg. Well, not Marjorie Lundberg any longer, pardon me. It is Quinn Posner and his Protofoam out of Camas, Washington. He is currently your provisional pole sitter in the class. Marjorie Lundberg, our early leader, is now sitting 28 thousandths of a second off of Posner's times. Robert Posner, also in a Protoform. Robert's out of Bellevue, Washington, sitting about 2.8 seconds back from there. And then Tony Baldassari in his Formula V Tsunami. I'm starting to think, Brian, that the names of Formula Vs are almost as creative and exciting as the Formula 600s. We don't have any Red Devils out here running this weekend, but we do have the Tsunami. He's out of Burnaby, British Columbia, and he has a fast time in the books of a 1:36.666. Andrew Maudsley is currently your 5th fastest driver, about another 1.5 seconds back from there. And actually, Derek Monick now jumps into the 5th position in his Protoform.
Yeah, and you're right. There's a lot of one-offs also in Formula V. People build their own cars and their own chassis, which is kind of cool, and we can see those once in a while. I think that Hayes Merlin is one of those that Maudsley's driving, and it's a kind of a class. It's cool for builders who want to go out and do that. So. Quinn Posner was so fast last weekend amongst another good field of Formula Vs last weekend at Thunder Hill. We had 10 for the Super Tour races, and so I expect him to stick up the top here. And this is another track you would think he is pretty familiar with, considering he is out of is it Camas, Washington, or Camas, Washington? I have to figure out how to pronounce that.
Yeah,
but,
I think it's Camas, but I'd say it's been 2 years since I've been here on the West Coast, Brian. I don't remember. We'll definitely take a look there, and maybe some of the folks
I'm going to use
the chat
Google
will help us out. I was going to say probably the best person to ask would be Russ Lundberg, RGL Motorsports, who's actually working grid here. I mean, he joins us each and every weekend in the chat, watches our broadcast, Brian, and he is, as we talk about the need and the want for volunteers, he's actually volunteering and working on the grid here at Portland International Raceway this weekend. And last weekend, Russ was doing double duty. He was jumping back and forth between the Super Tour coverage from Thunder Hill and the Sark Mars Challenge coverage from Virginia International Raceway. So good to keep them in one place this weekend.
All right, so the Google says Camas, Washington.
Camas, all right.
So
we will
There we go.
Remember that. Definitely remember that then. So, as you mentioned, Quinn took the double wins at Thunder Hill just last weekend for the Super Tour. We had Blake Tatum, who I don't believe is out here running this weekend, finished second. I think he finished second on Sunday, and he finished second on Saturday as well. Now, Derek Monick, who is here today, and he was is currently our 5th fastest driver on track. Derek finished 3rd on Saturday, and finished much further back. Actually, had a DNF on Sunday at Thunder Hill in the Big Top Rentals protoform.
It does appear that at this hour anyway at Portland, Greg, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, that this might be the perfect weather for racing. Almost 70 degrees, sunny skies. Track's probably not terribly warm just yet, but it's going to get a little steamy there as we get into the afternoon.
Yeah, we're predicting somewhere around 90 degrees ambient a little bit later today, and certainly if we continue with no cloud cover here, obviously that's going to make the track quite a bit warmer. This is a track that I don't believe has been repaved in a number of years and has definitely been polished down over the years, so it could certainly make for some slicker conditions as the day goes on here. As we are starting to run down, we've got just a touch under 3 minutes remaining in this 20-minute qualifying session. So Brian, let me quickly make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2. E production, F production, H production, GT Light, B-Spec, Spec Miata, and Spec MX-5 Challenge. If you could please start heading to the grid, your qualifying session is next. Race group number 2, please head to the grid. All right, so running this down, again, Quinn Posner holding on to that provisional pole and set his fastest lap, I believe, back on lap number 7, and then decided to call it a session, Brian. I believe he has brought the car down the pit lane. His day is now done. As all of our other drivers looking to improve upon that 133.103. Marjorie Lundberg still sitting just 28 thousandths of a second off of that qualifying time of Posner, with Robert Posner currently sitting 3rd with a 135.90. As looks like we've got our timing tower up on screen. Give you that rundown.
As you can see on our timing tower, I'm still trying to get over the fact that we've got a full field of Formula V's, single class racing here. I love that. I also like the little, what do they call those? Inside of those curbs there. Are those soft tones out there, Greg? If someone goes wide?
I don't believe so. I mean, we'll definitely. I'll try to get a little feedback on that, but I don't think so. I think they are, your typical hard units, but we'll see. And Brian, just so you know, we're going to have a guest for everybody who's listening. We are going to have a guest with us in the booth here for our next qualifying session to talk a little bit about one of the classes that is on track. So. Everybody definitely stay around. We're going to have some great information, a little behind-the-scenes action of what goes on here at the Super Tour. So, yeah, go ahead, Brian.
Holy deep tease, Batman.
Yeah, I know. We got some exciting information coming out. I just don't want anybody checking out after the Formula V qualifying session here. That's all.
Of course.
All right, Brian. Checkered flag is out on the session. And we've got, of course, the last flying laps here. We'll count first driver to cross the stripe here is, I believe that was the number 5 of Monick, who just came across the stripe. and turn in a 136.830. Tony Baldassari. It looks like the majority of our drivers, as we check, we've got a few drivers going down the back straight now, coming into turn 10 and into the final corners here onto the front straight. And you've got the two coming out right now, and then there's one trailing car. And these are the last three drivers, I believe, on track currently. And so the 24 crosses the line. That is Marjorie Lundberg. She does not improve. Tony Baldassari in the 111 machine and his Tsunami again does not improve. And Robert Posner crossing the stripe. That is the third machine. Again, does not improve. So it looks like most of our drivers got their fast laps in the first 4 laps or so.
Right.
And so as we wrap things up here, actually I take it back. There is one final driver still here out on course, coming onto on the front straight now and heading towards the checkered flag. And that is the number 4 machine. That is Robert Posner, who just crossed the stripe. Pardon me. Robert turning in a 135.90. And so if we take a look here after 20 minutes of qualifying here at Portland International Raceway for our smaller open wheel group, or, well, obviously here just Formula Vs, it's going to be Quinn Posner. And how did you say it was pronounced, Brian? Camus, Washington. Camus, Washington, with a qualifying time of 133.103. Marjorie Lundberg out of Beaverton, Oregon, with a 133.131, just 28 thousandths of a second off of the pole. Robert Posner will finish with the third fastest time of a 135.900. Then scheduled to start on the outside of row number 2 in this afternoon's race. It'll be Tony Baldassari with a 136.666. Derek Monick and Andrew Maudsley would make up row number 3, with Chris Ponson and Aaron Robbins row number 4 here at Virginia International Raceway.
All right, so let's do this, Greg. Let's take our break, and we're going to get everything reset for our second qualifying group coming up next. And that group is our B-Spec, Production, GT Lights, and Spec Miata and SMX group. We'll do that next. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
All right, and we are back here at Virginia International Raceway for the 2023. Did I say Virginia International Raceway?
You
Oh
did.
my gosh, that is because I was just talking to our guest, Josh Smith, who we'll bring in here in just a moment, about last weekend at Virginia International Raceway. We're here not at Virginia International Raceway on the other coast. We're at Portland International Raceway, PIR rather than VIR, for the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Brian Bielanski, and I've got with me, and so we'll talk to him in just a few moments here as we get ready. We're going to run down first who we've got out on track, but we've got Josh Smith, who's a senior engineer with Mazda Motorsports, here to talk about Spec MX-5 Challenge. But first, drivers we've got heading out on course right now, as we alluded to during our first 12-run session. It is our small bore production classes: E production, F production, H production, B-Spec, as well as Spec Miata running in this group, and then Spec MX-5 Challenge. Again, we'll talk to Josh a little bit more about that in just a moment.
Absolutely. Hey, Josh. He and I did a little podcasting together.
That's right.
Back last year. So welcome to the broadcast, and I look forward to picking your brain again here as we get a little deeper into this. We've got our Spec Miatas in this group, our production cars, and then we do have the Spec MX-5 Challenger Cup cars with us this weekend as well, which is kind of cool to see. A big group of cars, 23 registered, Greg, and it's always interesting to watch on the first session of the weekend to see how many of those 23 are here. But looking at the time of the scoring grid, it looks like we're going to get most of them here this weekend, which is going to be kind of cool.
Yeah, indeed, as we've got some of our drivers starting their first flying laps here at just slightly under 2-mile long Portland International Raceway, and neat to see some of the drivers making the trip west. I mean, there are certainly a number of drivers that having watched racing here on the West Coast for a number of years, but we've got Nick Leveroni, who's in the field running in Spec Miata from Flat Out Motorsports here this weekend. He's got a number of drivers that he is supporting. He's got Amy Mills, who moved out to Washington State, I think probably around 6 or 7 years ago, under the Flat Out banner. I think he also has we'll have to see if the driver's out here. One of our Spec MX-5 Challenge racers, who we just saw at Virginia International Raceway, also runs under the Flat Out Motorsports banner. I also got word that in Spec Miata we are likely going to have a couple other folks, some of our Planet Miata drivers from the East Coast, coming out and running as well. Mark Cephalo, I have not seen him turn a wheel yet. However, we'll see if that indeed comes to fruition. But drivers now just setting their first flying laps here in qualifying for a 20-minute qualifying session.
Go
ahead, Brian.
I was just say it's also, well, we have a car off on the exit of at the corner 10 or 12, which goes down to the main straight here. That car looks like it's getting to go again. What I was going to say is it's nice to see we've also got some Southern California drivers heading up the coast to Washington this weekend. The father-son duo of David and Austin Barco. They're our Cal Club contingent in this group. And we'll talk a lot more about Austin as the weekend goes along. He is a driver who drives with autism, and a really good story, interesting story about how he uses his driving to highlight what can be done for people who have autism.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and of course we've got Scott Toomey in the field. He is our reigning national champion in GT Light, driving his Toyota Tercel. He's out of Tacoma, Washington. We've also got Paul Bunbury in his Acura Integra down from Whistler here running this weekend. I think the only two drivers that I'm showing as not having made it out on track yet or haven't set lap times, two of our Spec MX-5 Challenge drivers, Will Schrader and John Davies. But let's do this. Why don't we bring in and looks like actually we just had somebody go up. Before we do that, I think we just had somebody go off track, Brian, and slap a tire wall pretty good, trying to track down the corner that happened at. But it's actually coming out of turn 12 right in front of us here. And see if that car is still over there. Looks as though don't have anybody that has responded yet. But let's do this, Brian. Let's welcome to the booth Josh Smith, as I mentioned, a senior engineer with Mazda Motorsports. How are you doing, Josh?
Good, good. Thanks for having me here this morning. This is quite the event you guys have going on at Portland International Raceway this morning.
Yeah, indeed. Now, Brian, I wanted to have Josh up in the booth last weekend at Virginia International Raceway. He was running around like you would not believe at VIR. Didn't have any time for me. Of course, we weren't exactly on a national stage last weekend at VIR. But Josh, so tell us a little bit. We've obviously got Spec Miata here out on track. Spec MX-5 is certainly something I think a little bit different. It's actually part of one of Mazda's development series, correct?
Yeah, we're using this for a ladder system, kind of building into Cup as well. So we added Spec MX-5 to the tier of the shootout a couple of years ago. We've used it as a builder to bring karting kids or the karting community into sports cars, show them that kind of the avenue and what's available. The big thing for us is bringing new blood into the sport, and that's always a challenge. We're looking for new ways to bring people in, whether it's karting, whether it's legends cars. We've even looked at some of the circle track stuff, and sim racing as well. So these are all avenues that we're exploring for the Spec MX-5 series, as well as Spec Miata, and then further up into the MX-5 Cup car.
And this is obviously truly a nationwide series. I know in the past from covering some of your events in earlier seasons, there was an East Coast series, there was a West Coast series. It is just now one nationwide series here, and we have had some drivers that have competed in events in the middle of the country. We were at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, I guess, around 3 weeks ago. We've had folks here as well, and I think you all were at Butler Raceway Park a number of weeks ago as well. And of course, I first saw you this season at Summit Point Raceway as Spec MX-5 Challenge was out as part of the Majors event there. But how do you manage a nationwide series there, and is there now essentially a central championship that all these drivers should be working towards?
Correct. And we, in the years past, you're right, we had kind of an east-west, and we took a lot of feedback from the drivers and the competitors, and they wanted something of more of a universal platform. Very similar like what the Super Tour does, minimum required attendance, minimum required points to kind of come to the championship as an invite. It really drives participation throughout the season. So the current schedule is 15 races across the country, or 15 race weekends across the country, but we take your best of 7. So you have to attend any 4 weekends that you choose, and you get 1 drop, and that gets you qualified for the national championship. And then it's still sort of very similar to the runoffs format. It's a winner-take-all 2-race championship race weekend, which we're lucky enough that kind of rolls into the big announcement of last week that we are at the runoffs this year at VIR, which we're really excited about. That's been something in discussions with the SCCA for a couple of months now, and it looks like it's absolutely going to happen. We've got that announcement, I think, Wednesday of last week before VIR, actually.
That's right. It was just a couple days before Virginia International Raceway, and I think as it's currently scheduled, there are going to actually be 2 races for Spec MX-5 Challenge. They're both I think on Saturday morning, and the very last race of the event on Sunday evening. Now, it looks as though, and I haven't gotten word over from race control yet, but it looks as though the session is being black flagged, Brian.
Right. So let's do this real quick. First of all, I just want to give myself credit. Austin Bradshaw, who is our How to Get Around PIR Fast guest on the show, he is your top dog right now. Oh, he was your top dog in e-production. He's now second place. Kurt Ritchie just moved into first place in e-production. Let's take our break, though. You want to make a call to the grid before we do our break?
I do.
And then when we come back, I've got some questions for Josh as well. We'll do that next.
All right, sounds good. We'll be right back. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please start coming to the grid. Race group number 3, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please start heading to the grid. All right, so let's take that quick break, and when we come back, more action here from Portland International Raceway and the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source and proud sponsor of the SCCA road racing program, is celebrating its 55th anniversary as the world's speed shop.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession. Along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends, ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information. Welcome back to Portland International Raceway, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, and Josh Smith with us as well. We're under a black flag condition as our track course crew retrieves a car that's right there behind all of those trucks and gets them out of kind of a precarious situation, at least a location. That is the exit of, I think that's what they call turn 12
It's turn
here.
12, which is the final corner. Yeah, absolutely.
So,
hey, Brian, I was going to say, so let's go quickly while we are under black flag. We've got all of our drivers lined up on the pit lane here. Quickly run down where we stand now as we are just about actually a little bit more than halfway. We're about 13 plus minutes into this 20-minute qualifying session. As you mentioned, just as we are going to break, Kurt Fritschke is currently your fastest driver on track in E-Production with a qualifying time of 1:25.329. He's also the fastest driver on track overall. Austin Bradshaw, who, and again, I got a chance to listen for such a young man, very well spoken. Austin Bradshaw, who is also driving an E-Production Mazda RX-7, has done so much with so little, with a very limited budget, as he was putting himself through college, and he has turned into quite the racer. He's out of Dundee, Oregon. He is second fastest, only 83 thousandths of a second off of Fritschke's provisional pole time. Then we've got Adam Achapole, who is driving a Porsche 944. He's out of Monroe, Oregon, currently third fastest in E-Production, with Alex Correa and Kayla Etherington rounding out the 5-car field. Gary Small, our sole F-Production driver, and Brian, this is an absolutely gorgeous car. He's driving an old Volvo P1800 coupe. He's out of Damascus, Oregon. He has a 133.7 qualifying time, and anytime I see a P1800, I just kind of drool. In GT Light, Scott Toomey, again, your reigning national champion in the class, currently your provisional pole sitter with a qualifying time of 1:25.398, with Paul Bunbury in his Acura Integra. Appears to be having some issues with that Integra. He's a bit off of Toomey's times. Bill O'Kell is our sole H-Production driver here today, with a 136.277, and he's out of Victoria, British Columbia. In Spec Miata, Jason Rollins out of Gaston, Oregon, currently your provisional pole sitter, qualifying time of 1:31.32. He's about 7/10 of a second up on Nick Leveroni out of Mendon, Massachusetts. Then we've got Tim Ferrick out of Underwood, and the top three drivers separated out by just about 1.2 seconds. Then Amy Mills, Eric Weller, fourth and fifth in what is a 9-car field. And then in Spec MX-5 Challenge, we've got 7 drivers who have put in times. John Davies out of Hood River, Oregon, your fastest, with a 1:28.030, 27 hundredths of a second up on Will Schneider out of Happy Valley, Oregon. I need some time there. Wesley Molno, currently your third fastest driver. He's out of Glendora, California. He's about 48 hundredths of a second, so a little bit less than half a second off of Davies' provisional pole time. Then Ryan Gutiel and Eric Tuker round out your top 5 again in a 7-car field. So, Brian, you had some questions for Josh.
First of all, Josh, how you doing? Glad you could catch up again.
Good to hear you. I didn't realize that you were doing this remote. I asked Greg here where you were at on track, but we'll have to catch up again soon.
Well, I am so remote that I'm not even on track. I'm here in Southern California doing my thing, and Greg does his thing from Charlotte every once in a while, so that's how we roll here. Real quick, a lot of folks here obviously familiar with Spec Miata. Not quite maybe as familiar with the Spec MX-5 Cups cars. What's the difference between the cars that we're so familiar with and what you guys are bringing to the racetrack?
Really, it's just an evolution. It's kind of the next generation of car that we were very fortunate to be able to create one single spec. As most people know, Spec Miata is more so 4 cars within a class, all the way from the early 1.6 car to the later VVT car. Right. The very fortunate part of the NC chassis is, within this rule set, everybody can build exactly the same car from 2006 to 2015. It really does not matter what your donor started as. There's update backdates allowed, and it produces the same specification of car. Is the beauty of the rule set.
Got it. So as spec can be, kind of, in this situation.
Within what we're operating in with a grassroots format and having people be home builders without taking it all the way to like an MX-5 Cup territory where it's a single manufacturer build and sealed. Yes, I would absolutely say this is as spec as it could be, and still allow home build, shop builds, and everybody to be involved. We really wanted to keep those options open. So.
And if we build an MX-5 spec MX-5 Cup car, a lot of folks in the SCCA like to double dip. They like to run their car in one class and then maybe run it into another. Does that car fit anywhere else somewhat well? Does it fit anywhere in Super Touring or Touring to be able to go play in more than one race in the weekend?
It does. It has a spec line in STL. It doesn't get all of the STL specifications, things like aero and some of the bigger brakes, but what we do is we operate at a lower weight to kind of compensate. So it does fit fairly well into STL. It's a front-running-ish car, but when the top STL cars show up, you really see them shine. So it's a good regional car, a good majors car, but it really kind of will never be a top dog car, so to speak. But it is a good double dip, which was the goal.
And anywhere in the production groups here, because I know we've got a lot of our MX-5 or Spec Miatas that go over and race in production as well. It's unusual this weekend to have the Miatas in with this production group. Is there a place for your car there as well?
No, right now it's just STL. It is a regional class within CDIV, so that opens it up in the Southeast for some of the endurance formats. So that was something we worked on earlier this year as well, talking to the Southeast Division. But currently, from a national standpoint, it's only an STL as a spec line.
I just got word from race control that 5 minutes are going to be on the clock when we get back on the racetrack. They are going to restart this qualifying session, and they're going to extend it so the drivers can get 5 more minutes, which with an outlap, Greg, might be 2 hot laps.
Yeah, exactly. The racers have been running anywhere between 125 to 140 thereabouts. So let's just say a minute and a half. So probably 2 laps there under green flag to end this session out.
Cool. Well, that's good news for all those folks who are just a couple tenths off of the car in front of them. Austin Bradshaw being one of them. He was the top car in e-production for the first few laps, and then Kurt Fritchie came in and knocked him off, but he's only up by 83 one-thousandths of a second over Bradshaw. So, and a lot of tight cars throughout this whole field, Josh, and a lot of that's because so many of them are spec cars.
Yeah, we really showcased how tight this field is at VIR last week. The top 12 were just on top of each other, and it was really great racing at VIR. And I really hope that showcases what we're going to bring to the runoffs. We're trying to shoot for 25 plus cars for that championship event too, to really be able to showcase that as well.
Yeah,
so,
I was going to say, Brian, it was actually very funny in watching, especially Saturday, where we had 12 racers. I had Rob Hines, who had just come off some Spec Miata wins, who finished on the podium in Spec Miata a couple years ago at Road Road America, and is also a former T3 national champion. But he was talking about how so many of the, we'll call them more seasoned racers in Spec Miata, they'll work to maybe not fight for the first couple laps, try to break away from the rest of the field. And what we saw, and I thought it was incredibly exciting, is a lot of these Spec MX-5 Challenge racers, literally from the drop of the green flag, were racing to every single corner and through every single corner. Really makes for exciting racing.
It was, and that's a testament to the SM guys. They've really figured out the racecraft to push for 3/4 of the race, try to get a gap, and then single one or two out and fight for the win. But you're right, the young and exuberant drivers that we have coming from karting, they were from the green flag. The moment we said go, it was on. It led for some exciting racing, and we really enjoyed it. But it was nerve-wracking to watch at times.
Yes, it was. I had Bethany Porter in the booth with us during that event, and yeah, she was a little shaken.
Yeah, the cars were surprisingly fast within that group we were categorized in, and I think just how it shuffled out, it was some good lap traffic, some good mixed class racing, but we were really excited to have our own run group at the runoffs to really showcase these cars.
I just want to thank you, Josh, because a lot of us here on the West Coast, we feel deprived. We feel kind of like the evil redheaded stepchild, because a lot of these national series don't come out here very often. They don't. And if they do, it's maybe for one race, and all of the West Coast drivers typically have to pull across the mountain to go and play. And listening to you talk about how your series works out, we have to do 4 and you have to get to best 7. I'm looking at your schedule here, and which people can find, by the way. It's specmx-5.com. That's specmx-5.com. And I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 races. Yep, 6 races west of the Rockies. At all of the tracks you'd love to go to, everything from Laguna Seca to Sonoma, and obviously Thunder Hill, and up here at PIR, which means those of us on the West Coast who want to get that invite to the national championship actually never have to go east to get the invite, which is fantastic.
And that's a real testament to how hard Justin worked to get this schedule to work for everybody as best we could. It's hard to please everybody all the time, but he did a fantastic job of trying to cater to everybody having an opportunity to come to the championship. So that's kudos to Justin for the help on that.
And with that, I would like to add, I love the fact that there are some East Coast guys who have come over, and I would encourage the West Coast drivers to go east as well for a couple of races, because when we do all of that and we support each other, it really is fantastic. And I understand there are budgets and the economy and all of that stuff, but the bigger the fields, the happier we all are, because none of us want to race with 2 or 3 cars.
And we're getting to the point that the growth in this class is able to facilitate some of that. We've got teams with cars for rent on both sides of the country that you don't necessarily have to drag your personal car across the country to be able to make an event. We've got teams in Atlanta that have cars for rent, and we've got teams in California that have cars for rent, just 2 off the top of my head. But we're approaching about 100 builds at this point, so it's become, the options are opening for people to join.
Right.
So.
And since it's a spec car. Getting in a car from either coast should be rather similar, and unless you're a person of ample girth like I am, you should be able to fit into all of these cars without much work. So that's just kind of a fantastic opportunity. So far, would you call this a success story for Mazda? Because you've been so Mazda, yeah, you, Josh, you've been so big of a supporter. Mazda has been such a big supporter of club racing for the last 20 plus years. I'm assuming this feels like a success for Mazda, right?
It has. It's had growing pains. We dealt through a little bit of a recession and COVID and other complications that nobody in the world could have predicted. But yes, we do see this as an success, and we're absolutely here to support this for the future growth, not just for Spec MX-5, but for grassroots in general. It just makes sense for us to be able to support the newer car, as we're growing and developing this series. Now, that's not to say that we will not continue to support any of the older
Sure.
generation of cars. It's like when you're a parent and you're asked what your favorite kid is, you don't answer that one. We love them all. So we're
I
absolutely
answer that.
still we're absolutely still going to continue to support Spec Miata as long as it exists, and we hope it has a good long life. But we also want to continue to grow and develop new paths moving forward.
All right, Brian, looks as though we've got the cleanup all finished and ready to go and start that 5-minute timer. We've got our drivers heading off of the pit lane right now. And again, as we take a look at our multiple classes here out on track, Kurt Fritschke in his E-Production Mazda RX-7, fastest of all with a 125.329 in GT Light. Scott Toomey with a 125.398, so not all that far off of Fritschke's overall best. Bill O'Kell in H Production at a 136.277 in Spec Miata. Jason Rollins, your fastest, at a 131.323, and in Spec MX-5 Challenge, as we've just been talking to
Oh, it sounds like I just lost Greg there.
030.
Oh, there he is. That was a little weird. You dropped out for just a half a second there, Greg, at least in my ear. Maybe you were fine on the stream. But everybody's jamming along now. The problem here for getting a new fast lap is that those cars have sat in the pit lane so long, Greg, that a lot of the heat in those tires is probably gone. And I don't know if they're going to be able to get that back up there so that they can improve on what they've already done.
No, indeed, and as you can see, as these drivers are making their way down the back straight right now, Brian, here we have quite a mix of our many different classes all together. So you may have some drivers, some cars and performance envelopes that don't quite match up around the course here. You may find some of the Spec MX-5 Challenge drivers, trying to get a draft off of an H Production MG Midget, or trying to outbrake them down into the chicane, down into the Shelton chicane here at Turn 1. So we'll see how things play out here. So a lot of things conspiring against these drivers to set fast laps here in these final 2 or so opportunities that they'll have.
Yeah, they're going to have to get it done in 2 laps real quick here. That's a challenge sitting on pit row after everything cooled off, as Brian said.
Josh, it's a testament to Mazda, by the way, and I hate to make it sound like I'm a Mazda fanboy because I'm actually a Honda guy, but we've got some RX-7s in here, and back in the day, you couldn't throw yourself 15 yards in an SCCA paddock without seeing a Mazda RX-7, and I have hearing problems today because of standing on corners before we decided that hearing protection was a thing, and listening to just buckets of RX-7s flying by in all the IT classes. And so in this race group, we've got the old school RX-7s mixed in with all of the different Miata variations. And that's pretty awesome to see.
Absolutely, there's a lot of those cars that were built as race cars. If the statistic still stands, I think it's still the most winning sports car in IMSA history as to how many Mazdas were raced, and specifically the RX-7 model in that era. You're correct.
Yeah, that was like the mainstay in what at the time was GTU, right?
Correct. That would have been the GTU cars, with the kind of iconic white and blue bottom paint schemes. And there was some other, like an MX-6 that was painted that scheme as well. That was a popular scheme in that era.
So very cool. I think Austin Bradshaw in his RX-7 has that white and blue scheme, doesn't he, or something similar?
Yeah, indeed, it is. That is the scheme that he has. Actually, very, very similar. All white with the one little line of blue down at the bottom.
Yeah, and it's funny because last weekend we had one of the Nissans that was painted in that iconic Bob Sharp red, white, and blue paint scheme from their days doing these the GT, the IMSA, and Trans Am cars, and so that was also really pretty awesome to see as well. So I love it when people in the club go out and do their old school throwback paint schemes, because it just brings back lots of memories of my youth.
Indeed, and Brian, as you were just talking about Austin Bradshaw, he has just now gone purple, sets the fastest lap of the session, and therefore, of course, fastest in E-production with a 1:24.508. Pardon me, that his best time. Well, that's not correct. I'm looking at. I'm trying to figure out how a fast time of 1:24.508. Well, I know. Okay, so 1:24.508 versus, now I know, because 1:24.508 is much faster than a 1:25.3. Yeah, there you go. So Kurt Fritschke, who had been our previous fast driver, I apparently not only can I not do simple math in my head, I can't actually read numbers on a screen either.
I thought I was the one with the numbers dyslexia out of this team. We're in trouble.
Yeah, I think we're both in trouble. And you just now got your new glasses, so you're in good shape.
Yes.
As Kurt Fritschke now in the 40 machine, second fastest at 1:25.329. Scott Toomey, our GT light provisional pole sitter, third fastest in the session at the 1:25.398.
All right, well, we should be coming close to the end of this right now because of the way this worked out with having to restart everything. Our clocks are non-existent at the moment, so
yeah, we're kind of guessing as to when the checkered flag is going to be displayed here, because all of our times in scoring stopped at that 20-minute mark.
Yeah, exactly. So, but nonetheless, we still got people crossing the line, and it does look like there's still some people driving hard here. Looking at our scoring pylon, you can see the different colors there. The Spec Miata's car numbers are in red, and then we'll see them flipped. Spec MX-5 is in white. So when you see the overall pylon, you'll look for those colors to find the drivers. You also see there that Ian Davies, or now we'll look at this one, Austin Bradshaw's name is in purple. That's because that is his he has the fast time in that group. So that's when we say, Austin Bradshaw's gone purple. Part of it is to sound like Crofty on the Formula One broadcasts, but more importantly, that's because we have actually color designations that make it a little easier for all of us to figure out who's doing what.
All right, so Brian, checkered flag is out on the session. Last flying laps here will count, and we've had a couple of drivers come across and take that checkered flag. Let's take a look here. As we mentioned, Bradshaw is still currently sitting atop the leaderboard, and we'll try and track as our other drivers on course. It appears as though a number of our Spec Miata drivers decided to call things off prior to completing that last final lap. I think we just saw the E-Production Boxster roll down the pit lane, and as we're tracking these drivers coming along the back straight, we'll notice they're a little bit off the pace there, having completed their last flying laps. That's coming out of turn 7 and then through turn 8 onto the back straight here at Portland. All these drivers having completed. So let's go and run down what we've got here. Again, Austin Bradshaw, he is your provisional pole sitter, and we'll have to see, because I think the plan is for the MX-5 Challenge racers to have a separate pace car, and they will start together. That is my understanding. Typically, the front group is based on whoever the fastest driver was in that other group. So we're going to have to see whether or not the MX-5 Challenge drivers start behind our production car field or in front of the production car field.
From what I heard in the drivers meeting in the day yesterday, I think we're going to be the second group. And I think that was based on they only have one pace car here, so I think they're gonna split us out from a timestamp, basically.
Gotcha. and then have him start behind. So again, Bradshaw and Fritschke were your fastest drivers in the production car classes. Then Scott Toomey in GT Light. And again, if we break things down here and do it by class, Bradshaw, Fritschke, Adam Achapole, your fastest 3 drivers in E production. Then in F production, Gary Small in his Volvo P1800, our sole driver in the class. In H production, Bill O'Kell, our sole driver in that class in his MG Midget. In GT Light, it's Scott Toomey, as I mentioned, 3rd fastest driver overall. Paul Bunbury, 2nd in GT Light. And then in Spec Miata, Nick Leveroni sits atop the leaderboard. He's out of Mendon, Massachusetts, with a qualifying time of 1:31.123. Jason Rollins and Tim Ferrick, pardon me, your top 3 with Amy Mills, Eric Weller rounding out the top 5. And then finally, in Spec MX-5 Challenge, John Davies, your provisional pole sitter. He's out of Hood River, Oregon, and he's got the rest of the Spec MX-5 Challenge field covered by 27/100ths of a second, a little over 2/10. Will Schrader and Wesley Molno rounding out the top 5.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
I was saying, let's take a break. When we come back, we're going to have our 3rd group of the day, Spec Racer Ford. They're always exciting as well. Actually, you know what? Let's not take a break.
All right, Brian. Yeah, let's not, because we've got our Spec Racer Ford drivers heading out now for their 20-minute qualifying session. But want to thank Josh for coming up and chatting with us, and hopefully we'll see him a little bit more this weekend. Josh Smith. And again, if our listeners want to and our viewers want to find out more about Spec MX-5 Challenge and maybe want to build a car, maybe want to come out and view some of the events, how do they find you?
One of 2 ways, either Spec MX-5 Challenge website, which is specmx5 or specmx-5.com, or always Mazda Motorsports or the 800 number. You can find vehicle technical specifications at both locations and kind of build cost and most of the frequently asked questions.
All right, there you go, everybody. That's Josh Smith from Mazda Motorsports here with the Spec MX-5 Challenge this week. Thanks so much for joining us, Josh. Really appreciate it.
Thank you both for having me.
All right, Brian, so let's get back to it. We've got our next group out on track, and that is Spec Racer Ford. And this is, I believe, Brian, one of our largest groups of the day. We've got 19 drivers that have registered, and we'll see how many take the green flag here when they come around completing the outlap. As we can see now, as the drivers are coming onto the back straight, and a lot of them here still trying to maybe jockey for position and get up to their preferred drafting partners. A lot of drivers still trying to get some heat in the tires as well.
Yeah, and you know, the temperatures are starting to go up just a tiny bit here. Trying to pull up I just had the weather up. There it is. We're now up to a it's supposed to be 93 degrees today. I just lost my current temperatures.
Brian, it's warm. It's up to 72 ambient.
Oh, 72.
There we go.
That was really weird. So yeah, it's you know, it's going to warm up fast, which means the tires come up to temperature quicker, and they'll be able to get the laps in really quick. And I know we're behind schedule now because of that long break that we had, but that was the tire wall that you really wanted to get fixed, Greg, because that is probably one of the most difficult locations coming off of a corner like that here where I've seen a tire wall. But I believe that front straight's also a drag strip, right? Is that, and that's the head of the drag strip.
That is right. This is a multi-purpose facility here, and the really neat thing about Portland International Raceway is it resides in Delta Park. It is a county-owned facility, and this track serves many purposes. As you mentioned, the front straight coming out of turn 12 there is where the box is, where the starting line is for the burnout box, and the starting line for the drag strip, which runs all the way down underneath the pedestrian bridge and to the start finish line here. We also have a golf course just off on the outside of turns 3 and 4. And it was interesting, a couple of years ago when I was here for the Super Tour, there was a 5K running race for charity which was running right by me. So always a lot of activities going on. And as a matter of fact, this weekend, a bit of a mashup. The Oregon region of the SCCA is holding an autocross, a solo event off in the North Paddock on the outside of the track facilities. We've got, you can see here, Brian, a machine that is off pace. That is the 09 entry of Cooper Becklin out of West Lynn, Oregon, as he is trying to resolve whatever issues he is having with that machine. He came out of turn 12 considerably off the pace, or maybe just trying to find a drafting partner for all we know.
Or some clear track.
That could be as well. It seemingly a large contingent of our drivers all bunched up into a very small area when the green flag came out, and you can see this group here coming out of as they were coming out of the Shelton chicane, what used to be known as the Festival Curve here at Portland. And it looks like certainly these drivers are trying to use that draft to their advantage, but we send them out on track initially based on when they registered for the event. So you may find drivers, may have been, 14th or 15th coming off the grid and their drafting partners second or third. All right, so let's take a look. We've got drivers coming across the straight now, completing their second flying lap, and I've got like 8 of them here coming down the front straight, Brian. As you can see, we're trying to pick up some times as they cross the start-finish line, which is about, if you take a look at the view that we have right now, you can see where there's a cutout in the fence line, driver's right, and then there is the starter stand just above it. So Caleb Schrader out of Tigard, Oregon, is currently your provisional pole sitter. He puts down a 123.595, 33 hundredths of a second up on Taylor Harris out of Portland. Then we've got Graham Wood from Colbert, Washington, third fastest. He is 7/10 of a second off of the provisional pole time. Calvin Harris, one of the many Harrises that we have out on track this weekend. We've got Calvin, we've got Todd, and I believe we have the third. Looking, no, only 2 Harrises this weekend. We've got Calvin and Todd, and I believe Todd is the son. The 42 and the 24 machine, they are currently running 4th and 5th, separated out. They're separated out by about 7/10 of a second each, and about Calvin's about 7/10 off the pole.
So the best news this weekend for Caleb Schrader is that John Black is not at this race. John Black and Caleb Schrader were basically just the class of the field last weekend at Thunder Hill. That's not to say that any of the other front runners here won't be able to give him the same kind of problems that he had last weekend. But Caleb Schrader was just not able to get by John Black for any length of time, and John Black won both races at Thunder Hill. Black does not appear to be here this weekend, and I'm sure there will be some other drivers who will try to do the same thing. But right now, Schrader has a 3/10 of a second advantage over everyone else, at least 3/10 of a second advantage over everyone else in this field. And he was so good last weekend, both in Spec Racer Ford and FE2, Greg. It was pretty remarkable to watch him.
Yeah, and so John Black was, I believe, the very first Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 national champion here in that blue and red number 17 machine. And yeah, that definitely opens things up quite a bit here for Caleb Schrader. And I got a chance to watch a little bit of that the Formula Enterprise race that he ran last weekend. And yeah, he was quite strong. And always, every time I come out to the West Coast, you find that Schrader has a lot of competition here on the West Coast in Spec Racer Ford, typically between John Black or Mike Miserandino, the Harrises who know this track so well, and good to see him standing out. Although the order is it's tightening up quite a bit. So Calvin Harris in that number 42 machine just throws down a 123.622. That puts him within 14 hundredths of Schrader's provisional pole time, as we're only now I guess 4 flying laps actually into the session. Real quick, Brian, let me make a call to the grid for our next group, if you don't mind. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4. That's Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under. Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4 drivers, please head to the grid. Super Touring drivers and T2, T3, and T4 drivers, please start heading to the grid.
Let's also take this opportunity to take our break for this qualifying session. We'll do that when we come back. Hopefully, we'll go green all the way to the finish. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live from Portland International Raceway. We'll be right back.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more.
And we're back at Portland International Raceway. Spec Racer Ford is our race that's going on right now. And if you want to get on a track but are not quite ready to dive into the wheel-to-wheel action you're seeing this weekend, check out Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, the one-day low-pressure fun with your street car events. We have more than 30 racetracks across the country. It's where you go. It's where you can go fast as you want, learn from several coaches, and leave with a big old smile. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more. Hey, Greg, you know what?
What, Brian?
So I visited TrackNightInAmerica.com.
Yes.
And there is a track night at this racetrack on the 21st of May, the 26th of May, the 30th of June, and the 18th of July.
And you know, I was actually kind of surprised when I came into the facility last night because for the last couple of years, again, I wasn't here at Portland for the Super Tour last year, but typically there is a track night in America here the Friday night before the Super Tour, and I guess they just weren't able to schedule that up this season, this year. But yeah, I mean, in just a couple of weeks, we've got two in very quick succession.
Yep.
And this is always every time we come out here, there are usually somewhere along the lines of 60 to 70 drivers right on track. And I think a lot of this is because the facility is so close to downtown Portland.
Yeah.
Delta Park is only a couple of minutes, and it's really a nice central location. It's so easy to get here,
right.
And it makes for a great race course. Hey, and I want to quickly thank Frank Rizzo, who of course mentioned the Harrises and Pro Drive in particular, that runs a driver's school here out of Portland, and that's why they know the track so well. This
Sure.
is definitely their home track, and also corrected me that it is Tigard, Oregon, not Tigard, Oregon. So thank you, Frank. Really appreciate that. Also, want to welcome Jesse Prather, multi-time national champion Jesse Prather, to the chat. Looks like Jesse might be after his run in the Spec Racer Ford at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Brian, maybe trying to get the skinny on some more Spec Racer Ford drivers.
Absolutely, absolutely. And also, Lee Urquhart talked about Jesse's JPM Motorsports YouTube channel. Don't do it this weekend. You should be watching the Super Tour this weekend.
Or don't do it now. You can do it tonight.
Yeah, do it tonight. But check out that channel. Some really great content there. So Greg, while we were at break, Cooper Becklin threw down a 123-136 and went purple for like 3 seconds, because then immediately Caleb Schrader came back at him with a 122.7. Well, actually, it was another 123 lap, and then he just threw down another fast lap here on lap number 7, a 122.7. So Cooper Becklin and Caleb Schrader, all three of both of them, and I would also say that Taylor Harris and Todd Harris, they're really going at it here, trying to get the top spot here for our qualifying session.
Yeah, and there you go, because early on I was talking about Todd and I was talking about Calvin. I did not see that Taylor was here, so there is the third. And right now they are running third, fourth, and fifth here in the qualifying order, and they are only separated out by a couple hundredths of a second apiece. As Taylor has run a 123.32, Todd a 123.36, and then Calvin at a 123.40. So talk about consistency across the family there. Wow.
Yeah, definitely. For a second there, Greg, I thought this would have been a race that I could have gotten my wife to go to, because at quick glance, I thought that Leonardo DiCaprio was racing Spec Racer Ford this weekend.
No.
It's actually Leonardo Del Castillo. Anyway, yeah, that would be the one thing that would get my wife to the racetrack if Leonardo DiCaprio were at races. Or McDreamy. That was the other thing. If Patrick Dempsey were racing, my wife would go, "Oh, I'll go with you this weekend." So.
Well,
anyway.
if you get tickets to a Formula One race, there's a good chance that you'll see Tom Cruise or possibly Brad Pitt as well, as they've got that movie together. Of course, it sounds like you probably have to go out to Silverstone to see that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So a lot of fast action here at the top of our field. Schrader, Becklin, then now Calvin Harris has become the best of the Harris clan. He has jumped up to third place on the grid at the moment, followed by Taylor Harris, Todd Harris. Then we've got Christian Gergias. Leonardo Del Castillo is 7th, Tom Bird 8th, Graham Wood 9th, Henry Tabor is in 10th. But with 4 minutes left to go here, Greg, that could all change here very, very quickly.
Indeed, it can. And as you can still see here, Brian, as we've got drivers coming out of turn 7 down at the lower portion of the course and onto the back straight through turn 8. A lot of drivers, not just in packs of 2, but we're still seeing a lot of groups where drivers are packed up in groups of 4 and sometimes 5, using the draft to their advantage to try and set fast laps here as qualifying is running down, as we're now just a touch under 5 minutes remaining in this 20-minute qualifying session, as we've got the 42 machine and the 22, Calvin Harris and Taylor Harris, working together. Neither one improved, however, that last time by. Todd Harris likewise did not improve. Todd about 40 car lengths back from the 42 and the 22 in the 24.
All right, we should do another call to grid here, because we want to keep this action going here. So let's do that real quick.
Sounds good, Brian. Let's do that. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 4. Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under. T2, T3, and T4 drivers, please head to the grid for race group number 4. STL and STU, Touring 2, 3, and 4, please head to the grid. And actually, Brian, as I look outside the window here, we've already got a pretty packed clan of drivers here getting ready to go out for that next qualifying session.
That's fantastic to hear. Fantastic to hear. Perfect weather, Chamber of Commerce weather this morning in Portland as we get our qualifying sessions out of the way. I'm hoping that all of the drivers and crew members have been hydrating for the week, because it is going to get toasty this afternoon into the 90s, both today and tomorrow. So a whole different dynamic than we've had really at any Super Tour this year. We have not had these 90-plus degree temperatures yet, but as we get into the summer and late spring and summer here, that is going to be a more likely possibility.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Brian, I was looking at the calendar, and I'm absolutely amazed at how far through the season we are already. That after we finish up at Portland, we only have 2 more Super Tour weekends, and that is going to be Watkins Glen and then the June sprints. And you never know what kind of weather you're going to get at the June sprint, to be perfectly honest.
It could be 90 degrees or it could snow.
And that's all within a span of 15 minutes. But the last couple of years that I've been up to Watkins Glen in early June, I mean, we're typically talking like low 70s and yeah, just absolutely glorious weather. But I'm amazed here that we're already into weekend number 8 of the Super Tour. That things have just flown by so quickly here for us in this new glorious format that we have. Bringing you all the action here on YouTube. So, and for those of you that are watching at home and maybe have a calendar to write things down, Watkins Glen International. It's going to be Friday, June 2nd through Sunday, June 4th, and then the June sprints, June 23rd. Friday, June 23rd through Sunday, the 25th. So definitely mark those down. Or if you go to the Sports Car Club of America YouTube channel, go ahead and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Smash. Morgan Burkhardt has told me that smash is not the operative term anymore.
Okay.
Demolish the thumbs up button. Yep. And go ahead and subscribe to the Sports Car Club of America's YouTube channel. Click on that notification bell, and that way you can find out every single time that we go live.
It's so uncomfortable when all us old people try to talk about the social media lingo. I mean, it really makes it feel like we're like, these guys don't know what you're talking about. But that's fun. Nonetheless, we do our best. Demolish the like button. I like that.
Yes, demolish it.
There you go. There you go. And I'm not supposed to let anything slap anymore. I'm having a long-term discussion with Brendan, our producer. Patton Oswald says old guys shouldn't say anything slaps, and Brendan disagrees with me. So, oh, there we go. We got a car off there.
Yeah, that's coming out of turn number 7. And Austin was telling you about how critical turn 7 is to this race course, because it really does bring you on to the back straight there. And
the checkered flag is out on this session, so flying laps that are happening right now will count. Caleb Schrader just 1 lap ago went purple again with a 1:22.7. Cooper Becklin tried to respond by having his fast lap of a 1:23.1. So if it stays as it stands now, your front row is going to be Caleb Schrader and Cooper Becklin. Greg, that's pretty a stout front row.
Yeah, indeed, and the many Harrises directly behind. With Calvin currently sitting 3rd fastest in the 42 machine. Taylor scheduled to start right beside in 4th if things do not change. And then Todd right back on the inside of row number 3 with Tom Burt. Let's see here if anybody can pull out a last lap flyer. As I'm taking a look here, and unfortunately I don't think we've got our sector 3 timing loop working, so all I really have to go by right now are sectors 1 and 2, and the only driver that I see that was on a flyer might have been Andre Pera, who set his fastest sector 1 time on this last lap, but I believe he has already crossed the stripe. And Brian, I believe now at this point all of our drivers still on course have taken the checkered flag, with the exception, I believe, of the driver that is coming now, the 2 drivers that are coming through turns 10 through 12. One of them is pitted in, and actually both of them have pitted in, so it looks like that's going to be it. So Schrader, your pole sitter, Cooper Becklin to the outside of him on row 1, Calvin Harris, Taylor Harris, Todd Harris, Tom Burt, Christian Gurgis in 7th, then Leonardo Del Castillo, Andre Pera, and Graham Wood, your top 10 in what turned out to be a 23 car field here for qualifying.
So, Greg, before we head to our short little break here, this is one of those situations, and it doesn't happen this often, where home track advantage certainly seems to be a big deal here. Our top 13 cars in this group of our 23 all hail from either Oregon or Washington. So I'm going to make the assumption here that all of those drivers have a lot of laps here at Portland, and it certainly has paid off here. So be interested to see how that happens and how the drivers who aren't from this area continue to grow and learn the track throughout the weekend and see if they can break into that top 10. So let's take our break. When we come back, we'll have our 4th group of the day. That's our Super Touring and Touring classes. And I'm looking forward to that, Greg. We'll do that when we come back.
Oh, I am as well. All right, so you are listening to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, live not from Virginia, but from Portland International Raceway, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back to Portland International Raceway for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Brian Bielanski here. Gregg Ginsberg's in the house as well, getting ready for our fourth group of the day. Yes,
our fourth group of the day. It's touring and super touring, heading out on track right now. And Brian, a very large contingent at this point. Still got about 10 cars, 10, 12 cars left to come onto the surface here for a 20-minute qualifying session.
And these are cars, Greg, that are most like what we drive off the showroom floor. Our super touring group and our touring cars, they are all production based. They started as a street car in, I believe, every single respect here.
Yes.
And they are modified to become safe for racing. And then depending on the class, Greg, there is other performance modifications allowed.
Correct.
To varying levels, but still pretty darn close to stock.
Yeah, with the touring classes, you're going to find that they're going to be using stock drivetrains and transmissions. In some cases, they are allowed different shocks, but not at all, and different spring packages, but very little difference and very little aero. And then the super touring classes, the drivers get a lot more leeway. They can make very large changes depending on whether it's super touring light or super touring under. Make some rather large changes to the suspension packages, in certainly different shock packages and spring packages. In the case of super touring under, they also have the ability in some cases to change pickup points for the suspension. But more importantly, in the super touring classes, the drivers have the ability to actually go to alternate drivetrains, both engines and transmissions, from what the cars came off the factory floor with, as long as they continue to use the same manufacturer's equipment. So for a Mazda, you could go to maybe a 2-liter instead of a 2.3-liter motor. The Hondas, of course, are certainly known for swapping in B-series or K-series motors of different displacements. And the super touring, they typically set the minimum racing weight based on displacement, as opposed to each one of the touring cars, regardless of whether they are Touring 2, Touring 3, or Touring 4, where there is a specific spec line for each chassis and a specific weight that they can run under.
Yes, that is correct. And I also want to make a mention, Greg, that especially this camera here, and it was, I love the fact that this weekend, because of the way the track is configured, that we can get our cameras so close to the racetrack. And during the last race, it sounded almost like we were at Indy with the speed cameras and the zoom, 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 zoom. It was so cool. That's me being a 12-year-old again, but thank you.
That's the SCCA version of the Gopher Cam. Is that what?
Exactly. But we've got so many of those here this weekend that are just like this one here, where we can get those awesome sounds, and we may have to do our own version of Crank It Up, right?
That's right. Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah, and I'm sure everybody watching at home would just die for that, because it means that Brian and Greg are silent for like 30 seconds.
I'm not going to comment on that.
I have not seen anything like that in the chat, but now I guarantee you.
You've opened the door now. Thanks, Greg.
Mute yourselves. Exactly. All right. So as we now have cars setting their first flying laps here, Brian, Gamel Aguilar Gomez in his M240IR out of Renton, Washington, and we saw Gama at Road Atlanta. And a matter of fact, Scotty B. White, I think, was out there with him, and he is now your provisional pole sitter. He is running in Touring 2. He's got a 123.57 in the book. Second fastest at the moment is Mark Hoover in the number 98 Hoover Speed Mazda MX-5, and I think this is a new chassis for Mark for years. And I'll have to take. It may be a new chassis, but it's like an NA Miata. Or possibly an NB Miata that Mark for years had been moving his Miata. He had originally with the Mazda Speed turbo package, and it had originally been, I think, in Touring 1 and then in Touring 2, and now he's found a place in Super Touring for that machine. He's out of Shingle Springs, California. He's got a 126.1 in the books. Lance Stout, currently our fastest Touring 3 machine in a Nissan 350Z. He's out of Corvallis, Oregon, with a 126.419. Rylan Hazelton, who I had a chance to speak with last night, was nursing, I won't say nursing the motor, it's his very first time running here in Portland, and they're trying to make sure that that the motor in this Honda S2000 makes it through the weekend. He's especially since his wife and daughter have flown up to watch him race here, and he's got a 126.589 currently. He's your second fastest STU driver, and a neat story that Rylan was actually one of the founders and administrators of S2KI, which was the original enthusiast website for the Honda S2000. Stood it up back in 1999. I think it's still running to this day. I think they sold it off a number of years ago, but he continues to invest his time with Honda 2000. That's what he's out on track with. In STL, currently our fastest driver, Tom Van Veen, in his Honda Civic hatchback. He's out of Bellingham, Washington. He's got a 127.450. And there you go. I was looking in Spec Miata.
Yep.
Brian, for Mark Cefalo. From Planet Miata, Sawyersville, Pennsylvania's own, and he's actually running the Touring 4 machine this weekend, and he is currently your fastest Touring 4 driver on track with a 127.626 with just a couple flying laps in the books.
Definitely one of the cars there that you would expect to get this together quickly. Fastest. One of the fastest monster drivers in the country on a regular basis, and here's where you're going to see some of that we talked about during the Spec Miata Spec MX-5 race earlier. We've got these double dippers. These are guys who like to drive in more than one race group. You're seeing Ryan Teal there doing that as well. You're seeing trying to see if there's Wesley Molno is another driver here who was in that earlier group.
Well, and Molno was driving in Spec MX-5 Challenge, and you heard when we were talking to Josh Smith a little while ago how those cars can cross-pollinate into
Correct.
other classes like Super Touring Light, and that's where Wes is currently running the car in this run group.
So 123.5 your fast lap so far in this group, with Gamil Aguilar Gomez in that BMW M240IR from Renton, Washington. That's the T2. Second place and third place on the grid at the moment are STU cars, the Hoover Hazelton cars. And then you've got Lansing Stout in that Nissan 350Z in T3. Some adjustments made to the T3 class. I don't think we use the word balance of power, but essentially that's what it is. To give those Nissans, the 350s and the 370s, a little help this year. And it certainly looks like, from their standpoint, it's worked. I'm not quite sure if everyone else in the class will agree that it's worked.
And interestingly, because I mentioned Robbie Hines earlier, who has been campaigning 350Zs for a number of years in Touring 3. I think last year at the runoffs he actually ran a 370Z, but he had always been of the mind that the 350Z, which was down on power a little bit from the newer 370, but which carried a burden of additional weight over and above the 370Z, was the car that probably needed the most help in the class, and it turns out both chassis get a little help this year, and I know Rob's got that chassis back out on track as well. So I think looking at how these drivers are doing right now with 350Zs and with Stout's 350 and Chris Hart's 370 sitting at the top of the leaderboard in Touring 3, I'll bet you there might be some BMW drivers and possibly a Ford Mustang driver who think otherwise.
So I was just going to say, the camera we're looking at, that is called the Shelton Chicane. And that is named after an SCCA racer from back in the day. And They have the Andretti hairpin and the Ray Hall straight at other places, but we have the Shelton chicane here. And I'm looking up here. Do you know this story better than I do, Greg?
And the chicane was renamed 2 years ago for Monty Shelton, who was with the Oregon region of the SCCA. He raced at the original Rose Cup, which I believe was in 1961, if I remember correctly. And he was the winningest driver in Rose Cup history. The Rose Cup, I think, actually was here just a couple of weeks ago. So again, it was renamed actually just before the Super Tour came here about 2 years ago, back in 2001. We've got a local caution, speaking of the chicane, going into turn number 1, and I believe we had a driver, now they've lifted it. Interestingly enough, so we've got the chicane there, but they actually run layouts on this track without the Shelton chicane, and you can go straight. And rule in place for this weekend is if you blow the chicane or blow the entrance to the chicane, you have to bring your car to a complete stop before you can then continue on down to turn number 3. So that certainly impacts your ability to carry speed down into turn 3. But it also will make sure that you don't get clouded from somebody coming through the chicane as well. So I think that's what that local caution was there for.
Yeah, there's that, and also, and that's a typical rule for places that run a chicane like this. They do the same thing at Daytona for the 24-hour, and I think they did that also for the chicane they put in at Charlotte for the NASCAR road course racing there as well. So good rule, because I try to turn a fast lap doing it that way. So. I think, Greg, we need to do a call to grid and take a break here because we are well past the halfway point in this session.
Yeah, indeed, and we've got a few of our drivers up on grid, but let's do that. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, Formula X, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Race group 5, our big open wheel group, Formula Atlantic and Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, Formula X, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Please start heading to the grid. Your qualifying sessions next.
And
all right. I was going to say, with that, let's take a quick break. And when we come back, more qualifying action here from Portland International Raceway, where you're watching the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Welcome back to Portland International Raceway. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I want to thank our associate producers in the chat, Frank Rizzo, apparently has a ton of local knowledge. He's giving us stupid trivia, which I don't think is stupid at all, Greg.
It's not stupid at all.
Let's start with the chicane, and then I'll go back to my favorite piece of info he's given me. But he says the chicane was added during for kart when they were coming to Portland because there wasn't enough runoff in what is now turn 4. That used to be turn 1. And he's right. If you look at the exit of turn 1 or the driver's left of turn 1, there's not a whole lot before you hit a very, very, very hard wall.
No. Matter of fact, you're right there, and it's directly in front of you. There's no gravel trap, and and there's big catch fencing there. But you could end up on the on the 7th green, because right behind those trees is a golf course.
Got it. Well, we'll have to tee it up a little later, Greg.
Yes.
Which I would love to do today. It's the perfect weather for that. But 4 minutes left in this session, and it does look like that Gama Aguilar Gomez is right up there at the top of this leaderboard and is not being really challenged too much. The closest driver to him is not even in his class, Chris Hart T3. The closest other T2 driver, as I scroll down here, is... Oh, there are more T2 drivers. Oops.
Yeah, there's just a few here, and so if we take a look, so you've got Gomez, and he is your sole T2 driver. In Touring 3, Chris Hart in that 350Z, and now Simon Aslan, who we also saw on the East Coast, saw in I believe at Road Atlanta as well in his BMW 330i. He is just about 1/10 of a second off of Chris Hart's provisional pole time for the class there, and he is in the 330i, and then Lance Stout in the 350Z now falls back to 3rd fastest in class with a 126.419. Cephalo continues to rule T4 as he's got a 2.5 seconds now up on Colin Kohler, the Mazda MX-5, currently your provisional pole sitter in class, and we've got the 2 Scion FRSs, Kohler and de Guzman, within, again, Kohler at about a 1.5 seconds and de Guzman about 1.9 seconds. And here's an interesting thing for me, Brian, and because, and I don't know if this is junior or if this is senior, I assume it's junior, Oscar Jackson, who we saw for a couple of years running in B-Spec, now running in Touring 4 in a Mazda RX-8. Of course, the Jackson family known for years for their Honda tuning prowess, not just on the West Coast, but nationwide. And Oscar there sitting in the RX-8. He just now drops down to 5th fastest in class as Rick Delmar in the Toyota FRS or Scion FRS now moves up to 3rd fastest, pushing de Guzman and Jackson down a position. And Scotty B. White in that Ford Mustang, he's kind of lurking around 6th fastest right now.
Yeah, back in the day, if you were a Honda guy, you either got your stuff from Jackson Racing or from King Motorsports, and we were at King Motorsports, got a car off there at turn 11. We also had 2 cars come together in that area about a lap and a half ago. Both those cars went directly to pit lane, which I believe is driver's right here, right, Greg? Coming out of here.
That is correct. As a matter of fact, you'll see that machine now just probably coming down the pit lane. Indeed, comes down. The pit wall is just past as we're watching now. A couple more drivers come in their driver's right. The entrance to the pits about probably around another 50 feet past. As we've got, you can see here coming out of the Shelton chicane, we've got a driver off, and I believe that is a Mini Cooper from the looks of it. And so let's see who that may be. I think that might be Manvinder Singh in the 172 machine.
Sure.
That is off there. And so we've got a local caution coming out of the chicane.
I was going to say, with 30 seconds to go, that might be a reason to throw a checkered flag here and end this thing, so they can go out and get that car off the track as quick as possible so we can get to our next qualifying session. Would not be an atypical decision there. to get that moved away so we can get to our wings.
And funny you should mention that, Brian, because the first person to take the checkered flag, Simon Asselin, in his BMW 330i, and all cars to follow will come underneath that checkered flag, assuming they don't head into the pits first, as the number 10 machine, Colin Kohler, now takes the checkered flag as well. Asselin not improving on second fastest in Touring 3.
This camera angle is a perfect example of what I was saying. Coming out of this chicane, they're aiming right for that car. So
yes.
I would feel like there is a bit of a pucker factor there.
Well, you know, if you split those two safety cones right there, it's like a straight shot.
It is a straight shot, which is exactly what I'm worried about. All right, let's go through our top 3 in each class here as we get ready to take a short break for between classes here. In STL, you've got Tom Van Veen, Amy Mills, and David Palfinier. In STU, your top 3, Mark Hoover, Rylan Hazelton, Cameron Wagner. Now your top 3 in T2, actually your top 2, you've got Gamil Aguilar Gomez and Vincent Piemonte. I didn't see him in the rundown, but maybe I rolled through just too fast earlier.
In the GT, I saw him. He was up.
Okay, there you go. Chris Hart, Simon Aslan, and Lansing Stout, your top 3 in T3. And then T4, Mark Cephalo, Colin Kohler, and Rick Delamere. That's your top 3 in T4. So that's how they're going to stack up provisionally for our race. This race coming up this afternoon at approximately 2:25 Pacific time. So if you're specifically interested in that race, check back in with us just around 2:20, and we will get that thing underway. Let's take our break. When we come back, we'll have qualifying for Group 5. That's our wings and things. That's next on the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Portland International Raceway. Stay with us.
And welcome back to Portland International Raceway for the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski. And Brian, we have heading on track right now our 5th of 6 qualifying sessions. This is going to be our second open wheel group. We've got the big winged guys. We've got the Atlantics, the Continentals, Formula Enterprises 2, Formula X, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2 as well.
This, Greg, my favorite race group here that we have in the club. Not a big group this weekend, but we do have some fantastic cars here. The battles to keep an eye on are going to be the Chip Romer and Jim Davenport battle in P1, and then keep an eye on Yeatman, Schrader, and Burt in FE2, and also Matthew Romer in FE2. All those drivers can and normally do run up front, so be fun to watch that group as well.
Yeah, and you know, and I think pertinent to this group here, Brian, we've had a couple of changes in not so much changes, but some additions in Formula Continental as well as Formula Atlantic this weekend, or for this weekend. This will be the first weekend where drivers can now run the Mazda MZR motors. In the case of Formula Continental, it's in the USF 2000 Van Diemen chassis, and now in Formula Atlantic. And actually, I take this back. It's not the first event in Formula Atlantic, because I think we saw one of these come, I think, at Hallett, because the tech note was issued for this just after April 20th, and so I think we were at Hallett with it. That a new chassis, they're actually calling it the FMZR, which is basically the Formula Mazda with the MZR motor from Mazda, the 2-liter double overhead cam motor. And so both of those engines, or that engine in those different chassis and those classes, now legal, so bringing a little more variety to the systems. And I know at Hallett we had one of the FMZRs, I think Aspen Speed, if I remember correctly, was racing one there for Snyder Brothers Racing.
Yeah, that's definitely the case, and we actually have an old school Formula Atlantic, a Swift 014 with the Toyota motor. Those folks who may remember the old Formula Atlantic days, where that was the series that you would get to if you wanted to go to IndyCar, Toyota Atlantics. That is what you've got there, and that. Oh, there you go. There's a car missing the chicane. Now they're supposed to come to a complete stop. That is not exactly a complete stop.
I would call that actually looks very similar to my neighborhood in Charlotte, Brian, where you just have the rolling stop.
Yeah, we call that a Chicago stop where I come from, and that was a stop adjacent. Anyway, qualifying. That's an easy one to fix. But Formula 16 and a half minutes to go here, and here's a shock. Jim Davenport's at the top of your leaderboard at the moment.
Yeah, indeed, with the flying lap in the books, a 113.440. He is the fastest of our Prototype 1 drivers. Actually, it looks as though on track right now, Brian, only one more Prototype 1 driver. That is Johnny Green, who, as always, I think makes the furthest commute to Portland International Raceway. Is he's from Kamalea, Hawaii. So broke out the paddle boat, and actually you got the flat bottom on the prototype cars. Perhaps you just hang out the side. You need a little longer oar than normal, but you just row it on out here. But good to see Johnny as well.
Yeah,
pretty much a stalwart for our West Coast events.
Yeah, Johnny, I think his car is based out of Southern California, because he is with us regularly at Button Willow. So, but yeah, I'd like to put Hawaii on my entry list as my hometown as well. So, loving that. I think I just need to go visit him.
Well, and actually my mistake is Chip Romer now does go, so it's actually 3 Prototype 1 cars, as Chip Romer now goes to provisional pole with a 108.788. 59 thousandths of a second to the good over Jim Davenport. Of course, both of those drivers in Elan DPO2's Crean, who we've been talking about in a store. And in Formula Atlantic, we've got 2 drivers out on track currently. As you mentioned, there's Tony Oppheim in the old Swift 014, the Toyota-powered machine. He is currently your 5th fastest driver overall, with a 1:15.1 in the books. Our other Formula Atlantic driver, that's James Blackwell, out of Olalla, Washington, with a 1:46.854. Looks like he's still trying to get that machine up to pace. He's driving the number 1 car.
So, and I'm a fan of the provenance of our race cars. Those Elan DPO2s, those were the original IMSA prototype challenge cars.
Okay.
That's where they started their lives as, and now we've found a place to put them here in the SCCA in the prototype 1 class. So if you are a fan of the IMSA series, you will remember those definitely.
All right, and Brian, we do have 4 Formula Enterprise 2 drivers here this weekend, and 1 we've already seen on track, and that is Caleb Schrader out of Tigard, Oregon. Thank you, Mr. Rizzo. A 1:14.503. His fastest lap time so far. Tom Burt, who we saw in Spec Racer Ford just a little while ago in the number 45 machine out of Woodway, Washington, a 1:16.375. So a couple seconds there separating him. John Yateman out of Cave Creek, Arizona, and John for years ran Formula Mazda. And he has now moved over to the FE2 chassis, and Yateman has turned in a 1:16.783, so about 4/10 of a second off of Tom Burt's time. And then we've got Matt Romer out of Lake Havasu City, and he is sitting on right now a 1:17.047. And just as I say that, he turns in a 1:16.539. So moving to 3rd in class, leapfrogging Yateman.
Yeah, and much like we talked about last weekend, Caleb Schrader in the FE2 class, that's a spec class. So in theory, those cars are all pretty much identical. But he is almost 2 seconds faster than the 2nd place car in FE2. With a 1:14.5 over Tom Burt, who's got a 1:16.3. So Schrader was just so quick last weekend in this class, and it seems as though he has not lost a step this weekend as well.
All right, Brian, so tell you what, as we're just about coming up on halfway through this session, let's make a call to the grid, and we'll take a quick little break. You are watching the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Portland International Raceway. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6, GT1, 2, and 3, American Sedan, T1, and GTX. Please head to the grid. Race group number 6, GT1, 2, and 3, American Sedan, T1, and GTX. Please head to the grid. So let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with more action here from Portland International Raceway, where you're watching the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Welcome back to Portland International Raceway for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are here for our Wings and Things qualifying group going on right now. Chip Romer, Jim Davenport, your top cars in P1 at the moment. Your Formula Atlantic leader is Tony Opheim. Opheim? Oh, we'll go with Opheim. John McIntyre is your fast car in P2. And then you've got Caleb Schrader, Tom Burton, John Eatman, your top three in FE2. Hunter Tapman is your lead car in Formula Continental. So that's where they stand right now, Greg, with about 9 minutes left in the session.
Yeah, and so Brian, as we went to break, we were talking a little bit earlier about the Formula Atlantic edge of James Blackwell, and a bit off the pace compared to Tony Opheim in his Swift. Well, Blackwell just made his third stop down the pit lane, had the crew taking a look at that car, and just went back out on track. And you know, he is running in the 146s at the moment, and he is just now crossing the start-finish line. And you'll see him come up, if we take a look at start-finish, he's going to be coming up drivers left. There he is. That's the number one car, quite a bit off the pace here. His best lap so far in the 139 range, and that is almost 20 seconds off of the next fastest car's times. So you know, he's I think doing a good job staying out of the way of traffic here. But obviously that car a little bit under the weather currently.
Yeah, no question in that situation. But seeing these cars head through this section in particular, this turn section 7 section, you really can see as they're trying to hit their marks here. This turn 7 is critical to the long back straight here, especially coming out of turn 7 into turn 8. If you don't get this section of corners proper, it is just going to kill your time as you head down what is the longest straight on this racetrack. So watching them try to negotiate that is very interesting for a hot lap here at Portland.
All right, and we can see a number of drivers coming up back behind that number one machine. Should also note that John McIntyre, driver of the number 11 P2 Story, had his car on the pit lane here for quite some time. Looks like the crew might have been doing just a little bit more than checking tire pressures, but he did just rejoin the field, and he is... that number 11 machine is currently not only your P2 provisional pole sitter, he's your only P2 driver or P2 car here on course, as we've got another one of our prototype machines, and I think it is, judging by the metallic red on the nose, I think it's Chip Romer, our provisional pole sitter driver, the number 26 Elan, on the pit lane right now with the crew looking over getting some tire pressures and tire temps, it looks like.
Tony Opheim's figuring it out, just moved up to third place on the grid with a 111.262, so that is his fast lap of the day, going green for him. That bumps Johnny Green down to 4th overall. Now, I don't know if we've heard yet, last weekend they split these up into split starts for this group, and I don't know, there's not that many cars here this weekend, Greg, so they might not do that for this group.
Yeah, with only 11 cars on the on the docket here, I don't know if that is going to be the case. As it stands, you know, frankly, with the exception of Hunter Tapman's Continental and Blackwell's Atlantic, we have most of our other open wheel cars currently, not open wheel cars, but basically we've almost a self-split here, because the Formula Enterprises 2 drivers are currently 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th in the order. And again, just Tapman and Blackwell currently off of those times, so we'd have a natural split as it stands. I think, here, with the exception of those two machines. We'll have to see. Hey, Brian, real quick, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock with 5 minutes remaining here in this qualifying session. This is a second call to the grid for race group number 6, GT1, 2, and 3, American Sedan, Touring 1, and GTX. Please start heading to the grid. GT1, GT2, GT3 drivers, American Sedan, Touring 1, and GTX drivers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
I love the car sounds, Greg.
Yeah, they've got some of these motors just have a glorious sound, and for the between the motorcycle powered Elans that we have, I mean, I still absolutely love that Toyota motor in the back of Oppheim's car. And say what you want, it's not an MR2 motor. It's close, but yeah, really great, beautiful noises coming out of these cars. They bounce off the trees.
And if I remember
on the outside of the surface here
correctly, before there were Toyotas, it was a Cosworth powered Atlantic. I'd love to see one of those. That would be a blast. I don't even know if any of those Cosworth motors are still alive these days. That would be too expensive to put those together. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go. The folks we expect to see at the top at the moment are kind of there. Chip Romer, Jim Davenport in P1. And then you've got Caleb Schrader, Matthew Romer. That's Chip's son, right? Greg?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm sorry. Matthew Romer's Chip's son, right?
That is my understanding. Yes.
Very cool. Very cool. I can't imagine how much fun it is to run the same race with your dad or with your son. I think that'd be interesting. I think it's probably more fun for the father to run the same race with his son. I think sons typically don't care who they're racing against.
Well, I mean, certainly we saw this with the Harris clan in Spec Racer Ford earlier as well, and yeah, it's got to be neat, especially if you have father, son, or grandfather, and and grandson all up on the podium at the same time.
And considering it's Mother's Day weekend, I'll give a nice shout out to all the moms out there who are supporting their family, or those who might even be racing with us this weekend. I know we lost my mom this year, but she was the rock in the paddock for our race weekends, always making sure we had everything we need. And moms, a lot of us couldn't do what we do here without the moms who help us out, let us do what we do. So.
All right, the number 23 machine, that's Jim Davenport leaving the pits as his crew, again, also taking some tire temps, and he rejoins the fray. Davenport currently 33, almost 34 hundredths of a second off of Chip Romer's provisional pole time of 107.920.
It's obviously in these short sessions, and we don't have full-on professional pit crews here. It's not always, it's usually not possible to change tires in the middle of a session like this, but you can come in and adjust your tire pressures a little bit too. That's a really quick thing that your crew can do, and that is how we kind of adjust the handling on these cars in many respects.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, rather than making sway bar or track bar changes, to make some small adjustments by letting out a little tire pressure if need be, and maybe loosen up a car a little bit, or maybe get a little more front end bite into some of these corners. And looks like we've got another one of our prototype cars coming down the pit lane here, and trying to a little bit too far off in the distance for me to get the paint pattern there to determine who that might be. I think it's Johnny Crean, but I may be incorrect here.
Oh yeah, now I see it. Wow, you're better than I am. You know why?
Why?
I got these new glasses, Greg, and if I don't put them on, oh, there he is.
Hey, look at that.
They work better when you're wearing them.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Oh, Chip Romer, Jim Davenport, P1, P2 top cars at the moment. P2 top car, John McIntyre from down by Thunder Hill. He's actually the San Francisco region RE.
Oh, is he?
Yes, he is. So FE2, Caleb Schrader, Matthew Romer, Tom Burt. There's your top three there. And then Tom Opheim is your leader in FA. And then we've got the James Blackwell in that Edge Formula 1000, who is circulating really slowly this weekend. I'm sure he's going to try to get that car figured out and get into the fray before we get to our race this afternoon.
All right, and so we should see the checkered flag, and actually the checkered flag now being displayed from the starter stand here. And we'll see how many drivers choose to take it, as we've got the majority of the prototype field had already come down the pit lane and is head back to the paddock. Here we go. Just as I say that, we've got one of our prototype cars taking the checker, and that is, I believe, Chip Romer in the 26 machine. John Yateman in his Formula Enterprises 2 machine taking the flag. Chip Romer did not improve on that last lap, nor did John Yateman. Crossing the stripe now, the number 45 of Tom Burt in his Formula Enterprises 2. He also does not improve on this last lap. And crossing the stripe there now is the 56 machine. Actually, that is Matthew Romer. And Romer had a personal best in Sector 2, but I do not believe he improved. He put in a 1:15.5. So not able to best Caleb Schrader, and is going to finish up about 1.1, or probably 11 hundredths of a second off of Caleb Schrader's times. And Brian, we're moving awfully quick here because they've just given the 5-minute warning to our second group. So quickly here in Prototype 1, it's Romer and Davenport. In Formula Atlantic, it's Opheim and Blackwell. In Prototype 2, just a single driver, that's John McIntyre. In Formula Continental, Hunter Tapman, your sole driver, and then in FE2, as we said, Schrader and Romer, your top two.
All right, before we head to break, if this is the race you want to watch this afternoon, tune in around 3 o'clock Pacific time. That's about when we're going to get started with this Group 5 race. 3 o'clock Pacific is your time. We'd love to have you here for the whole afternoon, but I get it. You've got one driver you're looking after. Tune in around 3 o'clock this afternoon for that race. Let's take our very short break here between groups because we've already got the 5-minute warning for our last qualifying session of the day. When we come back, it's our GT cars, A sedans, Touring 1, and GTX. That's next on the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Portland International Raceway. We'll be right back.
And welcome back to Portland International Raceway and the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski. And Brian, heading out on track now is our very last qualifying session of the day. And we're going to be going racing after lunch here, but well, we might have to wait a little bit because we've got at least one driver who's had a bit of a challenge getting his car off the pit lane. We'll talk about that here in just a moment. But our last group here, our big bore cars, our ground pounders, our larger GT cars, as well as American sedan, the pony cars, and also our GTX class for homologated race cars and prototypes.
Looks like we've got 8 cars scheduled to be out, except for the one that may not have left the grid with us. And got a nice little group of GT2 cars, Colin Jackson, GT3 Nissan. I believe that Nissan 240SX was the one from last weekend, Greg, that I was talking about earlier, dressed up in the Bob Sharp Racing livery for the weekend. And I just love it when people do that. So we'll take a look at that. Scotty B. White, we talked to him last weekend. He said he was bringing the Dodge Viper back out there. He is running through our screen there. That is, if you want to, oh, there you go. I'd love to see get a place where he's by himself and hear that car go by the camera, because when you put a V10 out there at full song, nothing sounds better than that one, Greg.
No, definitely not. And so green flag is in the air now. You can see first car through, Colin Jackson in his GT3 Nissan. And Colin, I believe the last national championship he won was at Sonoma Raceway back in 2018. The car that had some trouble getting off the pit lane, Brian, and I'll be keeping a look after him here as he's coming down to the final corner and going on to the front straight now. That's Ernie Spada driving a GT2 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. He's out of Lake Oswego, Oregon. They had to give him a push off the grid. It looked like he may have just stalled the car out, but was definitely having some issues getting the car up to speed once he took to the track. So we'll continue to take a watch after him and see how he progresses. As you mentioned, 8 cars now having completed their out laps and started their first flying laps. We had a slightly larger number than that that had registered for the event. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we'll see if we get a couple, maybe get a couple stragglers to the grid here.
Another tidbit of Frank Rizzo's what he calls stupid trivia. There's a geese problem at this racetrack apparently early in the year. Canadian geese like to winter there. I would think they'd winter a little further south, but nonetheless, and when they winter there, they, how shall I say this, leave behind some gifts.
Yes.
And those gifts tend to be slightly slick. You can kind of figure where I'm going with that. And it's the first few sessions of the year apparently are a bit of an adventure because of the gifts that the geese leave behind. So
yeah, and I think we've actually seen some of these geese in some of our shots over the course of the day. Now, I remember a couple years ago when I was calling some of these Super Tour races from over by Turn 4, the bleachers on the outside of Turn 4. I had I'd say a whole family, about 10 of them. Hanging out with me to
looking
call
at your
the
lunch.
races. Yeah, yes, or looking at me as lunch, one of the two. I think just trying to find the nearest pond or river.
And I would just be thinking dinner.
Yeah,
but hey, what do I know?
That's a possibility. And this morning coming in, there was a rather large contingent of the little fluffy things over by the outside of Turn 11, where they seem to congregate as well.
Sure. It's essentially, it's a park, right, or a park area.
Yes. Yeah,
just south of the airport there.
Yeah, it's a county park with a lot of grassland here, and you can see all the trees. It really is a beautiful facility here.
Yeah, this is. I mean, obviously, I've watched the kart races there way back in the day, but I didn't really. You don't really see a lot of these types
No.
of views when you watch that, and it just looks like a fantastic place to go watch a race. And look at them big bleachers there. That's if you're there, head up there to the top of those bleachers. You'll probably see a lot right
Oh
from
yeah,
there.
and for as far as a spectator facility, Brian, compared to some of the club tracks that we've been at recently, compared to a Thunder Hill or a Buttonwillow or a Hallett, I mean this course has been has so many great viewing areas.
Right.
There are bleachers along the front straight here. What we're looking at right now is of course coming out of the festival or the Shelton chicane, going down the front straight there. And we've got bleachers there. We've got bleachers over at turns 4 and 5, and there's a nice set of bleachers on the back straight as well, coming up towards turn 10. So again, great sight lines here as well. If you go over by down by like turns 4 and 5, you can see that whole bottom section of the race course. It's really quite beautiful around here, and it becomes very easy. You get up at the top of the bleachers, as we talked about. It is a bit flat here. So
It is.
as long as you don't have trees blocking your view, it's a great place to watch a race.
And coming up in July here, they've got the Rose Cup races, which are really a big deal.
Yeah.
Kind of the West Coast version of the June sprints. And if anybody's not doing anything in July and not getting ready for the runoffs and want to make the tow over, it is really an amazing event. 61st running of the Rose Cup races. Those are even older than you, I think, Greg.
Just a slight bit, Brian. Not by much, but just a slight bit. Also, and I have to track down the date, but I think Formula E has announced they're going to have a round of their championship, FIA Formula E, here in July. And director Zach mentioned that the Xfinity Series, the feeder series for NASCAR's top ranked series, is going to be here in June. So just next month. And yeah, Frank Rizzo mentioned that Formula E is coming to town, and I'm trying to get the date. I'm fairly certain it's in July. But unfortunately, the link that I had with information is not available at the available. So
I can get that up pretty fast here.
Oh, actually, I have it right here. June 24th.
Very cool.
Yeah, for the ABB Formula E FIA World Championship. And if you're here in the Portland area, I think just going by the poster, tickets start at $35. It's slightly less expensive if you want to come here this weekend and watch the races. But yeah, so lots of big events coming to Portland International Raceway in the coming months, much like Track Night in America.
Yeah. Just got word from race control that our schedule this afternoon, we're going to start about 5 minutes late. So our first race of the day is going to start at 12:30 as opposed to 12:25. That has to do with the long delay we had earlier in our qualifying sessions. That's not too bad, just 5 minutes.
Nope, just pushing things back just a couple of minutes, not big deal at all. And so that will be for our very first race of the day, which is going to be Formula V, Formula F, and Formula 600, although it looks as though it is going to be
just going to be Formula V, which I think is fantastic, by the way. Not that I don't like all of the other groups in that class, but when a group like Formula V, who's not used to having its own race, gets its own race, I think that's really kind of cool. So coming up on the halfway point here, Justin Dempsey is your overall leader in the GT1 car. Second place on the grid at the moment is Scotty B. White in the GT2 car, followed by Jim Valdez and Ernie Spada also in GT2 cars. Then you've got your first place car in GT3, Colin Jackson, your first place car in T1, Thad Berger, A sedan, Ed Zabinski, and then Ed Glass is your eighth car running at the moment, also in the GT2 Pontiac GTO. So let's take a call to grid, Greg, and then we'll take our break.
Well, actually, there are no more.
Oh, we don't have to call to grid, so let's just take our break.
Lunch. Sounds good.
We'll take a break. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Live from Portland International Raceway. We will be right back.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
We're back at Portland International Raceway. About 8 minutes left in qualifying for our first races of the weekend. This is round 15 and 16 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Round 15 is today, round 16 tomorrow. And like you said earlier, Greg, it's hard to believe that we're on our third to last weekend of the Super Tour here at Portland.
Yeah, it is just flown by so quickly here, Brian. We have a number of drivers who have now gone back to the pits and have called it a session. I believe that Colin Jackson has returned to the pit lane, as well as Ed Zabinski as well in his American sedan car. But we've got a new person to join us, and that is Bud Reichert, out of Seattle, Washington, driving a GT3 Mazda RX-7 just mere seconds ago. And there you go. You see him coming out of the chicane right now. He comes out to turn his very first flying lap, so we've seen a number of other drivers bring their cars back to the pit lane. I think Justin Dempsey now has decided to call it a session. We said Colin Jackson, Ed Zabinski as well. Ed Gless, and this car is not something you see all that often in anything other than American sedan.
Right.
It was one of the later Pontiac GTOs that Ed Gless is running that in GT2, and unfortunately he only turned a single lap, and I think that was his out lap actually, and
Sure.
And did not get any further than that, so we'll see how that plays out. We've got a car coming down the pit lane now, and I believe that may be, no, it's not the RX-7, it's the RX-7 now coming through turns 11, and actually that's not the RX-7, there is the RX-7, the second car through, coming through turns 11 and 12. I'll try and get the number on the car that just came down the pit lane. I think that may be, it may be Ernie Spada, but I'll try and get some information on that if I can.
Yeah, and several of those cars that have pulled in behind the pit wall, they're the only cars in their class. So
Right.
they went in, they put down a lap time, they got a couple laps on to make sure they knew which way when to turn right, when to turn left. A lot of those drivers also from this area, so they've got some time here at Portland. So
Right.
no reason to burn up too much of your tires. if that's the situation that you're in. So, and that's kind of how we're sitting here with 5 minutes to go. I want to let folks know for this weekend, if you want to watch just this race, tune in this afternoon right around 3:45 Pacific time. That's when this race is supposed to hit the track. So, it'd be great to have you here for the whole day, but I know some of you are here just to root on your favorite driver in this particular class. So do that. 3:45 is when this one is planning to roll off the grid. And we'll get that thing started. Also reminding folks that we're going to start a little bit late, 5 minutes for our first race after lunch. And that should happen right around 12:30 Pacific time. So
exactly. And so only 2 drivers, Brian, still remaining on course. Tad Berger in his Touring 1 Porsche GT4 Club Sport machine, and the number 28 machine, the Mazda RX-7, the GT3 machine of Bud Reichert. And so so the Club Sport car of Berger, that is our sole Touring 1 car. Bud Reichert, though, does have a bogey, and that is Colin Jackson's Nissan. Jackson with a 122.022 is a fast time, and Reichert with a 125.665 at the moment. So so still sitting just about 3 seconds.
3.5, 3.5 seconds is the delta between Reichert and Jackson. So we will watch that and see. He's got say probably 2 more laps he can get in here before the checkered flag flies. And there's some whether this was planned or not a bad idea to do what he's doing. He's got basically clear, flat out qualifying, no one in front of him, no one behind him laps here. And he can just lay down a good one, hopefully, and see if he can get up there, at least be close to his GT3 competitor there in the 53 car.
And he's coming out of the final corner right now, coming out of turn 12 onto the front straight. And as you see there, let's track him as he comes down the straight here, comes up to the start-finish stand. Now, the timing loop here, Brian, is actually not right at the start-finish stand. It's directly in front of me.
Okay.
I'd say about 75 feet down and past the start-finish line. And so Reichert that last time by does not improve, but heading back out on track, Ed Glass in his black GT2 Pontiac GTO. You can see him now coming down into the Shelton chicane, and so trying to get at least 1 flying lap in the books here.
Yeah, Reichert did improve about 0.3 of a second, not enough to leapfrog Thad Berger so that he would be next to, or I guess in this, he would be next to Colin Jackson. So as it stands now, he will start right behind the GT3 car of Colin Jackson. But he's got 1 more lap here. He's going to get in, he'll get in 2 laps, Greg.
2 more laps, probably.
If he chooses to do so. So we'll keep an eye. He now has almost exactly 2 seconds to make up on the GT3 car, which is the leader in that class here, Colin Jackson. And we'll watch him as he coming right now through 10 and 11. He should come into our view any moment here to come onto the front straight here. He'll get 1 more lap in here. He'd actually get 2 more laps in, Greg.
Yeah, but it looks like he's going to forego that, Brian, and come down the pit lane. Both Tad Berger in his Touring 1 Porsche Club Sport comes down the pit lane, as does the RX-7 GT3 of Bud Reichert. And so that's going to leave 1 driver on track here coming out of the final corner and onto the front straight to complete his out lap. So Ed Glass now in the number 43 machine. He is with 1 minute left to go on the clock, going to get 1 flying lap in here. This is his entire opportunity. And so in GT2 we do have both we've got 3 drivers that have times in already. We've got Scotty B. White in his Dodge Viper, who is your provisional pole sitter at a 117.902. That is definitely the bogey time that Glass is aiming for. Then we've got Jim Valdez in his BMW E46 at a 119.9. So just about 2 full seconds off of Scotty B. White's times. And then Eric Spada in his 911 GT3 Cup car which is a GT2 car, with a 120.123, so running about 2 seconds off of Scotty B's times. So we'll just follow this one single car around as he is on his very last flying lap. Here he comes down the back straight here, which is quite is tree covered for quite a bit of it, and into the final corners through the little chicane at 10 and into 11 and 12 onto the front straight. And Brian, looks like he's going to call off that flying lap. And so Ed Gless brings the GTO down the pit lane. So he is going to, appears to be as though he is going to start tailing Charlie here in this 9-car field when they go racing. Again, originally scheduled for 3:45, likely closer to 3:50 p.m. But our very last sprint race of the afternoon, all the races this afternoon, 25 minutes timed.
Well, there we go. It is time for us to step away. We'll be back in about an hour, Greg, and we will get our action going here at 12:30. It's not even an hour, it's 45 minutes. 12:30 Pacific time will be our first race of the afternoon. And when we come back, we will get that going. And that will be our Formula V cars. And that should be a ton of fun, Greg.
Yeah, absolutely, Brian. I can't wait. So join us then. You're watching the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Portland International Raceway. We'll see you when we get back from lunch in a little less than an hour.
down, they actually had to keep the homeless out of there because they were all sleeping in the yeah, they were all sleeping in that building. Yeah. They were Welcome to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, where we bring together top SCCA road racers from around the country to compete in the premier amateur road racing series. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest racetracks in North America, showcasing our 27 car classes and packing a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. And you can now watch the live stream coverage of Super Tour events on site or from the comfort of your home. Find those details and more at scca.com/live. We are live, by the way, at Portland International Raceway. Our first race of round number 15, I think.
Yeah, something like that. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yes,
Yeah.
15.
Round number 15, race weekend number 7. And I am Brian Bielanski. That other voice you heard, he is my main man, Gregg Ginsberg.
Hi, everybody.
And it is time, Greg. It is time.
It is time. All right, so we've got our Formula Vs out on track now, Brian, behind our Acura pace car for their pace lap here for what is going to be a 25-minute timed race. We had 8 drivers set times in qualifying. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 8th today, driving the number 44 machine, an RD Merc Formula V, it's Aaron Robbins. Chris Ponson will start 7th in his Caracol. That is the number 32 machine. Andrew Maudsley will drive the 187 Hayes McIan Formula V. And then we've got Derek Monick. He's going to start 5th, driving the appropriately numbered number 5 Protoform P2 with Tony Baldassar out of Maple Ridge, British Columbia. He is going to start 4th, driving his Tsunami. Robert Posner is going to start 3rd today. He's driving the number 4 Protoform, and our front row. From Portland, Oregon, driving the number 24 Caracal, it's Marjorie Lumberg with Quinn Posner driving his Protoform P3. He is going to start on the inside of row number 1. He's your pole sitter today with a qualifying time of 133.103. There we go, Brian. That is your 8-car field in Formula V.
That's right, as they come onto the main straight here in just a second to get this racing underway for the afternoon. 82 degrees, beautiful sunny skies, as good as it gets for a race, folks. It may even be a little too hot to race, or at least hotter than they'd like, but here we go on the main straight.
All right, Brian, as the starter looks over the field, green flag is in the air, and we have a start here as our Formula V field. Still 2 by 2 as they're heading down into the Shelton Chicane for the very first time. Driver starting in 6th position, Andrew Maudsley's made a quick look to the outside, and I think there he is now all the way at the inside of the chicane, going in that blue and yellow machine. He's going to drop back a couple positions. Looks like he is going to lose 7th position to Chris Ponson with Aaron Robbins directly behind. And as they come down into turn number 4 for the very first time, Quinn Posner is your leader with Marjorie Lundberg running in 2nd. Tony Baldassar is currently running 4th, back behind Robert Posner as the field now starting to get all straightened out here as they come up that little rise that I told you about out of turn 5 into turn 6.
And as is normally the case in Formula V, the fast way is in a straight line with the draft, and that's what they're trying to get into as quickly as possible. A little 3-car pack and then another 3-car pack. That's how they race these cars. It's a momentum car and a drafting car, and that is the best you can hope for. And here
as they come down, and Brian already now side by side, for the moment there coming into turns 10 and 11 as we saw Quinn Posner, Marjorie Lundberg battling it out for the lead as they get back in line, though, coming through turns 11 and onto the front straight, turn 12. Here now as they make the run. It is a 3-car breakaway at the front as they cross the start-finish line for the very first time. Marjorie Lundberg is your leader in the white number 24. And we have Quinn Posner and Robert Posner currently running second and third. And then I'd say probably around 15 car lengths back. We've got Maudsley and we've got Baldassar. They are sitting fourth and fifth. With Monique Ponson and Robbins quite a bit further back from there, and it looks like that machine of Robbins, the blue and yellow number 44 machine, falling back quite a bit off the pace.
Working our way through our second race lap here. Quinn Posner, Robin Posner, father-son team. Quinn Posner took both races last weekend at Thunderhill. Trying to make it 3 in a row here, but Marjorie Lundberg is doing her best to say, you know what, I'm going to make you work for it if it's going to happen. And, of course, she would like to make sure that doesn't happen. She'd like to be able to take the home race win for herself here. But there's 22 minutes of racing action still to come here. Nothing settled early. But the action is, as we typically see with these Formula Vs, you've got a group of cars drafting up front. They will work together. Look, Greg, how quickly they've been able to pull away from the 4th, 5th, and even the 6th place car.
Yeah, we've really seen our top three as they come out of turn 12 onto the front straight now open up almost a 20 car length advantage here over our third, fourth, or pardon me, our 4th, 5th, and 6th place machines. And then even further back as we see them now coming across the line, heading down to the Shelton Chicane. Here to start lap number 2, Quinn Posner looking to the inside, and he works his way past Marjorie Lundberg. And I think, Brian, that is a move that we're going to see here, I think, with relative certainty almost this entire race, as these drivers at the front of the pack, especially as they've already opened up that good advantage over our next drivers, they don't want to necessarily give up that gap by going side by side into corners. So they're going to just kind of let those passes go uncontested, especially early on in this race, so that all the drivers at the front can keep up their momentum, which of course with these machines, which are only looking at about 65 brake horsepower on them, momentum probably more so than any other class in the Sports Car Club of America is really key.
Yes, no question. And I'm thinking we might get 13 laps in here in this 25-minute race. And that pass that you saw, I think we might see 13 times here over the course of this race weekend. And they're doing what they do up front, thinking about making the pass and ducking back in to keep the draft going. That's going to allow Robert Posner to stay in touch with the lead duo here if they keep doing that. That little puff you saw there, that's very typical for your Formula Vs. They like to do that.
Yeah, I was going to say, anytime on the overrun as they go to an upshift or a downshift, you're usually going to see that little puff of smoke from these air-cooled Volkswagen Beetle motors. Brian, as we're now side by side once again, Marjorie Lundberg to driver's left, and then Quinn Posner in the black and red, number 24, to driver's right, who had inside position going into the Shelton Chicane, and this time by no change in position. But I think that also shows us, Brian, especially if you don't stick the nose cone right to the gearbox, as we see Lundberg doing so right now through turns 4 and 5, and then up the hill into turn 6. You don't really have much of an opportunity to use that draft and get by. As Lundberg poked out that last time by, Posner actually opened up a larger advantage going down into the Shelton Chicane. And so, that may be a harbinger of things to come, and Lundberg's really going to need to use that draft in order to stay in this fight.
Well, and it's in her best interest then to help Robert Posner stay close, because that will help her keep the draft together and make it just a little bit easier for her to stay, or whoever's in second place, to stay on the rear tailpipe of the car in front of them. Those three cars will definitely work better together than they would if they were separate. So, and Robert Posner's right there, just watching it all happen, and he's probably trying to work up his own level of strategery here. to decide whether or not he is going to be in a position as we get later into this race to become part of the discussion for the lead. But here you go, Greg. Another attempted pass, and look at who's ducking out as well. Robert Posner, thinking about things as well.
And, hey, and Brian, I got it completely wrong here. Let me go and correct myself as we've got our driver's side going down into to turn 4 now. It is indeed Marjorie Lundberg in the black and red number 24. Right. The white machine that is currently leading, white with the red down the side, that is the number 9 of Quinn Posner. So I just wanted to get that cleared up. I know what I may have said a little earlier was perhaps a little misleading. And of course, that black number 4 machine directly behind those drivers, that is Robert Posner. Now we've got in our second pack, it is Andrew Maudsley in the 187 car with Tony Baldassar running 5th in the 111 machine. Those two drivers swapped positions going down into the Shelton chicane. But Brian, a moment ago you were talking how it would really be critical for Marjorie Lundberg to have Robert Posner stay in the draft, and we can see that he's sitting there about 3 car lengths back from our leaders. Has not really been able to close things down under the draft, but he also hasn't lost a lot of ground either. He's probably just sitting right at about the tail end of that draft where it's maybe the weakest, and it's pulling along just as much, but I'm sure it would help if he was able to work his way up just a little bit further here as our drivers are coming down the front straight. They complete lap number 5, and as I say that, Robert Posner in that black number 4, he's probably as far back as he has been all race going down into the chicane, although he straightened things up quite a bit there, Brian, and maybe closed up about a half a car length on Marjorie Lundberg and Quinn Posner just on the entrance to the Shelton chicane.
Right, and there's a couple of thought processes here, Greg. It's possible that the dad knows he's probably not fast enough to get around his son, so by sticking around close enough, it's possible that he thinks maybe he can drag Marjorie Lundberg down towards, back towards him, which would allow his son to pull away a little bit. Or it may not be thinking about it that much at all, for all I know. Yeah, we've got Quinn Posner up front here, and but Marjorie Lundberg's doing a nice job of staying there, and she's certainly not making it easy for Quinn Posner. And even the tiniest of hiccups from that number 9 car, and Lundberg will just drive right by, and that is always a possibility as they come right at us here.
And here we go, Lundberg taking a little peek to the inside as they come into turns 11 and 12. Of course, turn 10, I'd like to call it a bit of a chicane coming through there. Although with these Formula Vs, I don't know how much of an adjustment you need to make on your steering input to get through that little section. You can almost straight line it. But now as they come across the stripe, complete lap number 6, it is Posner and then Lundberg, and they were locked nose to gearbox as they cross the start-finish line. But you'll notice once again, Robert Posner, again, falling back just a bit. I'd put it now at about 5, maybe 6 car lengths as they came into the Shelton chicane. Our second group of drivers with the 2 light blue cars. We've got the light blue 187, and then we've got the blue and yellow 111. Maudsley and Baldassar, they're coming into the Shelton chicane now, about 2 car lengths separating those 2 drivers. And you can see now as they go side by side coming out of the chicane, the 187 of Maudsley there gets around Tony Baldassar. So nice little change there in the battle just off the podium in 4th.
The other possibility of what's going on here is that Marjorie Lundberg was able to swap positions with Quinn Posner early on in the race. So she has a pretty good idea where she can make that happen now. Yep. And she's decided just to hang tight there in second place through the middle section of this race, maybe pull away from 3rd place so that no matter what happens on the final lap or 2, there's no worse than a second spot on the podium. And she's just waiting there for the right time, whatever she thinks that is, to get right after it.
All right, Brian, and they are now side by side coming across the start-finish line. We've got Marjorie Lundberg in the black and red 24 machine to driver's right. We've got Quinn Posner in the white number 9 machine to driver's left as they come down into the Shelton chicane. Aaron Robbins on the last lap had brought his number 44 machine down the pit lane. He is now taking it back to the paddock. So our driver who started in 8th position, his day is now done. As the battle for second now goes across the start-finish line, and it's the 187 of Maudsley once again holding off the 111 car. The gap about a quarter of a car length. They are still in very close proximity now, as we're going to see them come into that view over at turn 4 in just a few moments, or well, maybe we won't.
Yeah. Remember all that stuff I said about Marjorie waiting until the right time? Forget about all that. She's now our leader.
Yeah, she waited and pounced.
Exactly, and now she'll be at the point here for, I would guess, at least another lap and a half. But I have a feeling that Quinn Posner is not going to be happy in second place. So we're going to probably get some more position swapping here as we get towards the end of this race. Right now is a good time, Greg. We're at the halfway point. Let's call the grid and take our first break.
All right. Attention in the paddock, tension in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. That's B-Spec, E-Production, F-Production, H-Production, GT Light, Spec Miata, and Spec MX-5 Challenge. If you can please start heading to the grid. Race group number 2, small bore, E-Production, F-Production, H-Production, GT Light, B-Spec, Spec Miata, and Spec MX-5 Challenge. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. And so with that, let's take a quick break, Brian. I'm going to thank some of our partners and sponsors that are bringing you this weekend's coverage here of the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Portland International Raceway. We'll be right back.
Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
And we're back here at Portland International Raceway for the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Brian, I think you and I have determined it is round 15 of 20 here from Portland. And we've got our very first race of the afternoon in progress, and this is Formula V. And we are watching now the battle for the lead in Formula V. Currently, Quinn Posner, driver of that white number 9 machine with the red sides. He leads Marjorie Lundberg out of the final corner and onto the front straight. Robert Posner in the black number 4, about 10 car lengths back from there. But once again, Brian, our leaders fanning out going into the Shelton chicane. We're now watching, here they come out of the chicane, and we've got a real close battle for fourth as well. between Andrew Maudsley and Tony Baldassar that are within a couple of car lengths of one another. But let's continue on with this great fight here for the lead as we've got Marjorie Lundberg back in the lead as she retook that lead position coming into the Shelton chicane with Posner second. That second group with the 187 of Maudsley and Tony Baldassar coming across the start-finish line now, about 2 car lengths separating them as they go down into the chicane. But Brian, I mean, this is your typical, tight, Formula V racing where they use the draft to their advantage. As small and bullet-shaped as these Formula Vs look, and of course, there is some variety based on the manufacturer. They're still not the most aerodynamic of cars. They put a pretty big hole in the wind. And the draft is really paramount in these cars, and you'll be able to see here as they come out of the final corner how Quinn Posner is going to be able to draft right up to the back of Marjorie Lundberg and just slingshot by as they cross the start-finish line. They complete lap number 11, and there they are, side by side, going down into the chicane.
Yeah, they definitely look like they're having a good time out there, just going back and forth. And with 7.5 minutes to go, they can continue that kind of operation right up until the finish here, as long as they keep out front of Robert Posner and don't let him really get too much closer. They can just do their thing. And even with them swapping back and forth, Greg, it doesn't appear that Robert Posner really has much to be able to catch up with them, which you making that draft every lap that he would be able to might also be what's keeping him from falling back a whole lot.
All right, Brian. Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, it certainly helps every time those two cars step out. They go too wide, they go side by side to certainly help Robert Posner in. Now, we're going to jump over, and this is the battle for fourth right now, Brian. And at the start-finish line, they were side by side. Andrew Maudsley, and Tony Baldassar. And things have stretched out just a little bit as they went down into turn number 4. But great fight, not only in that battle for the lead here, but just off the podium as well. And I'll tell you, this is probably as far apart as I've seen these drivers over the course of the previous 12 laps.
I was saying, because the last time they were 0.012, and they are certainly, yes. It looks even like it's almost more than a second at this point in time, has gotten the difference between them, which means Maudsley was just a little bit faster and being held up by Baldassar, possibly. It's also possible that, Baldassar made a little bit of a mistake once that pass was made, lost his concentration when the car went by. Happened before. Don't ask how I know that, but it can't happen. and now he's got to put his head down and try to find a way to close that gap up.
Yeah, so Maudsley now, we see as they cross the start-finish line with maybe an 8-car length advantage over the blue and yellow 111 of Tony Baldassar, and a bit further back from there, Derek Monig, driver of the number 5 Protoform out of Whistler, crosses the stripe, and he's about, I'd say, probably about 15 car lengths back from this, actually more than 15, probably closer to 20 to 25 car lengths back from this duo. All right, so Brian, we've got 5 minutes remaining in this 25-minute timed race, and let's jump back to that fight for the lead, if we can. They're coming down the front straight now and across the start-finish line, and we'll see here as they come to us on the camera here, they are locked in nose to tail with Quinn Posner, your leader, Marjorie Lundberg, running a very close second as Posner had followed Lundberg out of the final corner, now has the point once again. And you'll see they're also coming up on some slower traffic. I believe that is Chris Ponson in the number 32 machine. There we go, just ahead of our leaders. But also now, big change. is that Quinn Posner, Marjorie Lundberg have, I think, effectively lost the number 4 machine. Is Robert Posner now almost 15, maybe 20 car lengths back from our lead
and they're
pair.
working their way through a slower car as well, and they seem to have made it through that car without any issues. And that's something that a little surprising to me that early in this race we're having that happen. But you know, we do have a couple of slower cars here out there, so that's kind of what the situation is.
All right, so we pick up here coming down the back straight and into now that little chicane at turn 10, going into the big double apex sweeper here at turns 11 and 12. Robert Posner, that black, the black number 4 machine, still not able to get by the 32. But our leaders coming onto the front straight. Let's see once again if they are in close enough formation that we may see them jump too wide. And here you go, as Marjorie Lundberg now starts to move out, a little more tentative this time, moving out, but she drops back in line. She is going to follow Quinn Posner into the chicane, and they'll make the run now down that little right-hand bend towards turn number 4.
Yeah, definitely. And now is when you really have to be strategic in your decision making. With 2.5 minutes left, you have a couple of different places where you might be able to make that pass. And as we've seen, if she can get around Quinn Posner, Posner can definitely get back around her. So it's really the choice of when to make this happen and then how to be able to defend all the way to the finish line. I suspect you might see it one more time here as they cross the start-finish line, Greg. If she can make the pass there, then she has to do all of that little racecraft that you need to do to make sure that Posner doesn't get around you to do the exact same thing next time by. And here she is making that move. I fear this might be a half a lap too soon, Greg.
It may very well be, because she is going to lead Posner now down into turns 11 and 12. We'll see here as they come into our view. Hopefully they come into our view. There they are. Hey, and poof, they appear. Now you'll also see, Brian, if you take a look at this shot down on the front straight, there is a local caution going into the chicane. That's for a car that has just gone around.
Spinner has just pulled away, so that's going to be good, except for the fact that it may play into a slower car situation as they come through. And Quinn Posner was able to get around Marjorie Lundberg again at the line. But as you said, though, Greg, the start-finish line is before the timing light. So it'll be interesting to see. We might not even know who the winner is when we get to the end of this race.
Well, we'll see, Brian, because they are directly in front of me. I'll be able to see you when they.
You've got eyes on the prize.
I do, and I also have eyes on our starter stand, who was waving the white flag. So we are on the last lap here for our Formula Vs at Portland International Raceway. It is Quinn Posner, your leader, with Marjorie Lundberg running second as they come into that all-important turn number 7 onto the back
Greg, let me ask
straight.
you the question. You saw them cross the line. Did Posner make that move into first place before the start stand? Okay, so that's what we have to watch out for. If that's the case, then if I were Marjorie Lundberg, I'd pull out right here, coming into our camera view one more time, try to get the pass done here. Different line from Quinn Posner trying to defend. This is going to be really interesting, Greg.
That's right. Quinn Posner leaves Marjorie Lundberg to go driver's right, and this time Lundberg not able to get by on the back straight going into 10 as they come out of the final corner. Brian, they are side by side, and as they come to the start-finish line, as they come down, let's take a look. It is going to be Quinn Posner by about a foot and a half at the line over Marjorie Lundberg. There you go. That is your top 2. Robert Posner now comes down the front straight. He is going to come home in 3rd. Finishing in 4th will be Andrew Maudsley on the 187 machine. Tony Baldassar, who fell back, about 4 laps ago, never able to make it up, and looks like he is going to come home in 4th position with Derek Monick finishing in 6th position, and then Chris Ponson finishing in 7th. And again, Aaron Robbins retired and will finish 10 laps down. So there you go. That is our first race of the day here from Portland
Greg,
International
what a
Raceway.
great piece of racecraft there by Quinn Posner. He had never shown that line for the previous 15 laps, never showed that to Marjorie Lundberg. So when he decided to stay left going into that last section of corners, it probably caught her off guard. Like, that's not what we're supposed to do here. And it took her plan away, which was going to be probably to go outside to try to make that move again.
Well, it didn't help that she had made that move on 3 previous occasions.
Exactly.
The race, Brian. So I'm sure that Posner figured it was coming, and he defended it very well. And maybe Lundberg was not prepared to try and make that same lunge from driver's right as she was from driver's left. So there you go. Quinn Posner holds off Marjorie Lundberg at the line. And, I show the difference here again as being 97 thousandths of a second, but our timing stripe is about 75 feet past the start-finish line. It was quite a bit closer than that, as I mentioned. It was maybe a foot and a half from nose to nose at the line. It was really very
All right,
close.
in a long time, Formula V driver Dave Robbins says, very nice game of chess, Quinn Posner. Nice race by those two. Absolutely correct there. All right, let's do this. We got to get a break in here, and then we'll take a pause before we get to our next day. That next race up is our B-Spec Miata. All right, we are back at Portland International Raceway, Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Race number 2 is on the way. Greg, you've got some starting lineups for us.
I certainly do. And for this group, Brian, we are going to have a split start. We're going to have our production cars and Spec Miata behind the pace car up front. And then trailing back just a little bit, we're going to have our 8-car Spec MX-5 Challenge field. Let's run them down first. Starting 8th in Spec MX-5 Challenge, it is Patrick Drinkwine. Starting in 7th. And by the way, Mr. Drinkwine driving the 111 car. Starting 7th, Michael Newmeyer. He is driving the number 72 Spec MX-5 Challenge machine, while Steve Borlick will start in 6th. He's driving the 15 car. Ryan Gutierrez will start 5th. He's in the 116, while Dave Tooker will start 4th. He's in the 25 car. Driving the number 70 machine is Wesley Molno. He starts 3rd. And then on the outside of the front row in Spec MX-5 Challenge, it's Will Schrader in the number 8, with John Davies, your pole sitter with a qualifying time of 128.03 in Spec MX-5. He's driving the number 67 machine. Let's move over to our small bore field, starting 18th in our sole B-Spec machine, driving the number 42 car. It's a Mini Cooper. It's Tom Tuttle. Starting 17th, driving the number 16 E-Production machine. It's Kayla Etherington. That is a Mazda Miata. She is starting 5th in class. Woodfield Gregg will start 16th in Spec Miata, driving the 171 car, with David Varco starting 15th. He's driving the number 98 Spec Miata. Austin Varco starting 14th in the number 2 Spec Miata. Then we've got Connor Thomas, also in Spec Miata, driving the number 125 machine, with Eric Weller starting 12th in that class, driving the 153. Then we've got Amy Mills. She's starting 11th overall. That'll be 4th in Spec Miata, driving the number 14 machine, and starting 10th in our small bore group, driving the number 1 H Production MG Midget. It's Bill O'Kell. Then starting 9th, driving the F Production Volvo P1800. It's Gary Small, with Tom Ferrick starting 8th in this group. He is starting 3rd, by the way, in Spec Miata. He's driving the number 26 machine. Starting 2nd in Spec Miata, 7th overall, driving the number 20 machine. It's Jason Rollins with Nick Leveroni from Mendon, Massachusetts, your pole sitter in Spec Miata. It's the 194 car. He starts 6th in this small bore group. Starting 5th, driving the number 19 E-Production Porsche Boxster. It's Albert Correa, while Adam Atchpole will start 4th in the group, 3rd in E-Production, driving another Porsche, this one a Porsche 944. Then we've got our reigning national champion in GT Light, Scott Toomey. He will start 3rd in the number 11 Toyota Tercel, and your front row in small bore, driving the number 40 E-Production Mazda RX-7. It's Kurt Fritschke, and your pole sitter in small bore, driving the number 41 E-Production Mazda RX-7. It's Austin Bradshaw.
All right, as we get ready to come on to the front row, I can tell you that Jason Rollins, he swept the Spec Miata races last weekend at Thunder Hill. Nick Leveroni, he was 2nd on Saturday, 3rd on Sunday. So those are the guys who were the tops of the top last weekend, and they are near the tops of the top again this weekend.
All right, here as the field now, you can see those 2 Mazda RX-7s right up at the front of the pack as our pace car is on the pit lane. And our field now turned over to Austin Bradshaw. Brian, so let's send it to you for the call.
And here they come down for a possible green flag, and we do have that green flag. Our car is now heading down towards that chicane. That is a ton of cars with the E-Production cars up front, and a bunch of Mazdas back. You got one car ducking out there to possibly make a move to the front. Not able to get it done going into the first chicane. Bradshaw and Fritchie are able to hold position as they get through the first part of this first lap.
All right, Brian, and as they head down into turn 4, we've got our Spec MX-5 Challenge drivers. They're coming into the final corner now. They'll be taking the start here in just a moment.
And exactly as you said, there is the Spec MX-5 Challenge Cups. They're going to get the green flag because, well, they have to. We've already started the race with the other group. They're going to fan out here pretty quickly, I assume, as they head down towards that group of chicane again. And 2x2, no fanning out yet. That's a little surprising to me, but we'll see what happens when they get there. Oh, that's a lot of cars trying to go through a tiny garden hose there. And now they've been able to straighten out to a kind of almost single file, at least mostly through the field there.
Yeah, and there might have been a little bit of contact there, Brian, between our 3rd and 4th place cars, Wesley Mono and Dave Tooker, as looks like we had a driver go off in our small bore field coming out of turn 10, going into turn 11, and we can see we've got somebody who has gone around there, coming over by turn, 10. We'll try and get the number on that machine here in just a moment. It's a little bit difficult to get car numbers from race control, Brian, as all of our corner stations are on a wired network, and that is the Porsche 944 of Adam Achapol, who started 4th in this in that small bore pack and 3rd in e-production as he's taking the agricultural route around turn 12.
Looking at our production field, which we had just seen come through, here they are, the gray, oh no, this is actually the MX-5 Cup Challenge cars as they come around to complete their first race lap here. Here is your production field, yeah. So the gray car, that is Fritchie. The white over blue car is Austin Bradshaw.
Yeah, and they were in very close proximity there, Brian. Here, as you can see, Austin Bradshaw, our pole sitter, dropping back in the second. Scott Toomey in his GT Light Toyota Tercel running a distant third, but those 3 drivers have really separated themselves out from the rest of the small bore field, which admittedly is made up of Spec Miatas, which when they qualified, the Spec Miatas were qualifying in the 131 range, whereas Bradshaw, Fritchke, and Toomey were running almost 5 seconds a lap faster. So not a big surprise there with the gap, but might want to pick up the MX-5 Challenge race here and see if they are as tightly packed as they were previously. They are coming out of the front, I believe they're coming onto the front straight now, and they've really, those drivers were running in they were running in the 128s, but all very closely aligned here. And a matter of fact, they're coming through, most of them are coming through turns 11 and into 12 right now.
Yep, and there they are. I believe this is
there they are, Brian. and you can see, much like I saw at Virginia International Raceway a couple weeks ago, all in very, very close proximity. We've got the 15 and the 25 machines. That's Steve Borlick and Dave Tooker. Borlick in the 15, Tooker in the 25, and they have been side by side now for the last, I don't know, 3/4 of a lap. They were starting to fall off a little bit back from I believe it was the 118, probably the 116 of Ryan Gutiel, but you can see they finally, I think, got their story straightened out and got in line going into the chicane, and so they're right back now behind that light blue 116 machine in the battle for 4th.
Well, I got to think that the folks at Mazda are happy with what they're seeing here, because this is just one heck of a pack, a group of racers here, all working their way through here as we are working lap number 3 here. And nice that we're able to split this group apart into their own pack as well, and give them at least the first half of this race without having any real challenges here from the front or the back. And you've got the first 3 cars and a little gap back to the second 3 cars. That's Schrader, Molno, and Davies, and then a slight gap back to Gutiel, Tooker, and Newmayer. So here they come again onto the front straightaway, and coming really wide, right up there, almost kissing that tire barrier as they roll down towards the start stand here. And then you've got the second place car. Looks like it's pulling out just a little bit, trying to make that move there. Now I think they're coming up. I believe that's some slower cars from the first pack. Is that right, Greg?
No, actually, that's a battle for second right now.
Oh, okay. All right.
Brian, they're in MX-5 Challenge as we've got Wesley Mono and John Davies, the 70 and the 67. Were side by side, and it looks like they've finally gotten that worked out. And I believe that is Davies, who might have just gotten back around Wesley Mono.
Yeah, the car I was looking at was Tom Cuttle in that B-Spec Mini, which they're going to come up on here not too long,
yes.
And they're now working their way past that car now. Hopefully, Tuttle can kind of stay out of the way and let this whole pack by real fast. And so they don't really have any factor in that particular race.
Well, they got to him in probably the best place that they could have, coming right out of turn 7. So he kind of knew that this whole line of them was coming. Yep. Brian, this is always a challenge in mixed class racing. Especially when you've got a class that relies so heavily on the draft and is usually so close, usually bumper to bumper, nose to tail, because as you're looking in your mirror, you may see one car or possibly two cars, and you probably want to stay on line, but you expect one car to go past you, and then you maybe move back over to try and catch the draft. Except you can't do that because there are another 7 of them behind them.
Yeah, that's exactly the case.
That you just can't see in the mirror. And so our B-Spec Mini Cooper driver doing a very good job there, Tom Tuttle, in letting this class go through. And again, he's the only driver in B-Spec currently, so it's not like he's got a fight with another car that he's trying to continue on with.
And you can tell these cars in these Spec MX-5 cars, they're starting to get a little racy because the ones that are trying to keep up in the back of the field there are starting to put a wheel off here and there. You see a little puff of dust on occasion. And they know that if they lose contact with the front of this field, it's going to cause some big, big problems for them.
Yeah, and so now they're coming up on the back right now. I believe that's Bill O'Kell in his H Production MG Midget. And as they came out of turn 7, you saw where our leader in MX-5 Challenge, Will Schrader, stayed over driver's left. Bill O'Kell, I think, was kind of stuck in no man's land over there, and all the cars following through had to try and figure out whether they should move to left or to right. And as we still see some of our drivers like Michael Newmeyer trying to navigate around that MG Midget, finally does it coming onto the back straight, but it really presents some challenges. O'Kell is out there running his race, and he has right to the racetrack as well, and those faster cars, they've got to find a safe way by. And they just now have. It just took about a half a lap to do it. As running wide.
That's a big off there on the right-hand side.
And I think that's Ryan Gutal in the 116 machine, who's running third.
Right.
That dropped off, and it looks like he has now lost the position to Dave Tooker.
Yes. So those folks made it around Bill O'Kell, and now also they've made their way past Kayla Effington, one of our other Spec Miata drivers. So that was a good move. She's running an E production, probably double dipping as well. Kayla also runs in Spec Miata as well.
All right, so.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I've been watching here in Spec Miata, and it has been a very tight fight here up at the front of the pack with Tom Ferrick and Nick Leveroni. Leveroni, who is your pole sitter in Spec Miata, now finds himself down in second position with Tim Ferrick, and I think now actually I'll take a look as they cross the stripe. I think Leveroni may have lost another position. This time to Ferrick. So we've got Rollins, then Ferrick, and then Leveroni falling back into third position in what has been a very close battle in Spec Miata. And I think we just saw there coming into our shot, Amy Mills with Connor Thomas, Eric Weller, and then our Volvo, the P1800, which you can't miss. There it is, that blue and yellow, much like the Swedish flag.
Yes.
The Volvo P1800, but again, absolutely, I love those cars.
Yeah, looks like Austin Varco has had some issues and is probably pulled into the pits. I saw him coming really slow out of turn 12 and kind of making that move like he was heading towards pit lane. Not exactly sure what is wrong with that special needs coffee sponsored car here in this race, but he is typically much closer up to the front of the Spec Miata field than he is today, so he's going in to check. Also, right at the front of our field, our E-Production battle is now within 0.3 of a second. Austin Bradshaw still running out front, but Kurt Fritchie's not letting him walk away with this race. He is 0.382 seconds back last time by. So still some stuff going on up there. And then Scott Toomey, no issues for him. He's the only GT Lights car in the field, but he is still circulating at third overall in this race.
All right, so Brian, this will be a very good time. Let me make a quick call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 drivers, that's race group number 2, please head to the grid now. All right, and so Brian, we might want to take a look at this. Coming down into the Shelton chicane, I think we have a new leader in E-Production as Austin Bradshaw, who was our pole sitter. He has gotten back around Kurt Fritschke. There, we just saw those two RX-7s come out of the chicane and head down now down towards turn number 4. The difference between them, about 2.5, maybe 3 RX-7 car lengths. But I think the balance of power now may have changed here in E-Production.
With that change, let's take our break here, and then we'll come back and hopefully go green all the way to the checkered flag. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Portland International Raceway.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source and proud sponsor of the SCCA road racing program, is celebrating its 55th anniversary as the world's speed shop.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information. And we're back here at Portland International Raceway, the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski. And Brian, we are in the thick of Spec Miata, Spec MX-5 Challenge, B-Spec, E-Production, you name it. We've got so many fights going on right now. I'm having trouble keeping track.
Well, you and me both. It's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of different classes here. Our E-Production class leader at the moment is Austin Bradshaw. Spec Miata class leader at the moment is Jason Rawlins. Your Spec MX-5 leader at the moment, I believe, is Will Schrader, although the timing scoring grid kind of had a hiccup, so I might want to let it recycle here for a second. Yeah, a lot of fast and furious action at the moment.
Hey, Brian, here's a real neat thing we're watching right now. The battle for the lead in E-Production as Kurt Fritschke just got back around Austin Bradshaw as they were coming out of turn 7. The two RX-7s tried to split some of the Spec MX-5 Challenge racers and Spec Miata racers. Bradshaw went to driver's left, Fritschke went to driver's right, and somehow the car to the inside managed to be about a half a car length ahead, and you can see now Fritschke moving to the inside, and it looks like we might have a car a little bit slower going down into the chicane there that they were all moving over for. Running wide, coming through the chicane, that is Bradshaw, Brian.
Yeah, both cars kind of had a moment there, and the bigger moment went to Bradshaw. Not sure what that's, well, I'm sure what the situation was. A lot of cars, lots of traffic, and he went really wide, but that's going to be, at this point, with 8.5 minutes to go, if Richie doesn't make a mistake, that is going to be probably an unovercomable error there, because those cars were really, really well matched, and to make up what's probably going to be 3-4 seconds here now between first and second in e-production, that's going to be really impossible without a mistake from the 40 car.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's gonna be very difficult. But you watch here as Fritschke starting to work his way through that MX-5 challenge traffic. We'll see if that impacts, because it appears as though he's now up into between second and third, or pardon me, between fourth and third positions in Spec MX-5 challenge, as they have now all been running very, very quickly here, and that is, I believe he's sitting right now between Ryan Gutile, pardon me, I think I was calling him Gutile earlier, and Wesley Molno, the 116 and the number 70 machine. But all seemingly, Brian, about 3/4 of this 26 car field, all sitting down in one section of the track.
Yeah, as I said, that is now a 5.9 second gap between Fritschke and Bradshaw. And that is just really, really rough, considering how close they were for the whole race. I'm sure that's got to be somewhat demoralizing from Austin Bradshaw, but he'll come back at it, and he'll do his best. And as long as Fritschke doesn't make any mistakes, though, it's going to be really hard, if not impossible, to make up that gap here with just a little under 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, and Fritschke has just now made his way around that entire Spec MX-5 Challenge field, something that Bradshaw is going to have to do as well. I was going to say that, we've still got about 7 minutes or so on the clock here, so there is definitely time at about a minute and a half per lap for Bradshaw to work his way through, but he's got a lot of that MX-5 traffic that he'd have to force his way through, and they are all in the thick of a battle, and I'm sure he recognizes that.
Well, definitely. I mean, there's 7 cars between, between the two e-production leaders here. And actually now it looks like Bradshaw's gotten through a couple of those MX-5 Cup cars, so that now there's 4 of the MX-5. I keep calling it MX-5 Cup. It's hard to teach an old dog new tricks here. MX-5 Challenge cars.
I would say they're at Laguna Seca this weekend.
Yes. But yeah, so now Bradshaw's got to catch the back of those front 4 cars who are all leading. There's a car that went off, and it looks like he's getting out of their way as well.
Yeah, and I believe that Albert Correa in the e-production Porsche Boxster, which I'm fairly certain was an open top machine. There as he pulled off, as you mentioned, over coming out of turn 7, going into turn number 8. Yeah, and in a good position there. Yeah.
He was so good last weekend at Thunderhill in the rain. When the weather wasn't good, he was. And when the weather was good, he wasn't quite as much on it. So that is interesting to see him come off there. Hopefully not a big problem. He can come back and play with us tomorrow.
All right, so as we mentioned, Kurt Fritschke, your leader in e-production. Scott Toomey, your leader in GT Light. If we go to Spec Miata, it is Jason Rollins over Nick Leveroni, who's managed to get back around Tim Ferrick. And then it is John Davis, Will Schrader, Wesley Mono in Spec MX-5 Challenge. And I'm trying to pick up where this Spec Miata, this battle for the lead is in Spec Miata. So Director Zach, as soon as I track it down, maybe we can jump over there. And I think they are actually coming out of, well, there is one of our flat-out motorsports machines right now, and I think they're actually coming down the front straight here. Let me check this out. Let's see. Now, that is Amy Mills in the 14 machine, who has just crossed the start-finish line. And so a little bit further back from that battle for the lead. I'll try and pick it up a little later.
So we got about 4 minutes to go, Greg. Why don't we do another call to grid here?
That sounds good. Let's do that. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 3, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. If you could please start heading to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please head to the grid. And Brian, you'll notice that Over at turn 8, the flag station there at turn 8, we do have a waving yellow now, and I believe that we have some of our, we can't see it in the camera view, but I believe we've got some of our emergency services team responding to that Porsche Boxster of Correa's. So we'll keep a track on that and see if there are any changes.
All right, Kurt Fritchie, still your leader in E production. Austin Bradshaw trying to work his way around these MX-5 Cup cars with an attempt to catch up. That's going to be a tough order there. And then we've got, it says Dave Tooker is our leader in SMX5, depending on which timing and scoring sheet you're looking at. I don't believe that's accurate.
No, I don't think that's that. There we go. And I think it just got corrected as well.
Okay.
I think there is, if I remember correctly from speaking with our timing and scoring system, there were a couple of cars in this group that were having transponder issues. And I think what's happening, Brian, is our timing and scoring folks are, as they've got cars passing the start-finish line or passing the timing stripe, they're going and manually adjusting our timing and scoring system.
Right. We see a debris flag here just past the start-finish line, which means there's probably something in the in that first chicane, is my guess. Whether it's just dust or body parts, hard to tell. But everyone seems to be negotiating that area without too many issues here. So,
and I wonder, although I hadn't noticed the debris flag earlier, but I wonder, we had that one shot fairly early on in the race where a lot of drivers were shading over drivers right, much more so than you would normally expect to make a right-hand turn into the chicane. That maybe something that has been there. But Brian, more importantly, last lap, white flag is in the air, and Kurt Fritchie in the number 40 E-Production Mazda RX-7, your overall leader, has taken that white flag, and so we are on the last lap here.
The other option possibly for the debris is when that when the Porsche Boxster went off. Maybe it went off because it lost a motor or some sort of fluid and pulled something around the racetrack towards its final resting spot there. So that's also an option. We'll learn more, although I do see one of our producers in the chat says body parts in turn 1. So that's also a possibility. Any of those are good options.
Well, it depends on how big those body parts are.
That's true. That's true.
And if they're car body parts, never mind.
Well, we sure
I don't
hope
even want to think about that.
We sure hope they are. There is Fritchie going through the turn 7 area here. And you'll see his competition for second place is, actually that was Austin Bradshaw. That's about halfway through the MX-5 pack. A little further forward is going to be Kurt Fritchie. He's got the gray and blue RX-7, whereas Bradshaw's the white and blue RX-7 here. And here he is coming onto the main straight for the final time. Checkered flag's going to be in the air. Your race winner is going to be Kurt Fritchie in E-Production. Austin Bradshaw will make his way around without any issues. If he doesn't have any issues, to take home second place. We should also have our finisher in MX-5 challenge here. John Davies is going to take the win there. He was right up behind Fritchie when they crossed the line. Jason Rollins just comes across the line to take your win in Spec Miata. And that makes 3 back-to-back wins in the Super Tours for Rollins. Nick Leveroni, he was second or third all weekend at Thunder Hill. Well, second place here again, Greg.
Yeah, a great run for Nick, who I think this is probably his first time racing here at Portland International Raceway. Again, primarily based on the East Coast. Here again, he was our 2019 Touring Ford national champion. So the man can wheel a car as he picks up speed here. And, as you were learning and talking to Austin Bradshaw earlier in the week, as he was giving our guide to Portland International Raceway, one of the things that he said was, Portland is a fairly simple course to pick up. There aren't all that many corners here, and it is relatively flat. But in order to exact as much time as you can, that last couple of tenths is incredibly difficult work. And at least for today, in race number 1, it is in Spec Miata, Jason Rollins, who ekes out that extra little bit over Nick Leveroni. Now, let's not forget our sole H production driver, Bill O'Kell. He's going to finish 21st overall. And Tom Tuttle in his B-Spec Mini Cooper. He is going to finish 23rd and retiring early. We mentioned Albert Correa in his Porsche Boxster, and Austin Varco, who retired after only 5 laps.
All right, so we're going to take a quick break here, and when we come back, we'll have our third race of the day. That third race of the day is going to be Spec Racer Ford. So we will do that next, and then we'll come back for race number 3. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Portland International Raceway. Stay with us.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more.
Welcome back to Portland International Raceway for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, and all of our pals at DriversEye Live, bringing you all the coverage. Thank you, Leah Urquhart, for the nice compliment in the chat. Kawika, again, you're right. It was a hectic race.
Yes, very much so, Brian. And I don't imagine our next race to be all that much different. As you can see here, we have 23 or so Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s heading out on track for their 25-minute race. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 23rd, driving the number 46 machine, it is James Flynn. Bruce Richardson will start 22nd in the number 75. John Drenaeus will start 21st. He's driving the number 9 car, with E.J. Abbott starting 20th. He's in the 05. David Robson will start 19th in the number 47, and that's awfully convenient because he's got Paul Robson starting 18th in the number 4. Then we've got Cliff Rawson starting 17th today. He's in the 18 machine, with Jim Ricketts starting 16th, driving the number 3. Judson Holt will start 15th today in the 188 machine, while Rob Peelsticker will start 14th. He's driving the 33. Rick Wright will start 13th, driving 12, while Paul Goody will start 12th. He's in the 27 car. The number 5 machine is driven by Henry Tabor. He's starting 11th, with Graham Wood starting 10th in the 52. Andre Parra is driving the number 77 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 today. He's going to start 9th, while Leonardo Del Castillo will start 8th, driving the number 29. Christian Gerges will start 7th today in the appropriately numbered Lucky 7 machine, while Tom Burt will start 6th. He's in the number 1 car. Then we've got Todd Harris. He's driving the 24 car. He starts 5th. Taylor Harris starting in 4th. And starting right next to Taylor on the inside of row number 2, it's Calvin Harris driving the number 42 machine. And your front row today, driving the number 09 machine, it is Cooper Becklin. He'll start 2nd today, with Caleb Schrader with a qualifying time of 1 minute 22 seconds, .735. He is your pole sitter here today, driving the number 99 Spec Racer Ford. And more appropriately, or more succinctly, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. And Brian, we've got the safety car, the pace car, bringing the field through turn 12 now. That Acura TL drops down onto the pit lane, turning the field over to Caleb Schrader, who really stood out today, both in Spec Racer Ford and also in FE2. We'll see him in that FE2 machine a little bit later today. But the green flag is now in the air, and we are racing here at Portland International Raceway as our Spec Racer Ford field now makes their way down into turn 1. A lot of dust, a lot of dirt in the air here, kind of a gritty track now, Brian, on the front straight as our leaders come down through the Shelton chicane for the first time. Looks like we've got a little bit of contact there mid-chicane, and cars dropping wheels coming out as well.
Yeah, I don't know if there was contact, but the yellow car, that greenish yellow car hit the curb really hard on the inside of the chicane. I saw kind of it get a little off the ground on the inside wheels and then came back down. Probably no harm, no foul. These Spec Racer Fords are pretty stout when it comes to doing things like that. One thing to keep an eye on here, Greg, now 87 degrees the ambient temperature. This racetrack's probably very different than the racetrack they qualified on early this morning.
Yeah, indeed. It was only just a little bit above 60 or so degrees when they went out for their qualifying session this morning, as our leaders now making their way down the back straight, heading over towards turn number 11 here, after coming into, there you go, coming into turn 10, that little chicane there that leads them into the double apex right-handers of 11 and 12. And our leaders now coming back out onto the front straight, led by that black and red number 99 machine, Caleb Schrader. He is your leader. The 09 of Cooper Becklin, he runs in a very close second. Then Calvin Harris, Taylor Harris, Todd Harris. Harris is cubed. There you go. 3rd, 4th, and 5th, Tom Burt, Christian Gerges here as well.
Oh, there's a car going a little bit wide there, but able to collect it and make the chicane, which is not. Oh, now you got a car sideways, and I think there was some contact there between that black car and the lighter blue car here. Looks like both will probably be able to move on here. The
looks
blue
like one of
car
them
looks
isn't.
like they're done.
Yeah, they're heading to the cutoff there in the chicane. There's an exit that they can get off the track surface and hide that car away if need be. We'll get the number on that car here in just a moment. Again, getting word from our corner station, a little bit more difficult today here in Portland as they use a private phone system to get to race control. But as soon as I've got some information on those cars, I'll let you know.
So one thing to keep an eye on as we talked about the temperatures going up, for those of you who might not be familiar with this class, and we'll get a head-on shot here when we get a second, there is an inlet at the front of these cars, at the tip of the nose. You can see it right there. That inlet's not more than maybe 3 inches wide or tall, and then across the front of the nose. If they spend too much time under the rear tail and rear bumper of the car in front of them, these cars will start to overheat in these temperatures. So they're going to have to keep a real close eye on the temperature gauge and maybe duck out every once in a while to get some air in there to cool the cars down.
All right, Brian, I just got word that Jim Ricketts, driver of the number 3 machine, he was in that light blue car that we saw move back to the infield area over by the chicane. So it appears as though his race is now done. And I believe the other driver involved, based on what I'm seeing from timing and scoring, would be Paul Robson out of Tacoma, Washington, driver of the number 4. He was in that he was the black car that was involved with that incident.
I sense that you are correct as well in that. And now I see the blue car of Ricketts just move through one of our cameras and is back moving in some direction. We'll keep an eye out for him to see if he's back in the battle here. Both those cars were at the back of the pack anyway, so not a too big of a deal as far as that goes, although it's never fun to have to drive back up to try to catch the field.
Yeah, and I think from what I'm hearing from race control is that number 3 machine, they were having it was still able to move, certainly not able to race, but they had it moved to a more safe position.
Makes sense.
They're over by the what they call the stop sign at the chicane, basically where they're supposed to stop before they rejoin as our field now coming down the front straight. And Brian, what we're seeing here, much like we saw in Formula V, of course, the Spec Racer Fords are heavily dependent on the draft, and our top 3 racers so far sticking to that plan, trying to build an advantage over the rest of the field, so that maybe when they hit, I don't know, the 20-minute mark in this 25-minute race, they'll start to fight it out. And we'll see here as we can see it drop kind of a bit in no man's land right now. That is Taylor Harris in the 22 machine sitting in 4th position. Todd Harris running in 5th. He's got a pretty big train there of, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cars behind him. So Todd is keeping Christian Gurgis, Tom Burt, Del Castillo all the way back to, I think, 14th position.
We get another car sideways here on the racetrack. They're now moving again, and we'll figure out which one that is. That's Justin Holt in the 188 car. Also want to keep an eye, heard that Cooper Becklin missed the chicane. He was in 2nd place. I'm not quite sure how that played out here, but we'll see if that has changed anything here as they come across the line.
Yeah, and as they do, Brian, it is the 42 machine of Calvin Harris that has now moved up into the lead, and the 09 of Becklin, he's now in that 2nd pack, running right behind Christian Gurgis.
There's another car, the 09 car, him again. Oh, now there's a spinning car. That is the 22 car, maybe?
27 machine, I believe, or 77 of Andre Parra. I believe, actually, that's gone around.
I think it was a 22 car at Taylor Harris.
Okay.
But we'll find out again. Wow, that would be lots of changes up front if that's the case. Cooper Becklin dropping down to 6 would make sense if he did stop for missing the chicane like what he was supposed to do. And then it looked like he missed the chicane again on the next lap. Lots of things going on, and some of this, Greg, might be into that hotter temperatures. These tires and track might be really slippery right now, causing some of these problems.
Yeah, I mean, certainly under braking, these drivers are getting caught out here as we now see sitting up at the front of the field there, Caleb Schrader with Calvin Harris in the number 42 machine, locked right underneath that little ducktail rear as they come onto the front straight. It is then Taylor Harris in the 22 machine, I believe. Yeah, indeed, the 22 of Taylor, he is still there. He is not the car that went around. And I'll take a look here. I'm fairly certain it was the 77 that went around Andre Pera, and indeed he's now starting to drop down through the order, and is actually it makes it easy for us to track these folks because he's now right behind Cooper Becklin. Becklin in 12th and Para in 13th, and it looks like Becklin having issues for the third time going down into the chicane, Brian.
Yeah, cool. And now we have a spinner there and ending up in a very, very unadvantageous position. That's kind of where every car wants to be coming through the chicane. Very lucky that nobody hit him there, whatever car that is. And that's
I think that was Judson Holt.
Again. There's a couple of cars who are having continual problems with that section of the racetrack.
You know, and I'm wondering about Becklin now, because that is the third time in a row that Becklin has had issues going down into the chicane, and I would think certainly at this point in time he's having some issues with braking. It doesn't seem to affect him though going down into some of the other corners on track, but you know that chicane is definitely the hardest braking corner on track. Now we just had the number 4 car come down the pit lane and then leave. So that's Paul Robson, who was involved in that early incident with Jim Ricketts over at the Shelton chicane. Looks like the team his crew has looked over the car. If there were any issues with it, they think they've gotten it straightened out to the point where he can complete the race, and he's now back underway. Unfortunately for him, rejoining from 22nd position and a pretty distant 22nd as well, about I'd say about 25 seconds or so back from Holt, who again has had multiple spins, but who is currently running in 21st position.
So we're hearing now that the car Becklin has missed the chicane now for a fourth time in a row.
And we can see him, Brian, sitting over on the right-hand side of that shot that we just had as he came to a complete stop once again, and now rejoining. So yeah.
I was going to say, so my suspicion is these cars, I believe, Greg, have adjustable brake bias in the cockpit, and possibly it's not working. That would be one guess. That it's just not doing what it's supposed to do. But you would think by the fourth lap he'd figure it out and just brake earlier.
Yeah, I would think. And I've had issues like that as well. My IT car, we had an issue where and I won't say the manufacturer of the brake bias adjuster, we had a rubber seal fail, and about halfway through a 25-minute or so sprint race, I had troubles getting the car to whoa, and that was because there was so much brake pressure going to the rear brakes that it actually burned down the rear brake pads to the point where I was on the backing plates halfway through a race, and it just again wreaked havoc on the braking abilities of the car.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like fun.
No, it was not. At Road Atlanta, of all places.
So this weekend, Greg, Calvin Harris is playing the role of John Black. He was the tormentor of Caleb Schrader all last weekend. The difference is that Schrader is up front for both these races for today's race with Calvin Harris just sitting there at 10th back, just waiting and watching and hoping for an opportunity. I'm sure that Caleb Schrader was glad that he didn't have John Black around this weekend, but it turns out he's not getting an easy run because Calvin Harris is sitting there doing his best to make his life difficult.
Yeah, and Brian, as they come down the front straight, the separation between our new leader, Calvin Harris, and our pole sitter, Caleb Schrader, about a half a car length. So Harris was able to make that move and get by as they went into turns 11 and 12. Taylor Harris has not been able to make up much ground on those racers, however. And Brian, here's something that might be adding to some of the issues here. By the way, is we have the 188 machine just now leaving the pit lane. That was Judson Holt as he rejoins. But we had for a time our starter bridge displaying a debris flag, and I'm wondering. It was only for about a lap or so, but I'm wondering if perhaps there is something down there that every racer on this race course, with the exception of perhaps the driver of the 09 machine, has been able to figure out.
As they say, slippery is as slippery does. So that could make a lot of sense, especially if he was having issues at the exact same spot. And our producer noticed, which is that there's been no brake lockup. So that would make a whole lot of sense if he's sliding on oil or something else.
Yeah.
So that's all possible. Greg, here's a time. Let's do a call to grid and take our break here. And then if all goes well, we'll go green all the way to the checkered flag.
All right, sounds good. Let's do it. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under. T2, T3, and T4 drivers, please start heading to the grid. Race group number 4, STL and STU. Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so let's take that break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. You're watching the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Portland International Raceway.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Welcome back to Portland International Raceway. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, our Spec Racer Ford race. And also want to give a shout out to the folks in the chat. Ryan Woe 567, when this track gets hot, it gets super slick from the oils in the tarmac. That is something we talked about right off the top. This was going to be a very, very different racetrack with 87 or 88 degree ambient temperatures than it was this morning when they qualified in the 60s. And that could be what's doing in a couple of these drivers here as they try to work their way around here for the last 10 minutes of this race, Greg.
All right, Brian, so as you saw now, coming through turn 4, they're going to be heading up the hill into turn 5. What was a 2-car battle for the lead, it is now a 3-car battle. Zach, if we could maybe jump over to around probably turn 7 right now. Here they come. It is still your leader, the 42 machine of Calvin Harris, our pole sitter, that black and red number 99 of Caleb Schrader, and then Taylor Harris, very close behind. Real good fight there in line, and you can see a little bit further back in the field, another good battle going on here coming through, and I believe this is Paul Goody and Graham Wood, the 27 and the 52, battling it out for 8th and 9th position. But look at this, just you know, such close, tight racing here in Spec Racer Ford. There we go. That's that battle that I was looking at here, coming up to us. You know, all the way through the field, we've got these great little fights. The black number 4, that machine is, I believe, 4 laps. Pardon me, it's just 1 lap down. Again, having pitted in after that opening shunt over at the chicane. But so many great fights here on track, Brian, as Harris, Schrader, and Harris in a nice little sandwich there, as we are currently working lap number 13, and we still have 7.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, a lot of time, especially for that front trio, actually. Taylor Harris, not at all out of the question here as we get going here. And I think Taylor Harris has actually pulled up to the back. And while it says 0.5 of a second between second and third, I don't believe that is the case right now, Greg.
No, and we just saw them coming right through that turn 8 camera. Taylor Harris, for the last, I'd call it 3 laps now, he loses a little bit of time coming out of the chicane, but is usually, right as they come through turn 5 into turn 6, able to get right up back behind. He's been, I think, a little bit later and a little bit harder on the brakes, which has been affecting his exit speeds. As we take a look now, I thought we had a car off, but that doesn't appear to be the case. Let's track here. Yeah, it looks like we had a car off at turn 4 and it has continued, but there's our top 3 right there. And even coming out of turn 12, Brian, the 22 machine of Harris, not quite with the straight line speed of our 2 leaders, but he's making it up almost every single lap under braking in some of these heavier braking corners.
Yeah, it looks like Taylor Harris is really good in the twisty bits here at the end of this front straightaway here. In turns like 3, 4, 5, 6 is when he's able to pull right up there and get to the back bumper, and then hold on towards the back straight where the gap opens up just a little bit more. So that's not a good sign, though, if you want to try to get around for the win, but it is a good sign if you want to stick right there for a 3rd place on the podium.
All right, I've been watching another battle, and I'm sure this is not the fight that our outside pole sitter from today, Cooper Becklin, driver of the 09 machine, really wanted to be in. But he and Cliff Rawson, driver of the 18 car, have been pitched in a pretty tight battle now for the last couple of laps. As in, you can see that fight going through turns 4 and 5 and heading up the hill. And that's it right there. That's the 09, the white 09 of Becklin, and directly behind, I think now, is Rawson. But you can see there's another car in that fight as well. And that is, I believe that is James Flynn, driver of the number 46 machine, as they are all, again, jockeying for position. But that is a battle for 16th overall. Currently, as we've got now, Brian, I think just hitting 5 minutes, almost on the nose here.
Oh, do we have noodles on the racetrack?
Yes, we do.
If we got a cup, we can throw them in there and make lunch. Those are little...
Or go swimming.
There you go. Those are... I think those are those little styrofoam-like noodles like you would use to go swimming, and
exactly.
They use them to try to keep the cars off the grass there. I think that works some of the time, but apparently, as we've learned just now, it does not work all of the time.
Yeah, I was thinking of them as, I compare it to iRacing and the tire bundles they have at the turn 12 hairpin at Sonoma Raceway in iRacing. When you hit those, your car would bounce off them.
Yeah, I call those car killers.
Yes, exactly. Obviously not the case here at Portland International Raceway. Here is looks like that fight that we were tracking with Becklin and Rawson and Flynn might be opening up a little bit, but just ahead, another great battle between Rob Picklester in the 33, Andre Pera, and also Henry Tabor. So the 33, the 77 in the 5. All the while, Brian, I've been watching this battle for the lead coming in front of me, and we'll pick them back up in a few moments. But it looks like Taylor Harris, whatever he was doing to try and keep up with our lead pair, it is no longer as effective as it had been. He's starting to lose the scent of our leaders just a bit, as we've got a car that has gone around over at the Shelton chicane.
And continues. Roller Bones in the chat says he's been go-karting with Caleb, super fast and a great kid. Also, the Harris bunch are super awesome folks as well. Thank you, Mr. Roller Bones 1.
All right, our leaders, Brian, they are coming down the front straight now, and here they come right back behind that number 12 car, the yellow car, and there it is. It is Calvin Harris in the blue number 42. Then we've got Caleb Schrader in the 99, the black and red car, and then Taylor Harris. He's in the white 22. He has caught back up to our leaders. Now we'll see what happens is obviously now they've got some slower traffic that they're going to have to work through, and they hit that slower traffic right at probably one of the worst places on this course to do it, coming out of 5 going up into 6, and we saw that yellow car with a little bit of a wiggle, and he's going to go side by. Oh my gosh. Brake lockup from the 42 of Calvin Harris, and Caleb Schrader jumps down to the inside, takes advantage of that back marker traffic, and Caleb Schrader, he is your new leader. Drop Calvin Harris back to second. Taylor Harris just sits back, and he is in third. But that yellow machine, I'm still trying to get the number on that car.
It's the 75 car.
Yeah, the 75. That is Bruce Richardson.
Right.
And, at first he gave that little bit of a wiggle coming into 6, and then all the brake lockup from the Harris car from the 42 right afterwards. But you can see now, Brian, white flag is in the air, and we are on our last lap. And here we go, side by side with Schrader to the inside, Harris, one of the Harrises, that was Calvin Harris, to the outside with Taylor Harris directly behind. And Schrader manages to hold on going down into the chicane.
And here they're going to come into our view, and it looks like our first place car has gotten a little bit of a lead. That might be just enough. That all that first place car needed to get to the finish line first. Now it could be just a battle for the second place spot on the podium, Greg. And just a great little set of moves by the car in first place. I believe that is Harris.
All right now, and it is Caleb Schrader, currently your leader, that black and red number 99, and we had a machine pull off, and that's the 09 machine, or no, that's the 188 machine that pulled over to let our leaders by here for the very last time. And now popping to the inside, that's the 42 machine of Calvin Harris, and he cannot manage to get by the 99 machine with only 2 more corners remaining. Make that 1 corner as they come out of turn 12, come onto the drag strip, the front straight, and look at this, is Taylor Harris very close behind the number 42 car as they come down, and as they cross the line, Brian, taking the checkered flag, it's going to be Caleb Schrader. He takes the win by just about 2 feet over Calvin Harris, who finishes in second. Taylor Harris will finish third. And Brian, as we were watching them come out of the chicane on the very last lap, I'm wondering how much of an advantage Caleb Schrader was able to get, because it looked like Taylor Harris had tried to get around Calvin going down into turn number 4, had made a move to a little bit to the inside, and Calvin Harris had to adjust for that just slightly, and we saw where the 99 of Schrader at the time had opened up almost a 4-car length advantage. It then closed up towards the end, but I'm wondering if just that little move really impacted the finish of this race.
Yeah, after being the bridesmaid twice last weekend, Caleb Schrader is now the bride and wins this race. Caleb Schrader first, Calvin Harris second, Taylor Harris third, Todd Harris is fourth, Christian Guerguis is in fifth, Leonardo Del Castillo sixth, Tom Burt seventh, and Graham Wood is eighth. Woo!
Wow.
As I said, when they came onto the front straight for the last lap, it was anybody's race to win there out of that top three, and Caleb Schrader managed to pull it off.
Just wow, wow, wow. All right, Brian, let me make another call to the grid, a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we will take a little break. When we come back. Well, you'll hear in just a moment who our next race is, but we'll be back here in just a few moments with more action. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race number 4, Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Please head to the grid, your race is next. Race number 4, Super Touring Light and Under, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Please head to the grid. And so with that, let's take a quick break, and we'll be back with race number 4 of 6 today here from Portland International Raceway and the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Summit Racing is proud to support SCCA racers through the Road Racing Contingency Program. Run the required decals to be eligible for contingency payouts.
And welcome back to Portland International Raceway, the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And Brian, we're halfway through the day, and we have heading on course now. We just saw the open top Spec Racers. We're now moving over to our touring cars. We've got the Super Touring category and also Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Let's quickly run down the order. We had 32 drivers, pretty evenly split between Super Touring and Touring. I'm going to give you the top 10 in each, as we are, much like we saw during the small bore race, going to have a split start with our touring car racers heading out first, and then the Super Touring behind them. Let's start off with Super Touring then. Starting 10th in Super Touring, driving the number 72 STL Mazda Spec MX-5, it's Michael Newmeyer. Then we've got Wesley Molno, also in a Spec MX-5 challenge car. It's the number 70 machine. He'll start 9th. Starting in 8th, driving the number 67 Spec MX-5 Challenge machine, it's John Davies. Then starting 7th, Ryan Gutile. He is also in a Spec MX-5, and that is the 116 car. Starting 6th in STU is the number 99 Porsche Boxster with David Palfinier. Starting 5th, he's driving the number 40 STL Mazda RF. That's one of the new hardtop ND Miatas. Starting 4th in our Super Touring group, driving the number 37 Mazda Miata, it's Amy Mills with Tom Van Veen. Starting 3rd, he is your pole sitter in Super Touring Light. Starting 2nd is going to be Rylan Hazelton in his STU Honda S2000. It's the number 49 machine. And Mark Hoover is our pole sitter for Super Touring, driving the number 98 STU Mazda MX-5. There you go. It is Mark Hoover with a qualifying time of 125.518. Let's move now over to our touring cars, and starting 10th in overall in touring, driving the number 9 Scion FRS and T4, it's Roland de Guzman. Starting 9th, driving the T4 Mazda MX-3, MX-3, it's Derek Ambrose with Rick Del Mar. Starting 8th, he is driving the Touring 4 Scion FRS. Starting 7th, driving the number 10 T4 Scion FRS, it's Colin Kohler with Mark Cephalo, our pole sitter in T4. Starting 6th, he is in the 00 Mazda MX-5. Then we've got Bill Ecker. He is in the number 73 BMW 330. Then we've got Simon Aslin. He starts 3rd in his BMW 330. And then our front row, Chris Hart in his Nissan 370Z, and Gamel Aguilar Gomez in his BMW M240i, your pole sitter.
All right, a little traffic jam going into the chicane, but everyone seemed to negotiate it just fine. And now we have another traffic jam going down into turn 4. That's the way it works with these classes early on.
Well, Brian, we are only a couple feet off the I-5 here in Portland.
That's right. That's right. The I-5 in Portland is anything like the I-5 in LA. I completely understand it. Here comes our second race group coming to the line for their green flag. And they will get us going here as we start our STU and our ST and Touring races. Now they've got their green flag, and we will see if there is a similar, I won't say pile up, because let's hope that doesn't happen, a similar group of cars. Oh, well, there's one car who decided to not do the chicane properly there. Not sure whether they'll have to make
that was
a stop.
The Porsche Boxster of Cameron Wagner that went through there.
So that was not the preferred line. And that curve's pretty big, man. That's the second car I've seen hit that curve and get essentially just a little airborne coming through there. That's a big bump. Oh, we got a car that's...
That is dropping down into the pit lane. That is our Mazda sedan dropping off. That is Derek Ambrose, the number 170 car. So it looks like he completes 3/4 of a lap, and we'll see if he returns to the action here in just a few moments. So yeah, Brian, typically those curbs, they're meant for you to go over them in one direction. If they're as big as the car will jump as you go from the track surface into that little infield section of the chicane, it's a heck of a lot worse when you try to rejoin and you go from the backside.
Absolutely. And our pole sitter seemingly had the right place to start, because he's already opened up a 2.3 second lead in T2 That is Camille Aguilar Gomez. Yeah, he's got a 2.3 second lead over Chris Hart, and then about a similarly sized lead back to Simon Asselin. Hart and Gomez are not in the same class, so not a big deal there. But that's how they played that one out. Here comes our second group now across the start-finish line for the first lap. And Ryan Hazelton is on the point in that Honda S2000, followed by Mark Hoover. He is a guy who's run up front for many Super Tours this year. And then our third-place car in our Super Touring group is Tom Van Veen. That's an STL, and he is in a Honda Civic CX.
Yeah, and on the start for our Super Touring race, we saw the Honda S2000, which, as you can imagine, not exactly known for the amount of torque that it makes in naturally aspirated form, but they're in STU with the forced induction. Hazelton got a great jump on the Mazda Miata of Mark Hoover as we just now watched them coming down and out of turn number 8 onto the back straight. Those two drivers having separated themselves out just a bit from the rest of the field. Hazelton was drivers right. Hazelton was drivers left, and Hoover was drivers right at the time. And Hazelton was able to just cut right across the nose of the Miata there. Both incredibly well-handling cars, a little bit of extra weight to the S2000. But you could see there is Hoover, a great run out of turn 12 compared to the red number 49, the S2000 of Hazelton.
Here comes our cars here across the start-finish line. Pass there. Is that a pass for the lead in the ST group? Great.
Well, what we had is, at least in Super Touring Under, they were side by side, and as they came down into the chicane, Hazelton to driver's right and had preferred line going into the right-hand entrance to the Shelton chicane. He was able to hold off Tom Hoover that time by, and as we watch him now coming down through turns 4 and then 5, and then as they come slightly up the incline to turn number 6, again, Hazelton with the advantage now right back behind those two drivers. Nice little fight unfolding right now, and that is the battle in STL. We've got Tom Van Veen in that red Honda Civic hatchback here. There he is, and then directly behind, also in STL, it's David Palfinier in the Mazda, the RF, which is one of those ND Miatas. It's the hardtop convertible version. Really a beautiful car, bright blue. To see that car in person, really neat. And then directly behind is Cameron Wagner. He's in that Porsche Boxster that we saw pop the curbing on the first lap. Wagner in STU, currently sitting 3rd in that class, and it's about 6 cars until you get to our 4th place STU driver. So he's got a little bit of a buffer there. That's all STL cars directly behind him.
And Rylan Hazelton, your leader in STU, followed by Tom Van Veen. It looks as though like Mark Hoover might be dropping back through the field. Or is the timing scoring wrong?
I think that's a timing and scoring issue. As I just saw our coming out of the chicane now and coming through, and here they go, coming through turn 4. It is still Hazelton and Hoover, but Hoover is starting to fall off the pace just a little bit, but only about 3 car lengths, not to the point where Van Veen is now your 2nd place runner.
Right. Yeah, there's a couple different scoring systems that I'm keeping an eye on, and at this moment they're not synced up.
Not in sync.
Funny I was apparently looking at the wrong one when I was looking at the wrong one. So your coverage up front in Touring right now, it's a big lead, 4.5 seconds between 1st and 2nd in Touring 2 and Touring 3, and then your Touring 3 race right now, Chris Hart has a 4-second lead over Simon Asselin, and then a fairly close battle for 3rd place in Touring 3. Lansing Stout is trying to keep close to Simon Asselin there as they battle through and work that. Your Touring 4 race right now is Mark Cephalo, Rick Lemaire, and Colin Kohler. Those cars are a bit of about 4 seconds between those two cars, between 1st and 2nd, and then again a semi-close battle for 3rd place in Touring 4.
All right, and I'm looking to try and pick up here, that battle in Touring 3, of course, we've got Asselin all by himself, and then then we are probably Hart all by himself, and then Asselin and Stout are just now heading down into the chicane. Yeah, here, if we can stick with this view, or with this pair right now, this is Simon Asselin in that, in the shell liveried BMW. Directly behind him in that red Nissan, the 350Z, that is Lansing Stout. Asselin out of Sammamish, Washington, Stout out of Oregon. Very tight, close running here, and you'll see just ahead of them on track. That is, I believe that is Rick Del Mar's Scion FRS. Directly ahead, Del Mar, however, in pardon me, I take that back. That is not Del Mar. That is some slower traffic now.
Yeah, that looks like a Miata, possibly, that they're working their way around. So that white yellowish car out front is Asselin, and then the next car to make it past that Miata was Lansing Stout, and he's in the red car there, trying to catch back up to the rear bumper of Simon Asselin, and now it looks like. Again, these are two cars that look like they make their power in different places.
Very different places,
because Asselin is able to do some stretching out of the legs there on the longer straights, but the Nissan is catching up there during the twisty part. So
and Brian, we were talking this morning during qualifying on how the Touring 3, both the 350Zs and the 370Zs, had recently gotten a weight break, and the Nissans are definitely a heavy chassis to begin with, and they've got much like the BMW, they've got a good amount of torque off the line of V6 in the Nissans versus the straight six in the BMWs. Where the BMW though seems to outshine is that it is a little bit better balanced in the corners, and it has a slightly better braking ability as well. And I think, at least coming into this weekend, and I think a lot of that owed to the fact that the Nissan was a heavier chassis, and yet that certainly complicates acceleration, it complicates handling, it also complicates the ability to woe the car down. So we'll see how things play out here in this little battle. So far, Stout is definitely bringing the fight to Asselin, and I think he's even closed things down maybe a half a car length, Brian. He's not all that far back as they come out of 12 now.
I think that's going to be my new excuse, Greg. It's not my fault. I'm just a heavier chassis.
Exactly. I'm not as well balanced. That's what you use, Brian.
and that could be the case on many different fronts. So let's move on. Camille Aguilar Gomez, your race leader, and your T2 race leader. Then you've got Chris Hart in second place, but he is your first car overall in T3. And now you've got Asselin, Stout, and Ecker are apparently nose to tail here, and coming across the line fairly close to each other. Bill Ecker just did his fast lap of the race, a 1:27.4, and trying to keep in touch with that top, with positions 2, 3, and 4, still wants a podium position for that 73 car.
Yeah, so the 73 definitely starting to make up some ground, get a little bit closer to that pair as they continue to work through. You just saw come into the shot just ahead of running wide through the dirt. That is actually one of our MX-5 drivers. I think that was one of our Spec MX-5 Challenge drivers that is racing in STL as well to get some additional seat time this weekend. As he goes through there. But I was going to say, we had much further ahead Chris Hart in the 370Z, our leader, and just ahead of this pair, you'll notice Hart is in, again, a 370 in a bright orange with a big number, obviously a big number 2 on the side, and that is, we just saw that number 2 machine, the first of these 3 cars here on the front straight. So about, there he goes. That was your leader in T3, running second raw, you know, he's got probably a good 40 car lengths on this this duo that are currently battling it out for second with Asselin and Stout. And obviously, as long as Simon Asselin is watching and needing to concern himself with Vincent Stout in that rear mirror, that all plays to Chris Hart's advantage, allowing him to continue to stretch things out in that number 2.
In the chat, shout out to the Jacksons watching from Arkansas in Missouri. Hopefully that's a really big house if you're in Arkansas and Missouri. Nicole Cooper cheering for the 00 car of Mark Cephalo. And
that's because that would be Nicole Cooper Cephalo,
yes,
who would like to hear a little bit more coverage of the touring car races, and we definitely understand that, Nicole.
Touring 4, by the way, Mark Cephalo is your race leader at the moment. He is 3 seconds ahead of Rick Delamar in second place, and then Colin Kohler is in third in T4, followed by Roldan de Guzman and Scotty B. White trying to make that Ford Mustang. He's kind of new to the T4 class, Greg. Put this Ford Mustang together and trying to get it sorted out before he takes it to the runoffs. So if I know anything about Scotty, he'll get that thing figured out pretty quick here, and he'll be giving Mark Cephalo a whole bunch of problems not too long down the road.
All right, Brian. So we're just about halfway through this super touring race. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group, and then take a quick break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 5. Open wheel racers and prototypes. Formula Atlantic, Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, Formula X, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Race group number 5, this is your first call to the grid. And so let's take a quick little break. We're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors that are bringing you all the coverage here from Portland International Raceway this weekend and the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Welcome to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, where we bring together top SCCA road racers from around the country to compete in the premier amateur road racing series. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest racetracks in North America, showcasing our 27 car classes and packing a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. And you can now enjoy live streaming coverage of the Super Tour events on site or from the comfort of your own home. For those details and more, go to scca.com/live. 8.5 minutes to go, Greg, and things are heating up here in Portland, literally 90 degrees now, the temperature. which is making things a bit slick out there.
It is, Brian, and also heating up a little bit, and thank you, Nicole. We're watching right now. This is the battle for second in Touring 4 coming down the front straight right now. It is, I believe, and actually, you know what? I think we have the, I think we don't have that battle for second in T4. I think we're actually looking at right now oh, no, actually, you know, yeah, it is. It's Colin Kohler and Roldan de Guzman, Rick Delmar as well, the number 5, the number 10 machine. Their nose to tail, and then we've got another Scion just a little bit further behind, which is currently running 4th in T4. They are running the last 3 laps or so about 4 car lengths separating those 2 orange machines, as Mark Cefalo has really worked to separate himself out from the rest of the T4 field. Cefalo in his Mazda MX-5 currently about 6 seconds clear of the rest of the T4 field, whereas we've got Delmar and Kohler, Brian, they're sitting just about, I'd say about 6-7 tenths of a second apart, as we said, about 5 car lengths, as they come out of they're coming out of turn 12, and it looks like we've got a car that is off the pace. They're coming through turn 12, maybe just to let that traffic go by.
That could be what's going on. You know what I love about the SCCA, Greg?
What's that, Brian?
In this race, we have BMW, Nissan, Toyota, Scion, Honda, Ford Mustang. We got ourselves a Porsche, and a Mini Cooper, all in the same race. That's what I love.
All right, Brian, I do as well. Now, if you take a look here in this shot coming out of the chicane, again, the battle, and it is starting to tighten up now, the battle for second in T4, and then passing this blue Miata, that is Ryland Hazelton. He is your overall leader, and he has really now opened things up over Mark Hoover. I'd say probably a good 50 car lengths back. So what was a very tight, very close race here to lead things off. Ryland Hazelton now has this battle very tight in hand. As we jump back to this T4 fight, as they're coming out of turn 7 onto the back straight here, and it really has started to close down, as Kohler now only within about a half a car length of Rick Delmar, as these drivers are working lap number 13, and a little bit less than 6 minutes remaining on the clock. So you know, at a lap and a half, well, we're looking at about 3 laps probably, Brian. And Delmar now, he's definitely got to start concerning himself maybe a little bit more with Colin Kohler, and what little tricks Kohler might be able to pull out of his hat in what is a very similarly prepped car.
Yeah, definitely. Those 2 cars look like they're very evenly matched, and it doesn't look as though they really have much in a way of chance to catch up with Cefalo. So they're just basically battling for second place and trying to figure out when to go. And with 2.5 or so laps left, that this could go either way as far as when you decide to make that final move.
Yeah, and you know, that last time by, Cefalo was almost 1.5 seconds off of his previous best time, but Delmar and Kohler, they are still running about 3 to 4 tenths of a second off of Cefalo's pace. So Cefalo's still in a very strong position here with just a couple laps remaining.
Well, and one's a Toyota FRS, one's a Scion FRS. So under the hood, they're essentially the same car. And my guess is that many of the Go Fast parts are also identical. So makes sense that those 2 cars are as evenly matched as they are.
Yeah, and that was a couple years into the product array when Toyota wound down Scion's operations. Basically what was being sold as a Scion for a number of years got transitioned over to Toyota, now known as the Toyota 86, but essentially the same car, and then the Subaru BRZ as well, part of the what they call the twins there. And you know, the spec levels changed slightly over the years, so I believe there are a couple spec lines in T4, depending on what year the model is, that I think they run at slightly different weights, as our Rylan Hazelton, our overall leader, works his way now as they come through the chicane right in between those two touring 4 cars. So that is for all of the ground that Colin Kohler had made up in the last, I'd say, 6 laps or so. Not all for naught, but he now has a little bit more work to do as our overall leader, Rylan Hazelton, is slotted in right between them, coming through turns 4, 5, 6, and now under braking into turn number 7.
Well, and what Kohler has to do is just stick with Hazelton as much as possible so that when Hazelton goes by, which is going to probably get done right here, the gap isn't too large, and still with maybe 2 laps to go here, he's able to catch back up and make one final lunge for second place here. And we will watch this happen. Now there is nobody between those 2 cars anymore, and Kohler's now got to find a way to get it done here.
Yeah, indeed. Now, I've been watching a couple other battles on track, Brian, just to bring them up here. It looks like Ben Pullen and Patrick Drinkwine in STL battle for 7th position has been very tight over the last number of laps. In addition to that, another fight I've been watching has been back in the battle for I believe, 4th in Touring 3 with Bell Eckert and Randy Johnson. Also, they have been in pretty close proximity for the majority of this race. But this is a great fight to watch here as it's starting to close up as the white flag, Brian, now in the air for our leader, Rylan Hazelton. As Hazelton just now. Oh,
there's a big. That's gonna
come to Palma. He almost came right to us.
That's right. Hopefully that car was able to collect itself and get back going, and which appears to be what happened. And but it is slow. That was a moment. That was definitely a moment.
Yeah, it certainly was. And we're as we were watching here that battle. Yeah, exactly. That battle that we were watching in Touring 3 kind of fallen. I don't want to say it's fallen apart.
It has.
But yeah, it has. Yeah, I guess let's call a spade a spade.
Yeah.
As there you go. We're watching the big wang of Rylan Hazelton coming through turn 12 now for the finish, Brian.
Yep, and that's going to be what's going to happen here with a minute and a half, with a minute to go on the clock and the white flag in the air. Not much left to get done here, and there aren't too many spots where there is a race for position, at least a close race for position on the racetrack at this point in time. Camelia Aguilar Gomez is 21 seconds ahead in the overall lead from the T3 car, Chris Hart. And then your top 3 in T3 pretty much evenly spread out. Kind of the same distance, same thing for Mark Cepolo and Rick Del Mare. And now the distance back to 3rd place in T4 is the same as well. A checkered flag is in the air for your race winner.
Yeah, and that's and Brian, is for whatever reason I was getting myself confused. I was thinking that our overall winner, our leader was Rylan Hazelton, and I almost forgot our touring 2 racers out on track. And so Gamal Aguilar Gomez takes the checkered flag. He's your winner here in Touring 2. And Chris Hart, Simon Asselin take the checkered flag. Hart is going to win Touring 3 over Simon Asselin, Lance Stout. And that was a great battle that we were watching for the longest time, Brian, with Asselin and Stout. Stout in the last 5 laps or so had really fallen off the pace in his 350Z. We'd seen the start of it when we moved over to watch that Touring 4 race, but Stout finishing almost 6 seconds in arrears of Asselin for the win in Touring 3.
Yeah, it was a good race all the way through. We had a couple of nice battles that kind of broke up there at the end because of issues, but not issues, because that's just what multi-class racing is, but dealing with some of the slower traffic. Everyone seemed to work it out well, and it ended up being a great race right to the finish.
Yeah, without a doubt, Brian. I mean, it was a great fight, and that is always the challenge. Sometimes you have luck with traffic, sometimes you don't have luck with traffic, and over the course of a race, sometimes you have both. and it certainly caught some people out, and we had some other battles that were going on track where his drivers try to accommodate some of the other races in class happening behind them that they end up going off as well. So again, in touring 2, your winner Aguilar Gomez with Vincent Piemonte finishing 10 laps down, only completed 7 laps in the number 97 machine. Hopefully we'll see that car back out tomorrow. In Touring 3, it was Chris Hart and Simon Aslan, your top 2, with Lansing Stout coming home in 3rd. Then in Touring 4, Mark Cephalo takes the win, 5 seconds over Rick Del Mar, with Colin Kohler finishing 3rd. Rolled into Guzman 4th, Scotty B. White bringing his Mustang home in 5th position. Then if we move over to Super Touring, it was Ryland Hazelton taking the win with Mark Hoover finishing a lap down, and Brian should note that when Hoover crossed the start-finish line, he got out of the throttle almost immediately, pulled the car over driver's right. So that he may have been just kind of nursing that car to the checkered flag. We'll see how
Sure.
it does in qualifying tomorrow morning. Whitfield Gregg finishing on the last step of the podium. Then finally in STL, David Palfinier taking the win over Amy Mills. Ryan Gutile finishing in 3rd with John Davies and Tom Van Veen. Van Veen, who had been your early leader in STL, manages to bring the car home in 5th.
All right, that's going to do it for our 4th race of the day. Coming up next are Wings and Things, Formula Cars, and Prototypes. They're next. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a few minutes with all the action. Welcome back to Portland International Raceway for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Getting ready for our second to last race of the day, but not the second to last race of the weekend. We will be back here tomorrow doing it all again, 9 a.m. qualifying and racing starting just before noon tomorrow. I hope you're here with us for that. These are our winged cars and our prototypes coming out here. And real quick, Don Patrol thanks us for the live streams. He says he enjoys watching them, and it's better than staring at Race Hero or having fear of missing out because he won't get to the race this weekend.
That's right. And I think also somebody in the chat earlier, and this was Roller Bones, shout out to the volunteers this weekend, because there is a big event happening a little bit further down the West Coast, down at Laguna Seca, and a lot of the SCCA volunteers volunteer and flag those races. And a decent contingent from here in the Pacific Northwest went down for that event, but we've got a lot of folks. I think I mentioned Russ Lundberg, who's filling in down on the grid, one of our normal viewers here, but great contingent of volunteers to help make this event run. So Brian, let me quickly run down our 11 car starting field here, starting grid, and starting 11th, driving the number 1 Formula Atlantic. It's an Edge F1000. It's James Blackwell. Starting 10th in the field, 4th in FE2, driving the number 22 Formula Enterprises 2 machine, it's John Yateman. Starting 9th. And your sole driver in Formula Continental, driving the 122 Van Diemen, it's Hunter Tatman. Tom Burt will start 8th, 3rd in Formula Enterprises 2, driving the 45 machine, while Matt Romer will start 7th, 2nd in FE2. He's driving the 56. And then your pole sitter in FE2, coming off his win earlier today in Spec Racer Ford, starting 6th overall, driving the number 99 car, it's Caleb Schrader. Starting 5th today, your sole racer in Prototype 2, driving his store to the F1, it's John McIntyre. Johnny Crean will start 4th today, and he is in his Prototype 1 Dauntless, starting 3rd. And our sole Formula Atlantic driver, driving the number 31 Swift 014, it's Tony Oppheim with your front row, a pair of Elan DPO2 starting on the outside. Driving the number 23 machine, it is Jim Davenport with Chip Romer with a qualifying time of 107.920. He's going to start on pole, driving the number 26 car. Brian, as our field is on the front straight and green flag is in the air, and we have 3 prototype cars side by side with the number 35 machine jumping out to an early advantage. That's Johnny Crean coming down there as he then looks like he runs out of top end and falls off the pace as they come down into the chicane. Already, Brian, we have one retirement. It's James Blackwell in his Edge Formula 1000 Formula Atlantic machine. He had problems in qualifying. He does not get past the timing line here, about 100 feet, about 75 feet past the start-finish line. He pulls into the pits as our leaders now coming out of turn number 5 and through that right-hander at turn 6. The 2-car breakaway here at the front of the field, and I believe that is Romer and Davenport making their way now through turn 7. You can tell with the 2 red-nosed cars, indeed, Romer and Davenport. Romer with the metallic red nose, Davenport with the other red. Wow, look at that. Yeah, a little run to the grass there as they're side by side, Brian, coming through turns 10 and 11 and over towards our final corner. Great first lap here in the prototypes.
Yeah, that's definitely a place where you can, well, I'm sure you could try, but you shouldn't try to go through there side by side. Chip Romer got the best of that battle at the moment. He put down a 1:14.5 first time by. Davenport just a little slower with a 1:15.3 as they head into this area. And a lot of cars coming in here hot, and a lot of tire breakup here, lockup here. And that was all very, very interesting.
Yeah, front tires, rear tires, didn't matter. All tires locking up as they went down into the Shelton chicane for their second lap around the sun here, Brian. And great fight going on right now in Formula Enterprises 2 as those racers pretty much lock nose to tail. We had Matt Romer and Caleb Schrader. They were side by side going into the chicane, And as they come out, let's take a look here. They're going to be right behind that prototype car. I believe it is Caleb Schrader, your current leader in FE2, with Romer slotting back into second.
Yeah, here comes Chip Romer, and I'm wondering if Jim Davenport had a big lockup going into the chicane there, because that is a much larger gap than it used to be.
Yeah, indeed it is, Brian, here, as we're looking at about 8 car lengths as opposed to those drivers when they were almost side by side the previous lap coming onto the front straight.
Here comes our full field of Formula cars now moving through, and once again, Matthew Romer and Caleb Schrader are up front. Schrader ran up front all by himself most of last weekend. Now Matthew Romer here is up there trying to make life a little more difficult for him, which is really good to see. And then you've got your fastest Formula Atlantic car, that is Tony Opheim, in first place in Formula Atlantic up there amongst the prototypes.
Yeah, well, and he is going to stay first in Formula Atlantic, Brian, most likely, as he is the only one still running. But look at that battle in FE2 as they just now come through turn number 7. And all of our FE2 drivers all in very close proximity here, but you can see them side by side, and you're right, it is still Matthew Romer with the advantage over Schrader. But as they come down the back straight now, again, side pod to side pod, and we'll double check here the numbers on them. Obviously there are the 2 white machines, one with the red wing, one with the blue wing, and it looks like things have now straightened out just a little bit as they come out of turn number 12 and onto the front straight. Let's try and get the numbers here. It is the 56 machine is the blue car, that the white with the blue, that is Matt Romer, and then Caleb Schrader, the white with the red, is the 99. And there you go, Romer takes the point as they come through the Shelton chicane.
Yep, and it looks like it's possible though that Schrader actually just retook the lead coming out of the chicane, but we'll know that next time by as we follow them through here.
Well, yeah, and Brian, I think that's exactly what happened there. That white and red machine, he under braking was able to get by Matthew Romer. Romer with the white with the blue was trapped to the outside, and Romer was able to, let's try that again. Schrader was able to pretty much control the corner and control and determine when Romer was actually going to be able to turn in for the chicane, and was able to carry the speed through. And now you can see there the white with the red with now about a 3 car length advantage over the white with the blue. Schrader over Romer, and John Yateman, who again used to run Formula X for a number of years, or actually Formula Mazda before that, with that red-bodied Formula Enterprise 2 machine with the white. Yateman, he's only about, I'd say about 15 car lengths back from our leaders right now, in a great little battle behind him, Tom Burt. Well, that's Hunter Yateman, who is in a Continental, who seems to be mixing it up with Tom Burt, who is currently 4th in FE2.
There's no give up in Jim Davenport. He is slowly trying to pull himself back up to Chip Romer, and that whole situation seems to have stabilized here as we come up on 19 minutes to go, and he will continue to see if he can chip away at Chip Romer's lead. They're going to come past the start-finish line here soon, and we'll know more. And Chip Romer does seem to have opened the gap up just a little bit, about a second more, so it's 2.9 seconds between Romer and Davenport. Davenport seems to make up space, and then something happens where he, well, what's happened is that it's Chip Romer just laying down fast lap after fast lap, Greg.
Yeah, I mean, he once he gets the heat in the tires, and we saw in the majority of these races, and in qualifying this morning, where usually after about 3 laps or so, tires started falling off on this circuit, especially as the temperature started rising, and you could see there coming through the chicane as we just watched Caleb Schrader and Matt Romer. Romer with the rear end really stepping out on him, getting quite a bit of oversteer on entry there, and I'm wondering if perhaps now we're to that point as our racers are working lap number 6, where they've maybe hit the the peak grip limit that they have on this. In this race here, maybe things are starting to fall off just a little bit. Or, well, I mean, in the case of Romer, not Chip Romer, but in the case of Matthew Romer, he may be getting to the point where as he's starting to fall back just a little bit from Caleb Schrader, he's just starting to push the car a little bit beyond its limits.
Yeah, and I'm also wondering if possibly Romer and Romer and Davenport are on different tires brands. If one might be on Hoosier and the other one might be on Goodyear. And they're just handling the heat in different ways.
Different ways, yeah. No, I mean definitely a possibility here. Again, is with this ambient air in the around 90 degrees, and we said it earlier, and you can see it from our cameras, Brian. There's not a cloud to be seen in the sky. That the pavement here is just absolutely baking, and we may be running up on some of the ultimate grip levels of these tires, and these drivers may have to go and watch the equipment to make sure that they don't overheat them. They may or they may not come back to them, but now crossing the stripe, Chip Romer, and again on cameras you watch them there. If you can't see the numbers because they go by so bloody quickly, Chip Romer, the black car with the metallic red nose. You can always catch the glimmer of the sun off of the nose cone on that car. Jim Davenport with the black with the more dull matte red on the center portion of that car. But I mean, both of them running blindingly fast laps at this point. That last time by, Brian, they were within 400, or probably 500ths of a second of one another. But at this point, we've got that couple second advantage that Chip Romer opened up, and even if Davenport is running 0.05 of a second faster each and every lap, it's going to be hard for them to make that 3 second disadvantage up.
Sure, and it's also possible that even if they're on the same tire manufacturer, they might have different compounds as well. So that all could play into this here. Caleb Schrader is now continuing to stay ahead of Matthew Romer in that FE2 battle, with John Yeatman hanging in there, like you said earlier. It's good for them in that particular. Trying to pull up just FE2 at the moment. It's now a 2.4 second lead for Schrader, and then another, about 3 seconds back to John Yeatman. So, and for Schrader, it's kind of a lot like what happened last weekend as well. Coming up on 15 minutes to go here. Romer and Davenport, 4 seconds between the two. And Johnny Crean has got a pretty big gap back to him for third place. But he is going to have to get some work done or have some problems with the guys up front to be able to climb into contention for second place in the podium here. Your P2 class winner, John McIntyre, in that store, WF1, he's out of San Jose, California. And he is working hard to keep that P2 car up front as well.
And so I think probably the tightest battle that we've got on track right now, Brian, is not even in class. We've been following here, coming through the chicane right now. That is Tom Burt, driver of the number 45 Formula Enterprises 2 machine. He's out of Woodway, California. Directly behind him, and it's really a beautiful machine in the RF06, slightly older Formula Continental chassis. Here, working their way around as our overall leader, Chip Romer, starting to come up here on the back of the pack and put them a lap down.
And the good news for Romer is that because he's got a nice little lead over Davenport, is he is really in no rush to get around these cars. He can wait for a good spot, like the one coming up right here, going onto that kind of back straight-ish straight.
Yeah, who was it? I think it was
banana shaped.
Yes, exactly. It was Frank Rizzo who just before we went to lunch had likened it to a banana, and it actually I think reminds me in some regards like the front straight at Virginia International Raceway with that little kink right by the start finish line that you do end up kind of leaning the car over and putting a good load on the car, which is somewhat surprising for something referred to as a straightaway.
And saying it reminds me to the kink at Road America in the other direction. Instead of a left-hander, it's a right-hander. So kind of similar stuff going on there. Mark Douglas says hi from Brisbane, Australia. Hi, Mark. I'm glad you're watching today. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, we had early on in the season, we had a number of folks checking in from Europe. It is quite early in the morning where Mr. Douglas is right now. What, probably around 6 o'clock in the morning thereabouts. So thanks for joining us, Doug. Or not Doug, Mark. We really appreciate it.
Mark Douglas. So, all right, we're at the halfway point here in our second to last race of the day. This would be the perfect time for a call to grid and to take our break. Let's do that.
All right. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6, Big Bore, GT1, 2, and 3, American Sedan, T1, and GTX. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 6, please head to the grid now. Your race is next. All right, so let's take that quick break, and we'll be back here in just a few moments and bring you all the way to the checkered flag here in this open wheel and prototype race from Portland International Raceway, where you're watching the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsport to feed your obsession. Along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends, ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information. Coming up on 10 minutes to go here, 9 minutes to go actually. And not a whole lot changing on the racetrack. Chip Rover still our leader. Jim Davenport in second place in P1. Then you've got Tony Oppheim. He is our only car on the track in Formula Atlantic. He's in third. Johnny Crean's in fourth in P1. That'll be your third car in P1. John McIntyre is our only P2 car. He is in fifth. Then you've got a gaggle of FE2s led by Caleb Schrader, Matthew Romer, and John Eatman. And that's how it looks right now, Greg.
That's right, Brian. And so just as we were going to break, and I think we had it on the, might have had it on the cameras just as we were going to break, we did have that local caution on the front straight heading down into the Shelton chicane. That was Hunter Tatman, our Van Diemen driver at Formula Continental driver, who lost quite a bit of time. Again, he had been kind of dicing it up with Tom Burt's Formula Enterprises too, and that particular lap had I think lost probably around 35 seconds to Burt just ahead of him, as he had to to gather that car up. And I think besides maybe outbraking himself, he might have stalled the car out possibly. It took a good 30 seconds for him to get that car back underway, even when there wasn't any traffic coming into the chicane.
That moved. That was the Hunter Tappan car, right?
That's correct. The 122 car.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. One race left to go here. When we're done, that race on our schedule, of course, is our GT 1, 2, and 3 group, our A sedans, Touring 1 and GTX, and that's always our fun race of the day with those big bore cars. It's our final race today. Then tomorrow morning, we're back up here at 9 a.m. with qualifying. All these times are Pacific, by the way, 9 a.m. Pacific. Then Greg, you and I got 6 more races starting at 11:55 tomorrow morning. And will take us all the way to the finish, and we'll be done with 8 of our 10 Super Tour race weekends.
Yeah, I'm just, time flies, Brian, when you're having fun. And again, I wasn't with you for the last 2 race weekends, both at Thunderhill and Hallett. So, the coming up now with just this round and 2 more, just kind of slapped me in the face. That's right. We're not supposed to use the word slap anymore. But
I think in that particular context, slap works.
Okay. I was a little, again, caught me off guard there, but it has been a great season so far, and we've had some amazing racing, wet or dry, and we'll do it all again tomorrow here from Portland, and the weather is supposed to be just as glorious. So here we go. Is now our prototype leaders, Romer and Davenport, really starting to work their way through the field here, Brian, as appears as though Romer has now made his way up, I believe, pretty close to our Formula Enterprises 2 leader. And, again, big difference in lap times here, as Romer and Davenport are lapping anywhere between 5 and 6 seconds a lap faster than our Formula Enterprises 2 field. So, on this 12 turn, I think it's 1.97 mile Portland International Raceway course, it doesn't take that long to come back up on the rear of the field.
Well, and Jim Davenport seems to make little gains, second here, second there, and then he'll give back a half a second or a second, and whether that's traffic or Chip Romer that either he or Chip Romer are dealing with might be part of that situation.
I think so.
But with 5 minutes to go, he needs to take a couple big chunks out of Chip Romer's lead to really become part of the discussion here, and I don't think he's got enough time to get that done, Greg.
Yeah, it's going to be rough there as they come through, but it looks as though Davenport may have made up some ground on this lap and actually knocked maybe a little bit more than a full second off of Romer's times. Again, Romer's got some time to give. Now the gap being 3.3 seconds, and we're looking at probably a good 40 car lengths that separate those 2 drivers. Let's take a look as they come through turn 4 and up towards and through turn 5 up to turn 6. Romer continues to give up some ground to the number 23 machine, but again, time of the essence here, as we're just a little bit over 4 minutes.
I was going to say Davenport just took another second out of Romer in the first sector here, and this is the battle here. There is Romer, or that was Davenport. Nope, that was Romer.
And here comes, here they come.
Yeah.
This is the 2 of them right now. That is a car that they are going to likely put a lap down the next time they go by, and I think that's McIntyre.
John McIntyre, exactly. Yeah. So they're going to come across the line here. We'll see how close it is this time by.
And as they come across the line
1.8 seconds.
Yeah, that time by Jim Davenport, 1.6 seconds faster than Chip Romer ahead. So, if Romer is just trying to protect the equipment and make it interesting at the end, good on him. He's doing a great job of it. But that car might be somewhat injured at this point. And, we were talking about the effects of the heat, Brian, that perhaps that machine not holding up nearly as well as the Davenport machine. And here now, as they come into turn 7, Davenport now only about 3 car lengths back behind our leader, Chip Romer. We'll take a look here as they come onto the back straight. And there is the pair right there. That is the battle for the lead. Again, Chip Romer with the metallic red on the nose, the number 26 machine. Following very close behind is the 23 of Davenport. And as they come down the front straight and come to the line, the gap is now 2 car lengths, and Davenport moves to the inside as they come down into the chicane. Let's take a look and see if Davenport can get by. Well, looks like we would have already seen it. There we go. It was in the camera view, and they're still nose to tail.
Yeah, it's definitely Davenport has seen the light here and is going after it right now with about 2 laps to go here. It definitely appears that there's something going on with the Romer car, whether it is mechanical or tires. But whatever the situation is, the Jim Davenport, and that car is slowed down enough to get out of the. It's that slower car that's trying to get out of the way and move around. But Davenport is definitely in position now with 1.5 laps to go to make the move, and this might be it.
This is it, as we've got Davenport to driver's left, we've got Romer to driver's right, and they get back in line as they go through turn number 12, and as they come onto the front straight, Brian, we have a new leader, and it is Jim Davenport, driver of the number 23, Elan DPO2. Chip Romer now falls back into second position, as you can see there, about 3 car lengths back, as they just put another car a lap down, and that was, you know, probably that was going to be the question, whether having that slower car was going to hold up or create some problems for Davenport, but he has managed to work his way. And, you know, Brian, just 4 laps ago, and I was saying, well, you know, we've only got about 6 minutes left. I don't know. Davenport now working his way to the lead. He was knocking a 1.5 seconds off per lap of Chip Romer's lead, and we'll see if Chip Romer can get his car to the end of the race.
Well, I think he'll get to the end of the race. I don't think he's got anything left in it to give any difficulties for Davenport. And I don't think that the slower car really had anything to do with how this thing is played out in the end. I think Davenport was going to make that pass regardless of that slow car. And now he's got a lap after this. It should be the white flag this time by. And I just don't think Romer's got anything left.
Yep, and there you go. White flag is now in the air for Jim Davenport. Romer, he's holding on close though, Brian, as you see him come down the front straight. Only about 3.5 car lengths separate our 2 Elans there at the front of the field. And that last time by, they were so similar in lap times, only about 0.08 of a second with Davenport to the good there. So it looks like Romer's found just a little bit of time. The last time by, he was running in the high 111s. So he found about, a little bit over a second on that lap, and he closes up right back behind Jim Davenport. And he may be looking to make this a battle here, Brian. Not ready to give up the ghost yet as they come onto the back straight. And does he poke to the inside? Let's take a look as they come around the bend. And Davenport goes to defend. And wow, look at that. Romer moves driver's left, can't get by, moves back driver's right. Davenport covers as they come into the final corner and now rolling out. And look at that, coming off the pace on the very last corner. Chip Romer has lost the go juice, and Jim Davenport will take the win. Chip Romer is now on the front straight, and that may be the question, Brian, was did Chip Romer think maybe he was running low on fuel and was trying to nurse the car home to the end and make a push on the last lap, but Chip Romer now dead stick about 700 feet from the checkered flag, and he's got his hand waving in the air. He's not going anywhere.
Is he going to get to the line?
He is stopped on track. Crossing the stripe now is the 122 machine. That was Hunter Tapman in Formula Continental. And so Tony Oppheim, let's see if Oppheim, I think Oppheim crossed the line, and there you go. He got the car back underway. So Chip Romer now crosses the stripe and does complete the final lap. Now, both he and both Davenport and Romer were entire lap up on the rest of the field. So even with that about half a minute or more that Chip Romer was on the front straight, he's still going to bring home the car, not only second in Prototype 1, but second overall. Tony Oppheim will win Formula Atlanta, comes in third overall. Johnny Crean will finish fourth overall, finish third in Prototype 1. Taking the win in Prototype 2 will be John McIntyre. And that battle in Formula Enterprises 2, Caleb Schrader takes the win, margin of victory 12 seconds over Matthew Romer. John Yateman will finish third in class, eighth overall. Tom Burt, ninth overall, fourth in FE2.
Yeah, I wonder if he felt the oil pressure dip at some point with 2 or 3 laps to go and tried to nurse it to the end, and then when he got to the final lap said, I got to go for this and give it a shot, and then the fuel pressure completely dipped going into 10 and 11. If the pickup, the fuel pickup's in the right side of the fuel tank, going through that right-hander, that would make possible sense there. So it'll be very interesting to read Jim Llewellyn's race recaps tonight before we come on tomorrow. Hopefully we'll get some of that info here.
Well, he's right behind you, Brian. Would you like me to ask if he has anything written up yet?
Well, I don't think he'd have it now. I'm pretty certain
No.
he has to go to Victory Lane to find out about that.
And that's actually right where he's going. He's
Exactly,
just left the floor over here.
Some of the best reading I have all weekend is the Sunday morning recap that I read before we come on the air. So we'll check in on that and find out some more information there. So P1, Jim Davenport, Chip Romer, and Johnny Crane. Formula Atlantic, Tony Oppheim, your race winner there. P2, John McIntyre, race winner. Caleb Schrader holds on to win FE2 with Matthew Romer and John Yeatman joining him on the podium. And then you've got Hunter Tapman, your FC class winner, because he was the only one in FC. So that's how they play it out here, Greg. Let's take ourselves a break, and then we've got one more race to go. After this, we'll be right back for our GT1, GT2, GT3, A Sedan, T1, and GTX. Don't go anywhere, folks. That should be fun. Welcome back to Portland International Raceway for the final race of the day for our Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. This is round 15 of 20, and we're having a good old time here, Greg.
We
as
are.
Get this thing done. Our final group of the day, GT1, 2, and 3, A Sedan, Touring 1, and GTX. And for our starting grid, we go to Ginsberg.
All right, let's go. Scheduled to start 10th, but I can already tell you he did not make the grid in time. Ed Gless in his GT2 Pontiac GTO. He retired that car earlier in qualifying and apparently hasn't gotten it fixed up. Starting 9th, driving his GT1 Ford Mustang, it's Dominic Martinulich. Then starting 8th, our sole driver in American Sedan, driving the number 97 Ford Mustang, it's Ed Zabinski. Bud Reichert will start 7th overall, second in GT3, driving a Mazda RX-7. And starting 6th today, our sole racer in Touring 1, driving the number 60 Porsche GT4 Club Sport, it's Tad Berger. Starting 5th today, your pole sitter in GT3, driving his Nissan 240SX, it's Colin Jackson, while Ernie Spada will start 4th. 3rd in GT2 in his Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, pardon me. Starting 3rd today, 2nd in GT2, driving the number 27 BMW E46, it's Jim Valdez, with Justin Dempsey starting on the outside of the front row, driving a GT1 Chevy Camaro. That is the 55 car. And your pole sitter today here at Portland International Raceway with a qualifying time of 1:17.902, driving his GT2 Dodge Viper Comp Coupe, it's Scotty B. White.
And there we have it. This will be our final 25-lap race of the day. We'll do it all again tomorrow. 9 a.m. start time for qualifying, 11:55 start time for racing, thereabouts. And there is that what did you call it earlier? That big wang.
Yes, that big wang. Actually, most of the cars in this group, as you can see, Brian,
yes,
have rather outsized wangs. That is correct. Only I think the American Sedan Mustang might be wangless.
God. All right. We've now taken this to a different level here.
At least we're not going to get a copyright strike. Anyway.
There you go. There you go. Scotty B. White on the front with, is that Dominic Martinulich there with him?
That is right next to him. No, that is right beside him. That was Dempsey in the 55 machine. Alongside him as they go down now into the
Did
chicane.
they not get a green flag?
As far as I know, Brian, watching his, no, they got a green flag and they are underway and they are racing here. And jumping out to an early start over Scotty B. White is indeed the Chevy Camaro with the white with the pink hood there of Justin Dempsey, dropping Scotty B. White back in second place overall. So a GT1 driver, our leader, Scotty B. White now has to look directly behind him as he's got the E46 BMW, that yellow and black machine of Jim Valdez, and then Ernie Spada in the 44 Porsche 911 Cup car directly behind. And the last car in that train, the bright blue machine, that is your GT3 leader. That is Colin Jackson. As we're seeing a lot of smoke in the air from one of these cars, trying to track down which one it is.
It's coming from your leader, actually, but I could be wrong. I will tell you, that was the least raciest start of any race we've seen this weekend. I literally thought they didn't give us the green flag. I don't know if they saw so many cars go off in the chicane in the previous races
they just wanted to go in at like quarter speed,
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like, Brian, as they come down the front straight here, and I think the smoke from the Scotty B. White Dodge Viper, the number 0 machine, as we just saw Jim Valdez in his BMW go past him, and Scotty B. White got out of the throttle quite a bit going down into the chicane. We'll see if he makes it to the end of this race. But directly behind him now is Ernie Spada in the 997 Cup car, the Porsche 911 Cup car. And then Colin Jackson, who is our GT3 leader. It is then about, I'd say, about 35 car lengths back till you have the T1 driver. That is Ted Berger with Dominic Martinulich directly behind him. Yeah, you can see lots of smoke coming out of Scotty B's Dodge Viper there, and he is definitely out of the throttle as both the Porsche of Spada and also the Nissan of
Yeah.
Jackson get by coming out of turn 7.
Right, and with the race tomorrow, depending on what the situation is, I'm not in the car. He might be just trying to get the thing so he doesn't do any more damage than possible. Get it to pit lane, shut it down, and then figure it out for the morning. So, yeah, that is a lot more smoke than anybody wants to see there.
No, certainly not. All right, so as we complete lap number 2, it is Justin Dempsey, your GT1 leader. Running second in GT1 right now is Dominic Martinulich. He is in the Ford Mustang, and that Ford Mustang has just crossed the start-finish line. Martinulich now moving up to 5th position overall. So he's got He's got a GT3 machine and 2 GT2 machines that he would need to find a way past just to get up to our GT1 leader, Dempsey. Martinulich running 5th overall, as we mentioned, and then Tad Berger in his GT4 Club Sport, the Porsche, our sole Touring 1 driver here on course.
You know, I'm thinking, Greg, that least raciest of racy starts. I'm wondering if when the green flag fell, Scotty put the pedal
And
to
it
the
just
floor.
didn't go.
No, and it blew oil back to all the cars behind him and covered their windshields. And they're like, "Well, we got to make sure we get through that first corner, okay?"
Yeah, that is true, and certainly, Brian, if they knew that car was putting down oil, exactly, you know, they'd probably want to come offline and ensure that, yeah, certainly, that they didn't go sliding into the runoff area there at the chicane. But already the field here really starting to stretch out as we've got debris.
I heard some squealy tires. We'll see if we can see it here as they come through here. What I was going to say is Jim Valdez has just turned a couple of really hot laps, and Justin Dempsey has probably got to look out, but it does.
And look at Dempsey now.
And that would be why we have a new leader.
That's it, is Dempsey under braking. Lots of brake lockup, goes down into the runoff at the chicane as he was definitely having some brake issues with that car. He gets it back underway, and you can see he comes back through turn 7 a bit offline there. But that is, yeah, go ahead. That's going to move Valdez up to the lead. Great
job from the control room pulling up the instant replay for us, so we saw that happen. And but now Valdez, he put out some really hot laps before that, and I was going to say that Dempsey was going to have to look out because 27 Valdez was on a flyer, and that was going to happen regardless, I think, of whether or not Valdez had that lockup going into the chicane.
Yeah, and so we'll see here is again Dempsey, our sole GT1 car, as he just now comes down the front straight, and he's going to be completing lap number 4, falling back to 2nd overall. At the moment, Dempsey doesn't have a lot to fight for. The only other GT1 car in the field, currently running 5th overall. But Ernie Spada, who is running in that Porsche GT3 Cup car, the GT2 machine, directly behind Dempsey, that last time by ran almost 0.3 of a second faster than our leader Valdez. Now the question is Jim Valdez might have lost a little bit of time going down into the chicane, wondering what our former leader was going to do. But
sure.
Let's see here if they can make up any ground, if he can continue to make up any ground on that BMW in the lead. Again, you look at 2 very different machines in GT2 here. You've got that E46 BMW. A slightly heavier car, a little on the weighty side, but still very well balanced for a front-engine rear-wheel drive car. But the Porsche 911, the advantage that it has is it just hunkers down out of corners. You do have to manage the front tires a little bit on it, but it should be a very formidable competitor. Looks like Dempsey now coming down underneath Valdez, going down into the chicane, and carrying all that speed through Dempsey. Not exactly the cleanest entry or exit of the chicane, but he manages to retake the overall lead.
Yeah, so the white flag is out. For those who might not know how we do things in the SCCA, they use that also for a slow car on the racetrack. to warn the drivers that there might be a slower car, an unexpectedly slow car, or an emergency vehicle out there. So that's what that was there for. What I was going to say is, while that's position for Dempsey isn't such a big deal, if he were to have been able to, if Valdez would have been able to keep Dempsey between him and Spada, that would have been a critical car to have as a buffer as we got deeper into this race. But I feel like Justin Dempsey said, oh, no, I belong up front, and I'm going to take that right back. And that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, and not only that, Brian, but given that Valdez had to try and negotiate that chicane with that Camaro blowing past, he lost certainly a couple of tenths. And we'll see here when they come around start finish, but as the Porsche of Spada comes out of the final corner, he has now dropped that margin down to, it's about 5 seconds, but he was almost 2 full seconds faster than Valdez was on that last lap. And you can see the blue flag being shown right now for our T1, or actually our sole American sedan driver, Ed Zabinski.
Yeah, 16 minutes, 30 seconds to go, and Justin Dempsey has done what is his best to basically check out. He's doing 3 seconds a lap faster than Valdez right now. He's opened up a 2.6 second lead, and Valdez doing his best to try to hang on there. But in theory, that GT1 car should be quite a bit faster than the GT2 car.
It should, but and I don't want to start critiquing people's lines around a race course, Brian. But it looks like Dempsey's making this much harder for himself than he needs to. I mean, he's entering corners like turn 7 mid-corner. And, as it is, in a GT1 car, that section, it's going to be kind of point and shoot, but it's taking him a lot longer to point the car than perhaps he needs.
So let me add this into the thought process. Is it possible that there's some oil down from Scotty B. White in where he would normally go, and that's why he's kind of driving around it?
Well, that is certainly could certainly be an issue there. As,
like there?
Yeah, there might be oil everywhere, as we could see, as we have Dempsey once again. His nemesis is not another driver on track. His nemesis appears to be the entrance to the Shelton chicane today.
Well, and that chicane's been really problematic today, much more so than I expected. And there's been several drivers who have had issues with that, so not necessarily surprised.
And you see, and what I'm talking about here, you look at the difference in entry coming into turn 7 between what Dempsey does and between what Valdez does. As Valdez has that car all the way driver's right, he opens up. He has the car all the way driver's left, and he opens up that corner as much as possible. Again, it is the slowest corner on the course, more or less, and it leads on to the longest straightaway here, more or less, if you take from turn 7 all the way to turn 12 and consider that a straightaway. And it allows him to carry, I think, a lot more speed out of the corner. And whereas that GT1 machine really should be able to walk away from the BMW, from the yellow and black number 27 of Valdez, he just doesn't get the jump out of the corner. And so that last time by, Jim Valdez, and again, we know that Dempsey had some issues at the chicane, but he was almost 0.3 of a second faster than Jack Dempsey. Pardon me, did I say Jack Dempsey? Justin Dempsey.
Jack Dempsey, that would be a news flash.
Yes, absolutely, that would.
We'd have to do breaking news on that one.
Yeah, exactly. When he finished kicking for the Saints, there he was. He just jumped into a GT1 car 50 years later.
Boy, I've completely lost my train of thought. I was starting to think about Jack Dempsey.
I have that effect on people.
I've heard that about you, right?
Yes. Oh my! All right.
What I was going to say is I've got it back.
Okay.
And we talked about it during our preview show. How important that section of curves we're looking at right there is to these tracks. And here it seems like he took it a little bit better, and the gap is widened between Dempsey and Valdez. So. That was something that Austin Bradshaw told us. So important to a fast lap here.
Yeah, and you'll notice now we've got a local caution coming down into the chicane. We'll see if we can pick up the car. that may be off there, and yeah, and there.
Oh, yep, there it is. Nice
His
slow car
driver's
there.
over off to our left, and he gets out of the way. Let's take a look. I think that might be the Porsche 911. Let's take a gander. No, that is our one of our GT3 machines. That is the GT3 number 28 of Bud Reichert, who went around at the chicane. So he was at the completion of the last lap for him. What was the lap number 8? He is currently a lap down. He was running 7th overall. We'll take a gander here to see if Zabinski in the American sedan Mustang was able to get by in that exchange. But you can see our leader is now trying to get by that Mazda RX-7, put Reichert a lap down as well.
All right, we're at the halfway point here in our final race of the afternoon, so let's do it one last time. We'll take our break. When we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag. These are the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour races live from Portland International Raceway. We'll be right back.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Summit Racing is proud to support SCCA racers through the Road Racing Contingency Program. Run the required decals to be eligible for contingency payouts.
When you want to get out on track but not quite ready to dive in the wheel-to-wheel action, what do? Check out Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack. One day, low pressure, fun with your street car events at more than 30 racetracks around the country. It's where you can go as fast as you want, learn from stellar coaches, and leave with a big old smile. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more. And we're back here for our final race of the day at Portland International Raceway for the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski. And Brian, we've had some events happen while we're at break. Yes, you can see now as we're watching coming out of turn 7, that is Ed Zabinski's American sedan Ford Mustang up against the wall. It looks like his race is now done, so he joins the likes of Scotty B. White as an early retiree. And want to thank D. Marshall 34 in the chat.
Well, that was part of why I got flustered, because I'm like, isn't Jack Dempsey the boxer? And
yeah, Jack is. I'm thinking, I was thinking, I've spent so much time in New Orleans, and I was looking at Jim Valdez's BMW, the black with yellow car, and I immediately thought New Orleans Saints, and no, that was Tom Dempsey, who for years held the longest NFL field goal record, and I think it was just broken about 7 or 8 years ago. And
he didn't have toes on the foot he kicked with.
That is correct. He had a flat-faced shoe that he kicked a 63-yard field goal, which now seems awfully mediocre compared to.
I know, it's still a pretty stout field goal.
I agree. I agree, but that is the case. We also had, for a time being, a driver off at turn 1, and I think that might have, or turn 1 at the Shelton chicane. I think that might have actually been Zabinski before he retired the car. But you're watching now coming out of turn number 12. It is not Jack Dempsey or Tom Dempsey. It's Justin Dempsey in his GT1 Chevy Camaro as he continues to stretch the advantage now over Jim Valdez's GT2 BMW. And I think more importantly, Brian, we should be looking at that battle for the lead in GT2 as Ernie Spada in his Porsche 911 Cup car, he just ran 2.2 seconds faster than Jim Valdez. And so really starting to close things down here as, we're only just a little bit, we're actually quite a bit more than halfway. We've got about 6.5 minutes remaining, 6.5, 7 minutes remaining. Oh, there you go. You got the ticker right on the screen. 7 minutes remaining in this race. But that Porsche 911, he is coming fast. He's just now coming into that shot as Valdez has to get by the GT4 Club Sport T1 machine of Tad Berger right at the apex of 7. So that also was going to go to slow that BMW down just a little bit. But the Porsche's on its way.
All right, so with a 4-second difference between those two cars, and I'm going to guess about 4 laps to go, Spada's going to have to knock off a second a lap.
Follow them under that banner there, and I love, Brian, this shot that we have right along the fence here, because every time they come underneath that banner, the banner waves in the wind and moves up and down, as does the fence. As Berger slides a little wide, tries to get out of the way of Spada's Porsche 911. And that time by, as they come across the stripe, Spada made up another about 0.2 of a second.
Test. Can you guys hear me now? All right, so with about 5 minutes to go, if Spada wants to catch Valdez.
All right, let's take a look now. Spada continues to close things down. Having made his way past Tad Berger. Colin Jackson, by the way, currently running 4th overall, our leader in GT3. And Martinulich still sitting 5th overall, 2nd in GT1 in his Ford Mustang. And wow, look at that. And you can see the difference there as our leader in GT2, Jim Valdez. We used a little bit earlier the comparison, what he was doing coming through turn 7 compared to Justin Dempsey. But you can see they're coming out of the final corner where Valdez uses every last inch of the pavement, opening up that corner at turn 12, trying to keep the wheel as straight as possible and carry as much speed as possible. Brought the car all the way up to the tire wall, whereas the Porsche of Spada maybe got a little bit more rotation and ended up just about middle of track.
Spada is keeping and bringing everything together here. Looks like he's getting just closer and closer a little bit every lap, and moving in with an opportunity here with about 2.5 laps to go. He's going to have to make up some big gap here. But as we saw in the last race, I'm counting nobody out here. You just never know what's going to happen. Here comes that Porsche trying to bear down on the BMW E46, and it does look like that's even getting a little bit closer now, coming out of turn 12 and onto the main straight. They are flying right now, and this is game on. This is going to be for the lead in GT2 if that Porsche can connect. And we should be coming up here 3.5 minutes to go once they complete this lap. I think it's going to be two more laps to go. Next time by should be 2 to go here with 3.5 minutes or 3 minutes and 11 seconds to go on this clock. And Spada does looks like Spada is getting closer to Valdez every corner here. This could come right down to a last corner pass here as we move further and further towards the final laps of this race. With 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go here, you've got Justin Dempsey, no issues out front. He is your race leader, will probably take the win and GT2. And then you're going to have Jim Valdez, who is going to be trying to stay ahead of Ernie Spada here to get the GT2 class win. GT3 all by himself, Colin Jackson. And then the next GT1 car is Dominic Martinovich here in a Ford Mustang. So that's going to be the opportunity there. No worries for Dempsey up front. No worries for Colin Jackson, the first place car in GT3. The only thing really in question here is Jim Valdez and Ernie Spada. There's your race leader, Justin Dempsey, just coming through your screen. The yellow and black car in the is the next car, which is Valdez, and right behind him almost is Ernie Spada. And doesn't look like he made up a whole lot that lap. Looks like there's about 1.9 seconds between the two of them. And with 1:46 left on the clock, we should get the white flag next time by. Big wiggle there coming out of turn 6 there from Valdez, and maybe Spada can make up a little bit of ground with that wiggle. He's going to have to make up a lot of ground here in these final 2 laps if we're going to make this thing happen. Valdez and Spada here coming into our view. This will be the second to last time they're going to come under this bridge here. Or whatever the little placard is that shakes there above us. Now they're going into turn 11. Turn 12 is next, and that is going to be the shot right there. And they're even closer this time. Spada's going to give it a shot here. He's going to give it a good run. I'm not quite sure if he's going to have enough time here. The white flag is out. Unless there's a hiccup from your first place car there in this class, that would be the orange and black car. I don't think Spada is going to be able to catch him here, but that's why they're going to push all the way to the end. Greg, are you back? Okay, we've had some technical difficulties with Greg's microphone, so it looks like I'm going to take it right to the finish line here. Hopefully we'll get him back here before it's over. Wow, look at the wind blowing stuff in front of our cameras here. Shouldn't be an issue for these big, heavy cars, but there is your GT2 race leader. That is Jim Valdez. Right behind him, Ernie Spada, and they're going to make a push towards the finish line. Here is your overall winner. That's Justin Dempsey coming through here for the final time. He is going to have no problems getting the checkered flag. Let's go back to the run when GT2 if we can. Jim Valdez and Ernie Spada. Here comes, there they are, right there one more time. It does not look like Spada has made up much ground as they come into turn 11 and turn 12. It's almost there for Jim Valdez. He's going to be your Super Tour race winner in GT2. Ernie Spada is going to finish second.
He's going to finish second in the Porsche, Brian, and only as they come to the line, I believe it looks like about a second and a half back from our winner in GT2, Jim Valdez, as Colin Jackson now comes down the front straight. He comes underneath the checkered flag. There he goes. So Colin Jackson, our GT3 national champion back in 2018 at Sonoma. He takes the win here to start the weekend off in Portland in his Nissan 240 SX. And then coming across the line, Dominic Martinovich in his Ford Mustang will come home second in GT1 with Tad Berger following very close behind, coming home 6th overall. Again, our sole runner in the class. Bud Reichert now I believe our final driver on track to take the checkered flag. Bud Reichert will finish second in GT3, 7th overall.
Whew. That was quite a finish of that race. I really thought, like our last race, that that Spada was going to be able to come up there and really vie for the finish, but he just didn't have enough to get it done there, Greg. And it'll set us up well for tomorrow, though, because both those drivers now know what the other drivers got there, and we should see how that plays out once we get to our racing tomorrow.
Yeah, indeed. And as our races tomorrow, Brian, they are going to be quite a bit longer. They are going to be 25 laps or 35 minutes, whichever comes first. I mean, that would be another 6 laps more than what we saw today in this race in particular. So, a lot of opportunity there, and perhaps where, a driver like Spada was, he was coming and he had the pace over the car ahead of him, perhaps another 6 laps or so, he could have been close enough to challenge for the win. And I figure it's going to be that way across many of our races that we saw today. What may happen tomorrow with a very big change, I think, in strategy for a lot of our drivers.
Well, there's going to be that, and also if you look tomorrow, the weather is supposed to be just as hot tomorrow as it is today, if not even a little bit warmer tomorrow. So you add these temperatures with 10 more laps or 6 more laps of racing, and lots of things can happen there. So it will be fun. You want to tune back in with us tomorrow. To do that, the best way is to like the channel and subscribe and all of that fun stuff. Hit the alarm bell.
Demolish the like button, Brian.
Exactly. Demolish the like button. The like button, so you can be with us again tomorrow. We start at 9 a.m. with qualifying, 11:55 with racing, and we're going to do it all over again, Greg.
Yeah, I can't wait, Brian. It's been a great day of racing and some glorious weather here at Portland International Raceway, and I suspect we're going to have more of the same tomorrow.
All right, a big thank you to everybody in the chat, all of our associate producers. Zach Johnson's our director, Brendan Kazmarik's our executive producer, and I want to also thank Josh Smith, who came up and chatted with us earlier on. We really appreciate him joining us today. Big thanks to everybody at SCCA National and the Oregon region of the SCCA for helping us put this whole event on. We're going to do it again tomorrow. That's all from Portland. We'll see you in about, about 15 hours. We'll be right back doing it again.